Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wildcat by Max Monroe, narrated by Jeremy York and Ava Erickson. Intro. Quinn Bailey, The New York Mavericks. Number 9. Quarterback. Height, 6'6". Weight, 228 pounds. Age, 28. Alma mater, Alabama. Last season's stats: touchdowns, 32. Interceptions, 7. Yards, 4,478. Rating, 103.1. You see all of those O's? That's my team, the New York Mavericks. And that little circle in the center with the letters QB? That's me, Quinn Bailey. I'm the quarterback, and funnily enough, my initials match my job title. Some call it coincidence, but I call it kismet. I was born to eat, sleep, and breathe Mavericks football. Now the X's, well, they're the other team. You can forget about them because they don't fucking matter. When I get done with them, all you'll remember is me. Trust me, I'll make it good. Are you ready to play? Chapter 1. Quinn. My phone buzzed as I ducked my head to fit through the door onto my flight, and I glanced down to see who it was. Instantly, pain exploded above my eye and pulsed along with my heartbeat. Ow! Fuck! I muttered, rubbing at the spot I'd just knocked against the hard metal of the airplane's exterior. Day after day of eating dirt and turf, compliments of some of the biggest guys in the world, and I was going to end up in the hospital from something as simple as boarding my flight. Walking and texting, a flight attendant said with a sigh, shaking his head. Hazardous to your health, I tell you. Just last week, I missed a step on the sidewalk in front of Bloomingdale's. Wow, I commiserated. That sucks. Did you get hurt? His voice was somehow grave and shrill at the same time. I spent $400 in there after I fell into the sale sign. $400, meant for things like eating and self-maintenance. I had to skip breakfast this morning, and my eyebrows are making a bid to become one. Trust me, it's still hurting. I laughed at his tale of woe and decided immediately I liked him. I glanced up again to survey his features, noting he was groomed to the nines. Even his so-called overgrown eyebrows had plump, friendly cheeks and blue eyes that sparkled. I wonder if he's my brother's type. Taking my life into my own hands, I focused back on my phone as I navigated the short aisle to my seat in the second row. A text from my brother sat waiting for me. Speak of the devil. Denver. Did you make it onto the off-brand death trap yet? Kicking my bag under the seat, I settled into the leather and typed out a response. Me. Just sat down, and there were no flights left on any of the major airlines, so it was either this, FedEx, or you don't see me. Denver. Royal Air sounds like a one-guy operation with a Prince Harry complex. At least FedEx is a global corporation. They probably could have fit you into their cargo bay. They must haul oversized loads occasionally, right? Apparently, my brother was an airline snob. You'd think he worked for Delta or something. Royal Air was actually a pretty nice, new-to-the-scene airline. Sure, their seats could have been a little more accommodating for a man my size, but it wasn't like the major airlines had lazy-boy recliners. Me. Ha, ha. I'm laughing so hard my sides hurt. And to think I was going to set you up with a cute guy I just met. Denver. My straight brother picking out men for me? Jesus take the wheel. Tell me, how big was the pool of gay men you selected him from today? -1? Me. So what if he's the only potential mate I met for you today? He could be great. You don't know. Denver. Right. Me. Fine, but you're missing out. Denver. Sweet baby kittens. You've bonded with the random gay man. Me. He's funny. I shifted and squirmed, trying to make room for my shoulders in the miniature-sized airplane seat, and pulled my Beats headphones up from around my neck to settle on my ears. Candy bars, shampoo, even horses, all cute when you make them little. Seats that I had to be confined to for more than 5 minutes? Not so much. Even the first-class seat struggled to accommodate the width of a professional football player like myself, but a few hours of discomfort was worth the end result. 3 blissful days with my family before the grind of the upcoming Mavericks season took over my life. Once the season started, I never even considered flying home for fear of losing focus. It was too easy to slow down and slip into a different frame of mind when I set foot in Boone Hills. An hour and a half south of Birmingham, with a population of 300, it put the small in small town and the simple in simple life. Frankly, it was everything I loved in life, homey, personal, completely feel-good in its eccentricities, but it wasn't conducive to maintaining the mental focus required to lead a football team at the professional level. My phone vibrated against my thigh. Denver. Funny ha-ha or funny looking? I'm still young and beautiful. I'm not ready for someone with a good personality yet. I smiled to myself and shook my head as Rockstar by Post Malone featuring 21 Savage pumped into my ears. Me. Maybe you're right. Remotely hooking you up with someone probably isn't a good idea. You sound a lot less likable via text. I smiled as I thought about how true that was. In person, my brother Denver was remarkably pleasant. Truth be known, he was one of my favorite people in the whole world, and I didn't see him nearly enough. He was still in college at the University of Alabama, and my schedule with the New York Mavericks was extensive and long. My trips home were few and far between, and this would be the last one I'd be able to make for a while. Hell, I'd spent last Christmas in a cabin in the Catskills with my coach, his family, and closest friends, and several other players, so dedicated was my vow to avoid hometown comfort during the season. "Excuse me," I heard from my immediate right. A guy in his early 30s with a flashy suit and perfectly gelled comb-over hadn't even made ass-to-seat contact, but he was already flagging down the flight attendant. I couldn't see Mr. Bloomingdale's behind the line of people still boarding the plane, but based on the snap of the stupid fuck's fingers in impatience, I immediately felt sorry for the funny flight attendant. Darkness enveloped me as I closed my eyes, pushed my head back into the headrest as best as I could at my height, and tried to let the music drown out everything else. 21 Savage rapped about having a 12-car garage despite only having 6 cars, one of my favorite lines of the song, but the annoying hum of the guy next to me pulled me out of the moment and made me crack an eye, just barely. 40% vodka, 50% cranberry, 10% lemon juice. Don't try to cheapen it with less vodka, okay, sweetheart? Take care of me here. Jesus Christ. I guess it's Merry Douchemas in July to us today. I closed my eyes again without looking over, not at all interested in the play-by-play of this self-acclaimed sweet talker. But a female voice was not what I was expecting, especially one that vibrated in my chest like it was physically scraping against me. It had a delicate rasp, almost like she was losing her voice to sickness, but the end of every word came out soft and smooth like silk. "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have any lemon juice on board. I'd be happy to make the cranberry and vodka for you, though." Simple and to the point, she did her best to remain professional, and like some kind of hypnosis, it pulled my eyes open again. Both of them. Her skin was like a glass of hot chocolate, the mocha swirling smoothly over the surface. Its only imperfection was a tiny smattering of dots, brown freckles sprinkled like cinnamon across her nose, and the deep brown of her eyes worked to look warm despite the dickhead they were pointed at. Jesus, she's pretty. All of a sudden, comb-over and 2B's use of sweetheart made a lot more sense. He was on the prowl. 50-50 then, babe. But you should really talk to your superiors about catering to your VIP passengers more specifically, the guy said, with a derogatory undertone. Like somehow making her feel less worthy was going to get him somewhere. I couldn't seem to pull my eyes away from her face to look at him, but I had a feeling if I'd been able to, the smug bastard would have looked like he actually thought he could talk to her like that and get in there. In my experience, being a condescending asshole and calling women you'd never met babe never helped in the flirting game. She smiled minutely, an expression I could tell was forced, but I suspected he couldn't, and gave the asshole what he wanted, if only in an effort to get the fuck out of there. No problem, sir. It's Luke, the guy said, giving her his name but not bothering to get hers. She nodded, her creamy, pink-tipped fingernails squeezing into the leather of the headrest in front of us reflexively. Somewhere deep in my mind, I had a moment of disappointed reflection that I wouldn't be seeing any more than necessary of the beautiful woman in front of me this flight. Lucas Dickhead Duscherson had made sure of that. Her eyes came to me then, and I pulled my headphones off, settling them on my neck to better hear her as she spoke. "Can I get you anything, sir?" I glanced down at my phone to check the time. It was already 7:55 p.m., and we were supposed to be wheels up in 10 minutes. Anything I asked of her would take too much of her time before takeoff. I searched out her name tag, finding it a few inches down from her shoulder, nestled in the crisp white fabric of her shirt, and then met her eyes, trying to make my face as remotely friendly as possible, and shook my head. "No thanks, Catherine. I'm good for now." She smiled again, this time big enough to empty the flesh from the dimples in her cheeks, and her nonverbal gratitude ran through me like a current. God, why does her smile feel so personal? A quick glance to Luke told me he was completely oblivious to the fact that I'd just addressed her by her actual name and received a warm smile in return. Some fools can't be taught. I forced myself to put my headphones back in place and close my eyes as she walked away, but my imagination finished the image for me as clearly as though I'd actually seen it. The sway of her hips, the lines of navy that seamed together her hose along her calves, and the perfect sweep of her dark hair across her back, all of it burned on my eyelids and trickled into a special bank of memories. A place behind a lock and key, and then a coded keypad for good measure, where I kept inappropriate things hidden away from public discovery. That's right, Quinn. Take that sexy little montage to the grave. I'd done this flight, on my way home to Boone Hills, what felt like 1,000 times, usually via one of the major airlines and out of Newark rather than JFK, but it was all the same. Usher herd of people onto plane as quickly as possible, cram bags into overhead bins, cater to those of us lucky enough to be in the front of the plane, go over a bevy of safety information that no one paid attention to, and then push back from the gate to get the show on the road and the big metal bird in the air. Catherine was prettier than most of the flight attendants I'd encountered in the past, but she was also just another face in the sea. After this flight, I'd never see her again. Frankly, once the season started up, most of the faces I'd see would be ugly, male, and coming at me full speed with every intention of breaking my body. Ah, football. Good times. My playlist rolled on to a Selena Gomez song, and I felt my cheeks pull up into a smile. My teammate and one of my best friends, Sean Phillips, was always stealing my phone and adding random music to my playlist. Funny thing was, I normally liked everything he added. Britney, Selena, Beyoncé, Kesha, Lady Gaga. They were all empowered women, And I got a certain kind of excitement out of women who knew their own worth. Not that I shared that kind of information with Sean. He wouldn't keep adding to my music collection if he thought I was actually enjoying it. I felt a presence return and tensed. A cramping, tight chest and clenching hands, symptoms of want and curiosity, tried to sway me to give in to the urge to take a peek. Was Catherine back with the drink? Would she smile my way again? Would I be able to keep my loose tongue from running away and saying something embarrassing? It was serious battle, a war waged with nothing but desperation and self-preservation on my side, but I managed to keep my eyes closed. Just barely. I did turn the volume down on my music so I could listen in, though. I was only fucking human. The voice I heard surprised me. It was hard, to the point, and it definitely wasn't hers. "Your drink, sir." I opened my eyes then, seeing Mr. Bloomingdale's leaned over, the offensive drink offered up to Luke like a trophy. My brother's almost boyfriend was the picture of poise, his face fixed into an almost smile, but make no mistake, there was nothing friendly about it. Just as I'd suspected, I wouldn't be seeing too much of the pretty flight attendant from before. Even through my disappointment, I was glad for it. Glad she had the intelligence to avoid a guy like Luke despite his obvious money, and glad she had friends who were willing to help her do it. I could feel my face settling into a grin just as the male flight attendant looked over and winked. My smile deepened. He looked surprised for the barest hint of a moment, and then turned to hustle back up to the front of the plane. He spoke rapidly to Catherine, and I watched raptly, unable to stop myself. Her eyes flicked up in surprise and landed right on mine. All I could do was hold them. Moments passed as time slowed, her surprised gaze opening up a virtual tether between us, where she tried to infiltrate my mind, and I tried everything I could think of to be superhuman enough to let her. Fuck being only human. I could Clark Kent the shit out of this moment and open up my mind. Just as concentration started to feel a little more like constipation, my abilities to let her mind meld with mine officially limited by the constraints of something called science, the speaker crackled, breaking the connection. Released from her grasp, I moved my scrutiny to the male flight attendant standing at the front of the plane, right in front of the cockpit doors, an old-style beige phone to his ear. "Hello, my name is Casey," he announced over the speakers, his voice about 200% cheerier than it had been while addressing my seatmate, Luke. "I'd like to be the first to welcome you to Royal Air Flight 2107. If you're going to Birmingham, you're in the right place. If you're not going to Birmingham, you're about to have a really long evening." He chuckled into the intercom as Catherine moved out of the galley and to the center of the aisle and turned to face the entire plane, ducking her head as she turned back to glance at him. Her long, dark, smoothly curled hair covered her face like a curtain. "With the help of lovely Catherine, we'd like to tell you now about some important safety features of this aircraft," he continued. Catherine smiled at us, her professional persona in place. I had a moment of hysteria where I imagined she was smiling only for me, from the center of my bed. "Holy Christ," I said, with a mental slap, as I started to undress her in my mind. "You better get your shit together, Quinn. Stop being a pervert." Quickly, my daydream followed orders, pulling her shirt closed and doing up the buttons. But my mind was a rebel, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get it to refasten the last button. Poor Catherine would forever be sporting a hint of cleavage in my mind. God damn, I'm an asshole. Really, though, fantasizing about random women was a reality thrust upon the male gender by biology. The Quinn in my pants was always ready to rut, a genius plan by our Creator to ensure the survival of the race. But male-female interaction wasn't always that simple, and P didn't always stand for penetration. The most important safety feature we have aboard this plane is the flight attendants. Treat them well, and you have a much better chance of getting out of this flight alive. Please move your attention to the pretty one in the front of the aircraft now. Catherine smiled toward us, a hint of blush covering the mocha hues of her cheeks at the mention of being pretty. Catherine. Jesus Christ. I was thinking about her like I actually knew her. Don't get attached to the flight attendant you don't plan on ever seeing again. There are 5 exits aboard this plane, 2 at the front, 2 over the wings, and 1 out the plane's rear end, Casey continued, while the female flight attendant— I rolled my eyes at myself. Good try, Quinn, but just because you don't use her name in your thoughts doesn't mean you're good to go. Used 2-finger motions with both hands to gracefully point out the exits. Please take a moment to look around and find the nearest exit. In the event that the need arises to find one, trust me, you'll be glad you did, even if it's the one in the rear. This was their stand-up routine, a thing they did on a regular basis to liven up the mundane. I smirked to myself. My pre-game routine was legend among my teammates, gossiped about on tabloid sites, and a staple of the unorthodox way I went about life. Kindred personalities, Catherine and I. Oh my God, Quinn, stop. This is not a dating show. We have pretty blinking lights on the floor that will blink in the direction of the exits. White ones along the normal rows and sparkly red ones at the exit rows. Casey's voice pulled me from my delusion. Catherine giggled and offered a smirk toward her co-worker as she pointed toward the lights, before grabbing a prop oxygen mask from an empty seat and holding it up for everyone to see. I choked on my own saliva. Good God, that laugh. It was so perfectly awkward. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, the baggy thing that Cat is holding will drop down over your head. You stick it over your nose and mouth like she is doing now. The bag won't inflate, but there's oxygen in there, I promise. He grinned. If you are sitting next to a small child, he moved his gaze very pointedly to me and emphasized, or someone who is acting like a small child, please do us all a favor and put your mask on first. I chuckled and nudged Luke with an elbow. I'll get yours right after I do my own, okay, buddy? His eyebrows shot together. Do I know you? The question wasn't completely out of the blue. As a professional quarterback for the New York Mavericks, I got recognized all the time. But this guy looked like he knew as much about football as I did about knitting. Not fucking much. I doubt it. Catherine smirked discreetly, the corners of her lips curling up in such perfect synchronization with my own that I nearly felt it, and tucked her head down to put her prop away. If you are traveling with 2 or more children, please take a moment now to decide which one is your favorite. Help that one first, and then work your way down, Casey added, as Kat switched out the oxygen mask for a safety pamphlet. She held it in front of her body, and then started to teasingly use it as a fan, smirking as she did. In the seat pocket in front of you is a pamphlet about the safety features of this aircraft. I usually use it as a fan when I'm having my own personal summer, just like Kat is demonstrating for you, he said with a soft chuckle. Please take it out and play with it now. There is no smoking in the cabin on this flight or in the lavatories. If we see smoke coming from the bathroom, we will assume you are on fire and then put you out. Don't worry, this is a free service we provide, and we're experts at keeping the spray of the fire extinguishers off of ourselves, he joked, and Catherine nodded toward us with big, amused eyes. In a moment, we will be turning off the cabin lights, and it's going to get really dark. If you're afraid of the dark, now would be a good time to reach up and press the yellow button. The yellow button turns on your reading light. Please don't press the orange button unless you absolutely have to. The orange button is your seat ejection button. I glanced up to see the orange button was, in fact, the flight attendant call button. A soft chuckle left my lips. I guess I'd been wrong. This flight was different. These two were a nice change of pace from the usual dull flights I'd become accustomed to. I can say on behalf of myself, Cat, and the rest of our crew, we're glad to have you on board. Thank you for choosing Royal Air and giving us your business. And your money. He grinned. If there's anything we can do to make you more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask, he finished, smirked, and then winked toward us as he added one last sentiment. But ask Cat first. Every passenger on the plane laughed, and then, surprisingly, gave the dynamic duo a round of applause. Shit, even I was laughing and clapping. It was rare to keep a plane full of New Yorkers happy, much less get them to actually listen to the safety instructions. I watched as Cat and Casey did their final checks before strapping themselves into their jump seats at the front of the plane, and then I grabbed my phone to send my brother a final text. There was one from him already waiting for me from our earlier exchange. Somehow I'd missed it. I blamed the douchebag sitting next to me, but my mind said otherwise, whispering, "You were too distracted by the pretty flight attendant." Denver. That's because you can see my charming smile in person. It takes some of the edge off. Me. I guess it's good that I'll see you in person soon, then. You can remind me why I like you. About to take off. Should be there in about 2.5 hours. Good evening, this is your captain speaking. Thank you for choosing to fly with Royal Air tonight. We are pleased to have some of the best and most professional flight attendants in the industry, but as you can see, none of them are on this flight. Cat smirked, and Casey rolled his eyes, but he couldn't hide the hint of a smile on his lips. We'll be taxiing for the runway for another 2 minutes, the pilot added, and then our takeoff toward Birmingham will begin. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. After one last look at Catherine, I decided to do just that. Closing my eyes and settling into my seat, I shut out the world and let myself look forward to heading home, even if just for a little while.
Chapter 2. Cat. "I'll take another vodka and cranberry, babe," Luke, the overzealous dickhead in first class, requested with a cursory raise of his empty glass as I stepped by his seat. His condescending tone made a slight headache pulsate above my brow. God, I'll be glad when this flight is over. Babe. If tossing out demeaning nicknames and demanding booze was this guy's way of schmoozing women, he needed a reality check. Not to mention, how many drinks did he really need? We'd been in the air for 90 minutes, and already this man had consumed no fewer than 3 drinks. There was one certainty in this situation. Any sign of slurred words or disruptive behavior, and I'd cut off his alcohol supply quicker than a doctor cuts an umbilical cord. It was times like these, when dealing with assholes like Luke in 2B, that I started to question my decision to be a flight attendant. It'd be so much fun, I'd naively thought. I'll get to travel the world, meet new people, and have daily adventures. I'd forgotten to take into account the whole serving other people thing, or the times when things like puke occurred outside of the lavatory. Honestly, I did love my new job, but I was only human. I had good days, as well as days when I had to deal with douchebags. I nodded and plastered on my very best, "I'll get right on that" smile. But once I stepped into the first-class galley, I rolled my eyes and let Casey know his favorite passenger on the plane needed another drink. Babe would like another vodka cranberry. Lucky for me, my best guy friend was also my fellow flight attendant, who also happened to be very gay and extremely protective. He was my biggest buffer for asshole male passengers who came on too strong. Case and I flew together on a weekly basis, and because he always had my back, I was more than thankful our flight schedules were generally in sync. He snorted in response. "Considering we're taking a detour to Atlanta because of the weather, Mr. First-Class Dickhead can live without another drink." Casey punctuated his statement by holding his middle finger up in the air, high and proud, but sadly behind the safe constraints of the galley wall. I'd say I wasn't the only one tired of Babe's bullshit. Although, Casey cleared his throat and waggled his brows. I haven't minded looking at Babe's seatmate every time I've dropped off his vodka and cranberry. Seatmate? I feigned confusion, as though I didn't fucking remember who he'd meant. I knew damn well who he was referring to. The tall drink of water in seat 2A. Deep blue eyes, big and broad shoulders, a svelte, muscular frame, and full lips to boot. The mystery man in 2A was a looker, that was for fucking sure. Not to mention the perfectly mussed light brown hair that framed his face, and the soft southern drawl that accompanied his words. Those locks and that accent would make any woman's mind wander toward thoughts of beds and sleep and sex. I'd spent the majority of this flight sneaking glances in his direction, wondering, what does a guy like that look like underneath his clothes? My brain screamed, strong and big and thick in all the right places. Thankfully, since the freakishly long moment he'd met and held my eyes before takeoff, 2A had spent most of the flight with his eyes closed, head resting on the seat back, and his headphones covering his ears. Otherwise, he might have caught me mid-ogle. Although, if I was being honest with myself, I wasn't sure if it was a good thing he hadn't realized that my gaze had taken notice of him or not. I felt torn between wanting him not to see me looking at him and wanting him to know I was looking at him. Attraction is a weird phenomenon. Oh, don't play coy with me, Casey outright refuted with a hand to his hip. I know you know who I'm talking about. Just 2 hours ago, you listened while I pledged my virginity to him and him alone if he would take me as his he-wife. He's so freaking fine. I'm honestly curious if he is the sole reason Tropical Storm Rita decided to switch up her path. Pretty sure no matter how good-looking the man is, he doesn't have the power to change weather patterns. And God will smite me if I don't, again, laugh in your face at your inference that you're still a virgin. Aha! He wiggled a knowing finger in my direction. So you do remember him, you little harlot. I just laughed it off and used my best tactic of defense before he started tossing out ideas of how to get 2A's phone number. Do you think we'll be able to finish up in-flight service? I questioned and quickly busied myself with emptying out the coffee machine. Casey looked up from his new current task, refilling the drink cart with coveted boxes of orange juice. It was a true wonder of the modern world why airplanes urged cravings of sugared-up oranges in liquid form. But the proof was in the pudding, or should I say, the constant passenger requests for OJ. Doubtful, but we'll try to make the best of it, he answered with a little shrug of his shoulders. Captain Billy should be making the final announcement to land in the next few minutes, and with the way the turbulence has been the whole way, I have a feeling he'll demand we keep our asses in our jump seats. He had a point. We'd been fighting a bumpy ride ever since we'd reached altitude out of JFK. Word on the street was that a tropical storm from the Atlantic had taken an abrupt turn and fucked up our expected weather pattern. Hence the need for an early landing in Atlanta, which was only about an hour flight from our intended destination of Birmingham. One of those trips where you basically only had time to go up and come right back down. Oh, no, honey, Casey muttered, and I moved my eyes away from the coffee machine to look at him. I followed the path of his gaze until I realized he'd spotted a giant run in my pantyhose. Son of a bitch. I followed the nylon wreckage with my index finger. From the top of my kneecap to just slightly above my ankle, I had somehow ruined yet another pair of pantyhose. Those hoes ain't loyal, Casey teased, and I couldn't not laugh. I swear to God, how many pairs of pantyhose do I need to bury before Royal Air changes their uniform requirements? He grinned. Like that'll ever happen. Don't squash my dreams. Honey, Royal Air prides themselves on their uniforms, he said with a wink. And trust me, I didn't sign on with them just because of the benefits and travel opportunities. They are literally the only airline with actual fashion taste. I put a free hand to my hip and pointed a box of coffee filters toward him. When you have to wear pantyhose underneath your perfectly fitted suit, then maybe your constant need to defend the dress code can be taken seriously. But until that day comes, I'm not hearing it. Uh-oh, Casey chuckled. Someone's feisty. Hell yeah, I'm feisty, mister. I get 2 days off in a row after this flight. I complained and put, more like tossed, all of the coffee supplies away into the overhead cabin. I'm the one who has to figure out how in the hell I'm going to sweet-talk the Royal Air agents in Atlanta to help me get to Birmingham by 6 in the morning or get me off that flight altogether. Yeah, okay, sorry, honey. He pinched his face together in a grimace. You have every right to be pissy right now. I can't deny the ATL is like the 7th circle of hell, and that's on a good day. And don't even get me started on the ladies in the staffing office there. Can you say divas? Pissy? I questioned with a quirk of my brow. I thought you said I was feisty. Out of everything I just said, that was all you heard? He questioned with a quirk of his lips. And yes, that's exactly what I said. Pissy and feisty. He blew me a kiss. But I still love you all the same, honey. Good evening, folks. The overhead speakers crackled as Captain Billy greeted the plane. Due to the continued occurrence of unexpected weather conditions and Tropical Storm Rita's abrupt change in path, we will be landing in Atlanta in about 10 minutes, he announced. Everyone, for your safety and the safety of the aircraft, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened in place. Tropical Storm Rita had moved over the southern states, hooking a hard right after making landfall in Texas, a lot quicker than originally predicted. The only safe choice was to take an early landing and let it pass, instead of staying in the air and getting stuck within the storm's unpredictability. Once the seatbelt light dinged loud and clear, I stopped refilling the cart's pretzel supplies and looked at Casey. Immediately, he gave me his take on the current situation without uttering a single word. With a simple shrug of his shoulders, followed by pushing the cart into its final resting spot underneath the cabinet, he locked it into place. He might as well have just shouted toward the middle of the plane, "That's a wrap, folks. No sodas or pretzels for you." Well, I guess we now get to experience the joys of walking the aisles and dealing with the unhappy and disgruntled, I mused, and a laugh bubbled up from his lips. Buckle your seatbelt, honey. This customer service is going to get bumpy. While Casey finished locking up the overhead cabinets in the galley, I started my walkthroughs. Surreptitiously, as I passed the first few rows of first class, my eyes strayed, moving across the rows and seats until they reached the spot where lucky number 2A was located. From my viewpoint, I could see the way his hand rested on his thigh, his long fingers tapping out the beat to whatever music filled his ears. I had the urge to backtrack my steps, just so I could see his face and take inventory of his handsome features, his strong jaw, full lips, and warm blue eyes. Somehow my brain had already memorized his most striking features, like this was someone I would see more than once in my life. Before my feet could move an inch, a passenger cock-blocked me from engaging in another 10-second ogle session. "Miss," a middle-aged woman called my attention from the last row in first class. "I am supposed to be in Birmingham by tomorrow morning. I have an important work meeting. I need you to make sure I have a flight available immediately." Oh man, it was already starting. I walked the 10 steps it took to get to her row, the bottoms of my heels crinkling against the carpet of the aisle, and stopped right beside her seat. "We're very sorry for the inconvenience." I erred on the side of apology first. "But the weather conditions are no longer safe for us to be in the air. You'll just have to be patient until we get to Atlanta, and a gate agent will be able to assist you with rescheduling your flight." "Do we really need to take this detour?" she questioned, and I watched as her hands adjusted and fiddled with the fanny pack strapped across her waist. "I think everyone on the plane can handle a little bit of turbulence in order to get to our planned destination." I wanted to let her know her idea of a little bit of turbulence didn't actually account for hurricane-force winds and unpredictable storm paths, but I bit my tongue. "I understand your frustration, but I can assure you this is not a matter of convenience, but safety. Our top priority will always be the safety of our passengers." She rolled her eyes and sighed at the same time. "Oh, don't give me that bullshit safety spiel. This early landing is going to fuck up my whole schedule. I'll be lucky if I can find a flight to Birmingham by tomorrow night." I'd only been a flight attendant for about 6 months, but I'd flown the majority of my flights with Captain Billy. He had nearly 30 years of flying under his belt, so it went without saying that he didn't make an early landing for the hell of it. If he was landing us in Atlanta, it was because we needed to fucking land in Atlanta. I looked at the woman, her blonde hair resting high on top of her head in a severe ballerina-style bun, her hazel eyes squinting in disdain, her fanny pack constricting her abdomen, and I put her in her place. Via mental telepathy. Listen up, fanny pack. I have no desire to fall 30,000 feet from the air in a metal death trap just because you need to be somewhere. Thank you very much. We'll be landing in Atlanta, so just keep your mouth shut and your ass in your seat and deal with it. Once I'd gotten that off my chest, and she still continued to stare at me like her eyes had the power to physically stab me, I proceeded to give her the sugary, sweet, royal air, customer is always right bullshit answer, but out loud this time. Again, I'm very sorry this happened, but let me assure you this isn't by choice or a matter of convenience. It's for everyone's safety. Air traffic control has requested that all planes within 200 miles of our current location land as soon as possible to ensure the safety of everyone in the air. She blinked, once, twice, and then stared. She was still visibly pissed, and her hands vibrated with irritation as she readjusted herself in her seat and started rummaging through her fanny pack. Instantly, I noted she no longer had her seatbelt on. God, could this lady just do as she was told? We weren't trying to be assholes here. We were trying to, make sure no one died in the case of an emergency. I'm also going to have to ask you to take your fanny pack off and buckle your seatbelt, I instructed with a saccharine smile. For your safety, of course. This is my fanny pack. She huffed out a breath, and her bangs billowed above her forehead from the forced air. I'm not taking it off. I never take it off, ever. I couldn't stop my face from scrunching up in confusion. Obviously, we'd missed this thing during takeoff. No way in hell Casey wouldn't have blabbed about the battle of the abdominal bulge. Wow, Cat, I mused, impressed. Seems you did manage to maintain a little bit of high school history knowledge. And what did she mean she never took it off? Like she showered with a fanny pack? Had sex with a fanny pack? Everything with that fucking fanny pack on? Listen, ma'am, Casey chimed in as he started his overhead bin checks up the aisle. Unless you want to be escorted off this plane by the air marshal for disruptive behavior when we land, you need to take that fanny pack off. We are not going to ask you again. Oh boy, and he called me the feisty one. The woman blustered and huffed again until she unclicked the fanny pack from her waist and properly buckled her seatbelt, just in time for Captain Billy to begin our final descent toward Atlanta. Casey and I double and triple checked our passengers, the overhead bins, the lavatories, and the aisles. Once we ensured everything was as it should be, we strapped ourselves into our jump seats for landing. Sheesh, fucking fanny packs, I muttered toward him, and he laughed. Yeah, the shit you have to request to keep people safe on a plane, he agreed with a grin. Listen, sister, the instant we land, just move your ass. I'll do the final check and make sure everything is clean as a whistle before I go. You're the best, I whispered. Luckily for both of us, I was the only one who needed to make a return flight in the next 12 hours. Casey had 2 days off to get his schedule situated. Casey blew me a kiss. I know. The instant we landed, I did exactly as I was told. Legally, I had to wait as the passengers filed out, but as soon as they were done, I abandoned my responsibilities and moved my ass. I grabbed my black carry-on and walked as fast as my navy patent leather heels would take me. After a serious delay and then a goddamn detour from the original planned flight, I was in Atlanta, should have been in Birmingham, and I had no idea what my next steps were. Only 6 months into the flight attendant game, and without my flight attendant bestie by my side, I was a newbie. A little fish in a big ol' airport pond trying to find her way back to Birmingham. Not to mention Royal Air was currently severely short-staffed, so the odds of being taken off my Birmingham to NYC flight completely were probably slim to none. As I took the tram from Terminal D to Terminal A, where Royal Air's hub was located, I silently prayed the flight manager on staff this evening could find a way to help me. The airport was insanely busy for the hour of the day. 11 at night was generally blessed with calm and quiet, but not tonight. Tonight, the usual hustle and bustle of airline employees and people rushing about to reach their terminal or their next connecting flight had been put on steroids because of all the detours and weather delays. I weaved in and out of the crowd, doing my best not to bump into anyone, and my heels click-clacked across the tile at a rapid pace. The flight manager's office, located on the opposite end of the terminal and tucked into a small, obscure, and darkened corner of a hallway, looked like something out of a customer service horror film. The phones were ringing off the hook, and 2 out of the 3 agents were already talking to other flight attendants. Paperwork littered the floor to the back and side of the long desk, and blood was smeared all over the walls. Okay, there wasn't any blood, but it felt like there could have been. A rescheduling war had been fought here. Name? A woman with a short, jet-black bob and the darkest, thickest eyebrows I'd ever seen, the only person not occupied, demanded as soon as she noticed me stepping through the door. How fantastic. This should go well, since she's obviously in such a great mood. Catharine Wild, I responded, and slid my carry-on bag to a stop with a little help from the counter. The bang of wheels against wood made the eyebrows draw together, and I winced. Oops, sorry, I apologized. She glared. Most people call me Cat, though. Well, it looks like Royal Air calls you Catherine. Sheesh, this woman, she's a real sweetheart, huh? I glanced at her name tag. Carol, it read. Well, Carol, you can blow me, I thought. You're not the only one who's had a long night. I'm supposed to be in Birmingham for a 9 a.m. flight, I explained, and Carol raised one eyebrow high on her forehead. Looking more like black caterpillars than facial hair, those eyebrows of hers were distracting as hell. They had a power that rivaled the sun, and it took all of my willpower to not stare directly at them. Well, she looked up from her screen and pinched her lips together in a firm line. You're not in Birmingham. You're in Atlanta. Wow, thanks. I hadn't realized I was in a completely different city and state from where I was supposed to be. I mean, I had been on the flight that took the detour, but I just had no fucking clue what was going on. I kept my sassy in check and bit my tongue. I realize that. I have no flights to Birmingham tonight, she muttered and pursed her lips. The next flight to Birmingham isn't until noon tomorrow. That doesn't really help me. I attempted to explain my dilemma. Again. I'm supposed to be on the 9 a.m. Birmingham to JFK flight tomorrow. That sounds like a problem. You think? Is there any way I can get off that flight then? I asked, too hopeful for my own good. This was why they had backup flight attendants stationed at various airports for situations like this. Right? I mean, I'm not sure how I'm going to get there in enough time. She shook her head, and I couldn't keep my eyes off her eyebrows. Good Lord, those things were an anomaly. Big, bushy, and yet well-maintained somehow. They were distracting and ironic, and considering I was in a bit of a situation, I honestly had no idea why I was even analyzing Carol's fucking eyebrows like there was a quiz on them later. They need you in Birmingham, she stated firmly. There is only one flight attendant for your flight to JFK, and all of the backups are accounted for thanks to the shortage. You're just going to have to find another way to get there. And how in the heck was I going to manage that? A goddamn hot air balloon? I looked at Carol, and Carol looked at me. And after another 20 or so seconds passed, I realized Carol and her eyebrows weren't going to offer up any solutions. I glanced at the mess of paper on the floor behind her, and then back to her cold eyes. Any fuck she'd had to give, she'd given out a long time ago. So, I started in an attempt to carefully pry a solution out of her, If you were me, how would you get to Birmingham? She shrugged. The train, probably. There's a train? Like a real one? Or is she just bullshitting me? So I could take a train? I asked to confirm. Her eyebrows weren't pleased, turning down on the ends. A train from Atlanta to Birmingham? Yep, Amtrak. Amtrak, remember that, Cat. Okay, well, do you happen to have any information for me? I asked and rested my elbows on the counter. You know, like, where is the train located? How do I get there? Come on, Carol, work with me here. She sighed long and exaggerated, and then sat there, wordless, for what felt like an eternity. Whose will would break more quickly? To my surprise, I won that round, and she eventually opened a drawer on the left side of her desk and started to rummage through its contents. How long have you been with Royal Air? 6 months? That explains it, she muttered under her breath. Wow, another point for Carol, I guess. I bit my tongue for the second time. I feared if I didn't get out of Carol's office in the next 5 minutes, I might bite the damn thing straight off. Here, she said and slapped a white envelope onto the counter. Done with our game, and done with me. Carol didn't provide any instructions after that. I silently prayed she hadn't just shoved an old Chinese food menu into an envelope, lifted my elbows from the counter, and grabbed the handle of my carry-on. Fingers and toes crossed, I strode out of the office, sat down on an empty bench, and opened up the white flap of paper on the back. My eyes scanned the text, and relief filled my stomach, heavy and warm. Carol had actually given me information that could help me find my way to Birmingham before my 9 a.m. flight. Hallelujah, praise Jesus. Unfortunately, when I got a load of the nightly Amtrak train schedule, the relief quickly dissipated. Next train to Birmingham, 12 a.m. I looked at my watch, 11:30 p.m. Google was my bitch as I typed in the train station and plotted a foot route from my current location. Estimated time it would take for me to get to the train, 20 minutes. Son of a bitch, I muttered, and hopped out of my seat at a dead sprint.
Chapter 3. Quinn. You're kidding, right? I asked my previous seatmate, Luke, as he slid into the line at customer service ahead of me. Me and the 30 people behind me had been patiently waiting our turn to try to reschedule our way to Birmingham after being diverted to Atlanta about half an hour ago. The airport was pure chaos, with a slew of deep south flights that had been rerouted due to weather, and after a failed attempt to get anything accomplished at the gate counter and 20 brain-bleeding minutes spent on hold with the airline via the phone while I'd been waiting in line here, I wasn't in the mood for bullshit from anyone, and certainly not from Luke. Luke looked back over his shoulder, slipping one of his grins into place to try to charm me and the rest of the crowd, but we had leg cramps, dehydration, and severe frustration on our sides. We wouldn't be swayed. I've got an important business meeting to get to. I'm sure you understand. No, I said instantly. I don't. His grin turned condescending as he focused on my black track-style pants and the plain white T-shirt stretched over my chest. Right. Well, trust me, this business is important. The kind of thing that can't wait. I stepped out of my place in line, fully prepared to suffer the consequences of rejoining it at the rear, and made my way past the few people between myself and Luke. I towered over him, and a dull roar of whispers picked up behind me. No, I said quietly to Luke. What can't wait is the 35 people you cut who have business to attend, families to see, sick to care for, and babies to get to bed. So why don't you and I take a walk to the back of the line where we belong and let them get their rightful turn? Luke's grin slipped into a hard mask. I see you're intent on making a scene, but I'm hardly inconveniencing them. I'm just one person. Holy shit, dude! I heard one of the guys directly behind me whisper. You're right. It is him. Like a sixth sense, I could feel the phones being held up and switched on to record instantly. My publicist, for sure, wouldn't like that I'd made a scene, but the idea of putting Luke in his place in front of millions of people didn't bother me. I'd just have to make sure I made it worthwhile. One person, sure. One very self-entitled person. I'm not sure what your problem is. You really aren't paying attention then, I interrupted him. He glared. You and I explained, are going to head on back to the back of the line and let these nice folks go before us. I'll even sacrifice my own spot just to keep you company. Now come on. Do I need to call security? He threatened, seemingly noticing my size for the first time, but too self-righteous to back down. Oh, how I wish you would, I told him sweetly, batting my eyelashes as I did. He sneered and moved to step forward as the service desk employee called the next person up, but I caught him with a gentle hand to the shoulder and pulled him back. Not so fast, I told him, turning to usher the guys behind me forward with a jerk of my chin. They looked at me in awe, but made no move to scuttle by in the space I'd freed. "Get your hands off me!" Luke yelled. I took my hand off of his shoulder in an effort not to push it. My publicist would whine about a scene, but he'd straight break my kneecaps over an arrest. "Dude, epic!" the guy whispered to his friend, who still hadn't moved, and then raised his voice to address me directly. "You're Quinn Bailey, right?" I nodded. "Fucking hell! Quinn Bailey fighting for our spot in line! You're like a football god! I've had you on my fantasy team for the last 3 years in a row." I glanced up to see that Luke, opportunist that he was, hadn't used my fans gushing as a lesson in respect for others, but had instead bellied up to the counter to try to solve his own issues as quickly as possible, while my attention was otherwise occupied. I felt momentarily disappointed at my failure to protect these strangers' honor, but the rest of the line didn't give me long to think about it, as a ripple quickly informed everyone as to who I was. In no time, I had a group of 15 people around me, all waiting with scraps of paper they dug out of their belongings and passing around a pen for me to use to sign. "Don't worry about that dude, Quinn," one kid said. "Karma will make him her bitch soon." "Jeremy!" a woman I suspected was his mother snapped. "Language!" He shrugged. "Sorry, Mom, but this is Quinn Bailey, and he just tried to give up his spot in line for us. He should be on a private plane or some stuff." I laughed and smiled at the kid, and then his mother. "Listen to your mama, Jeremy. Manners are important." I cocked my head to Luke at the counter. That guy never listened to his mama. Guaranteed. Jeremy laughed and jerked up his chin. I signed a few more autographs, letting people move to the counter as they passed me in line, and only stepped away when my phone rang in my pocket. "Hello?" I answered, leaning into one of the walls in a little hallway that jutted off to the side to try to get some privacy. The main terminal was jam-packed with bodies weaving in and out, trying to be polite to the people around them and cutting them off with no remorse at the same time. It was funny to watch from the sidelines. "I called the airline and there aren't any flights with seats on them until Tuesday," my assistant, Jillian, said in my ear without any pleasantries or greeting. She'd been with me for the last 3 years, and she was more efficient than anyone else I knew. My world was hers to command, such was her badassery. Her voice wasn't happy now, though, obviously feeling a little bitter about working when I'd supposedly given her 3 days off. "So, basically, unless I want to stay in Atlanta until it's time to go home again, I'm fucked on the flight side." "Basically." "So what are my other options?" "Teleportation," she replied testily. I rolled my eyes. "Look, I'm sorry I called you, but I was on hold for 15 minutes, and the line at customer service was hella long. Then I got into it with a guy from my flight." "Got into it? Jesus Christ, Quinn. Now Nathan is going to be calling me. This was supposed to be my chance to have sex with my boyfriend uninterrupted." "Oh, God, Too much information, Jilly. Deal with it. I collected my thoughts as I took her order to heart. Nathan, my publicist, was going to be calling her nonstop. And then when he couldn't reach me, because no way in fuck was I going to answer his calls, he'd be bothering her even more. Her ability to have some kinky orgy with her boyfriend would be grossly diminished. And if it were me getting my sex party interrupted, I'd be annoyed too. So what are my options here? And don't say goddamn teleportation again. If I had the ability, I would have done that from the start. A rental car. Perfect. I smiled and shoved to standing at full height again. I'll head over there now. Jilly sighed in my ear. Don't bother. I already called and they're all gone. Denial ran strong through my veins. All of them? All. Even the Mini Coopers? No way every fucking rental car in this airport was accounted for, right? She scoffed. As if you could fit in a Mini Cooper. And yes, they're gone too. God damn it. So? Planes, trains, automobiles, I recited in my head. What about a train? Ding, 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 she cooed. You got it, big guy. Midnight train bound for Birmingham. I got you a ticket. You just have to pick it up at the train station ticket office. And you couldn't have just told me that from the beginning? Definitely not. Jesus Christ, you're fired. She laughed. Guffawed, really. You wish. By the way, the train leaves in 40 minutes. You're going to want to move your ass. See you in 72 hours, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. She'd been talking to my brother. Jilly, I snapped, but there was no one there. No one but dead air.
Chapter 4. Cat. My purse flopped against my hip with every long stride, while my carry-on bag teetered on its wheels behind me. I lifted my wrist up toward my face and did my best to check the time as the screen of my watch bounced up and down with the movements from my hurried pace. 11:55 p.m. I had 5 minutes to get my ass on the train platform, and I was still making, more like sprinting, my way through the station and toward the ticket counter. Ticket counter? I shouted toward a security guard standing watch near an empty entrance hallway. He pointed toward the open doorway directly across from him, and I nodded in acknowledgement, calling, "Thank you," over my shoulder as I redirected my body to the left. The warm humidity of a July night in Atlanta had permeated the station's walls, making my skin feel sticky and my lungs damn near suffocated. No doubt my clothes and hair were a fucking mess at this point, uniform in wrinkled disarray, the long run in my hose probably reaching my waist, and my hair frizzy and damp with humidity and perspiration. Sweat rolled down the skin of my back, and I could feel my heart throbbing inside of my chest. All of this fucking polyester Royal Air required me to wear made me feel like I was roasting inside of my own body. My heels click-clacked loudly across the tiled floor, echoing off the large walls as I made my way to the ticket counter at the end of the hall. I was exhausted, and I'm sure I proved that point to the lady behind the plexiglass window when I came to an abrupt stop in front of her, flopping my purse on top of the counter and grabbing my knees with my hands. "I'm sorry," I muttered through erratic breaths as I strove to get my shit together and not pass out right in front of her. "I basically ran from the airport to get here," I added, each of my words coming out in a short, abrupt burst. Between my lungs being one inhale away from bursting, and the Sahara that had taken up residence in my throat, I needed water. And a nap. "The midnight train," I forced out. "I need the midnight train to Birmingham." "That'll be $42. She tapped her fingers across her keyboard in quick succession. "And you have exactly 2 minutes to get to the platform," she updated, and her pink-painted lips frowned ever so slightly for my cause. "Oh, God," I muttered, and with a shaky hand swiped my credit card to pay. "You can do it," she encouraged, and slid my ticket toward me. "And where exactly is the platform?" "Back that way." She pointed her finger behind me. Take a ride at the end of the hall and follow the signs toward platform 9. If you run, you can make it. And good news, she said with a hopeful smile, it looks like the train might be running about 3 minutes late. Okay, thank you, I shouted as I snatched my ticket off the counter, threw my purse over my shoulder, and ran back the way I came. I bolted down the hallway and followed the signs toward platform 9, like an Olympic champion at the starting gun, ticket clutched tightly in my sweaty hand. I quickened my pace to an all-out sprint when what sounded like the screeching arrival of a train filled my ears. The clacking noises of my high heels resonated around the vandalized walls of the hallway with a clanging echo. When I reached the platform, showed my ticket to the Amtrak agent, and pushed open the door that led toward the outside platform, the sticky, hot Georgia air hit my face like a sack of potatoes. Sweet baby pickles, it's hot as balls outside. I looked around to find at least 10 other people standing on the cement platform, waiting patiently. Did I make it? I asked an older man with a gray baseball cap covering his eyes and a newspaper resting beneath his right arm. This is the train to Birmingham, right? Yes, ma'am, he nodded. They just made an announcement. The train is a few minutes behind schedule. Okay, thanks. The train was late. I'd never been so happy for tardiness in my life. I set my purse on the ground beside my feet and picked at my hair. It was useless, though. My normally straightened, long brown hair had been struck by the humidity plague of the South. Surely criminal curls had gone rogue, finding their way into my tresses and encouraging frizz and chaos. I sighed and blew out a breath. Choosing convenience over style, I pulled out a ponytail holder from my purse. My hair was up, gloriously off my shoulders, and secured in a messy bun just as a raucous, metallic shriek announced the arrival of the train. It sped to a stop at the platform, standing in defiance of its current condition, all corroded iron and tacky upholstery. The doors reluctantly eased open with the force of an old station guard, as if gripped by age, the handle stiff with arthritis. As I boarded, I realized there was one benefit of taking a midnight train. Hardly anyone was on it, and I managed a nice, roomy window seat all to my lonesome. Adrenaline still pumping, I placed a hand to my chest and took several deep inhales. All of that rushing around had my heart rate cruising at a higher than normal pace. Okay, I can relax now. Somehow, someway, I'd fucking made it. Settled into my self-entitled throne, I set my purse by my feet, pulled my phone out of the front pocket, and enjoyed the fact that I was no longer running through a train station like a crazed maniac. My phone vibrated in my hands as the train started to plunge forward at an excruciating pace. Rocking back and forth, its initial whining and groaning eventually settled into a soft hum as we found our optimal speed and rhythm. I checked the screen to find a text from Casey. Casey. Did they take you off the flight? Hell no. Carol with the eyebrows was not having that. I'm currently sitting on a midnight Amtrak toward Birmingham. Damn, girl. Were you wearing roller skates? How in the hell did you make it to the train station that quickly? God, I wish. But I can pretty much skip going to the gym for the next month. Not that I ever really fit gym time into my busy schedule, but that was neither here nor there. I had good intentions. Ones that generally fell through, but the motivation was still there. Sort of. Casey. I'd love to know the last time your little ass was actually in the gym. Shut up. Be safe tonight. Let me know when you make it to Birmingham, okay? You got it. Before I could put my phone back in my purse, it started ringing and vibrating in my hands. Incoming call. Casey. What the heck? I tapped the green phone icon with my index finger and held the phone to my ear. Hell, I started to greet, but Casey's melodic voice interrupted me. Just, he sang into the receiver, and I grimaced the instant his booming voice banged against my eardrum. He might have said something about me being a small-town girl, but I was too busy trying to recover from the brain bleed. Oh my God, I muttered as he went on about my lonely world, and I held the phone away from my face. But he didn't care. He was a man on a mission. A journey, don't stop believin' mission. His voice still reached me with ease through the receiver that was no longer pressed to my ear. Such was the level of his volume. I stared down at the screen of my phone, shaking my head, amused more than anything else. I didn't need him to sing on about being on a midnight train to know where he got his inspiration to sing this song to me now. But he did anyway. He belted, he enunciated, he fucking slayed. But an echo emerged anyway. It only took a few more words to realize it was 2 different voices, each singing to me with their own accent and inflection. Huh? I scrunched up my nose and lifted my gaze from the screen of my phone, scanning the area around my seat to find the source. I saw full lips moving in sync with Casey's voice, and then I was met with familiar, way too alluring blue eyes staring back at me from across the aisle. Holy moly, it was 2A, the handsome-as-hell mystery man from my flight. With my phone still clutched in my hand, every muscle in my body froze, and my face washed blank with confusion. It was like the wheels of my brain couldn't spin fast enough to take in the information presented in front of me. He witnessed the surprise register on my face before I could hide it, and a small smile played on his lips, and his voice, as he sang along with Casey, was sweet and decadent like cheesecake, the richness of his tones luxurious and intense. Internally, my brain felt like it might explode, and my heart pounded erratically in my chest as fluttering wings moved up from my belly and into my chest. Externally, I had no idea what my reaction was, but I silently prayed it wasn't something weird like drooling or going slack-jawed. Mr. 2A grinned, and I couldn't do anything but stare, half shocked and completely mesmerized. But eventually a grin crept onto my face and soon stretched from one side of my mouth to the other, even forcing my cheeks up toward my eyes. They both sang in harmony about not having a particular destination, Casey through the phone, and mystery man turned vocalist from the train seat across from mine. I hoped to all that was holy they weren't right. This fucker better be headed for Birmingham. Casey stopped, but my ridiculously handsome trainmate kept singing, while he simultaneously, and smoothly as hell, moved to the seat beside mine. His soft southern accent only added to his surprisingly natural singing ability, and I got sucked deeper and deeper into his honey trap. "What the Wildcat? Who's singing back up with me?" Casey asked from the phone, and my new seatmate just smirked and kept on singing, through the next verse until he reached the part about strangers in the night and the smell of wine and cheap perfume. "Hello, Cat," Casey's voice called from my phone, pulling me out of my mindless gawk. I lifted the phone to my ear again. "Yeah, Case? Girlfriend, are you being serenaded right now?" Apparently?" I shrugged and giggled nervously at the same time, all the while the man who should have felt like a complete stranger was acting like we were anything but. He was seemingly comfortable with sharing the spot beside mine, and I watched as he pulled his duffel bag over to his feet and slid it underneath his seat. "Apparently?" Casey questioned. "What does that even mean? Who was that?" "Well," I muttered, and met the charming stare of Mr. Blue Eyes. "Quinn," he kindly answered for me, obviously privy to my phone conversation thanks to Casey's notoriously loud voice. Quinn. He had a name, and I imagined it would roll off my tongue perfectly. "Who's Quinn?" Casey asked, and then answered his own question with, "He sounds like someone I'd like to meet." My phone vibrated, and I looked at the screen to find a FaceTime request. "Oh my God," I said, and an exasperated laugh escaped my lips. "I'm not FaceTiming you right now." Both Casey and Quinn laughed. "I'm also ending this call," I added, and before quickly tapping the red phone icon, I added, "Bye, Casey, I'll text you when I make it to Birmingham." My phone pinged with an irate text message a moment later. "Casey." Oh no, you didn't just hang up on me. Whoops, my bad. Before you turn off your phone and start ignoring me, tell me who the Casanova on the phone was. Girl, his voice was so dreamy. You're never going to believe this, but I hit send. And since Quinn and I were apparently the best of buddies, I turned toward him and pointed the camera of my phone toward his face. Can you smile real quick while I take a picture? Casey will die when he finds out who was singing with him. Quinn didn't bat an eye, grinning directly toward me and showing no signs of insecurity.
Just make sure you get my good side, okay?
Your good side? I questioned with a laugh, and he nodded. From my viewpoint, there were no bad sides to be seen. Only good, better, and fucking amazing.
We can't all have flawless skin and gorgeous smiles from all angles like you, Cat,
he said with a sexy little wink and tilted his head slightly to the left.
This is my good side, by the way.
There was no difference. Left, right, backward, forward, upside fucking down, every side looked like perfection from where I sat. Wait, was he hitting on me? I sure fucking hope so. My cheeks heated and flushed. Hell, they were probably one more sly compliment away from bursting into flames. This man was dangerous, and I wasn't sure if it was in the very best or worst way. In the wise words of Uncle Jesse, have mercy. As I snapped a picture, I couldn't stop myself from taking additional inventories of his face, his body, his overall demeanor. You'd think I'd managed enough ogling opportunities on the plane, but for some insane reason, I still craved more. It's because he's so fucking beautiful to look at. I quickly decided no one feature made Quinn so crazy handsome, though his blue eyes came close. People often spoke of the color of eyes, as if that were of importance. Yet Quinn's would probably be beautiful in any shade. From them came this intensity, a playfulness, an honesty, a gentleness, and this unquestionable yet very palpable charm. My phone vibrated in my hands, and I startled, my eyes flicking down to my screen. Casey. Hello? What am I never going to believe? I grinned, and as I attached the picture to my text response, Quinn asked,
Well, did you get my good side?
I sent the message to Casey and met his blue as the ocean eyes. You looked all right, I guess. His lips crested into a smirk, and this sexy-as-hell, soft laugh slipped past his lips. His response to my teasing only made me like him more. There was a part of me that felt like I already knew him, which was crazy. Technically speaking, I hadn't even really met him. Yes, introduce yourself. It will be the perfect icebreaker. So, I feel like we know each other's names, but we haven't really been introduced. I smiled and held up my hand. I'm Cat. Well, my full name is actually Catharine, but everyone calls me Cat. Oh, it's Catharine Wild, by the way. Or Cat Wild, if you take the whole nickname thing into consideration. Wow, Cat, a really fucking smooth introduction. His eyes glimmered with a smile.
It's a pleasure, Cat.
He took my hand in his.
I'm Quinn Bailey. No nickname, though.
With my small hand engulfed within the warmth of his, and our eyes locked, we stayed like that for way longer than two people normally would. I think you're insanely handsome, my brain whispered as we released hands. Can I keep you? A slow, warm-as-honey smile crested his mouth, and I had the insane urge to run my tongue across it just to get a taste. Good God, was I really going to get to spend a nearly 4-hour train ride sitting beside this man? What was so alluring about him, I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was like it came from somewhere deep within. And the intrigue, well, it was beyond my control. It just was. I barely knew the guy, but hell if I wasn't fascinated as fuck. My phone vibrated in my lap, and I looked down at the screen. Casey. OMG, that's my husband. It looked like I wasn't the only one who remembered Quinn. I'm so jelly right now. Quick, tell him I love him. nor the only one to understand the overpowering allure. Sorry, you're breaking up. I must not be getting good service. We're texting, you whore. You either get the message or you don't. Then I'm definitely not getting yours. Wow, bold-faced lying. That's cold. I wasn't going to say anything, but bitches get stitches. Carol can't make you take a train to make your flight. Either they get you there or you don't fly. Too bad you're already on the train. Bye-bye now. Well, fuck. Carol probably laughed her fucking eyebrows off after I'd left. But I was already on my way now, and thanks to Quinn, things were just getting interesting. God, I just hoped I could manage to keep awkward rambles under wraps. As I adjusted myself in my seat, I remembered how my arrival to the train station had been. A 30-minute sprint, frizzy hair, and makeup that was pretty much sweated off. Instantly, nerves fluttered inside of my belly. Fucking hell. Why couldn't I have at least had a moment to freshen up before this train ride?
Chapter 5. Quinn. She'd introduced herself on a ramble, and it had only made me more smitten with her presence. This girl, Cat Wild, was fucking adorable. Now frazzled and blushing, she searched for the most comfortable position in the seat beside me. She was antsy and maybe a little uncomfortable, and the way she flopped her bag around like a fish on the floor beside her feet made me smile. Thanks to Casey and Journey, it had been easy to break the ice. Even though the train had been running behind schedule, she'd still whirled onto it in a flurry, giving me one of the best surprises of my life. She hadn't even noticed my presence, or really anyone else's for that matter, and as she strode down the aisle, erratically looking for a seat, a wave of her delicious scent had hit me like a lightning bolt. Orangey and light, every note of it felt fresher than the last. It was a scent I'd become wholly familiar with after 2 hours in a metal tube in the sky, and one I thought I'd never smell again. She twisted in the seat, back and forth, trying to calm down, and I couldn't help but tease her about it. "You accidentally sit on an anthill since the last time I saw you?" I asked softly. Her eyes jerked up to mine, and her body settled immediately on the command of her embarrassment. I watched intently as a pink stain bloomed across the apple of her closest cheek. "What? Oh, no," she stuttered. "I just had to rush to get here, and the adrenaline crash has me a little—" She jiggled her hands in front of herself instead of using a word. I smiled. "Plus, these hoes are about to drive me to insanity." I blinked, trying to understand, before letting out a little chuckle when I couldn't. "I'm sorry, what?" She blushed again, looking down to her lap as she spoke. "Pantyhose. They're cutting off my circulation." My cock jerked awake on the word panty, and suddenly I was glad for her inability to look directly at me. Nuns, grandmothers, grandfathers, wrinkled ball sacks, I recited in my mind, quickly trying to calm my half-chub back to no chub. "Well, don't feel obligated to keep up the uniform for me," I told her, trying to be solicitous, but flushing when I realized it sounded flirtatious. She looked up at me then, chewing nervously on her lip, and then looking over to the restroom. I followed her gaze to see the little light above it shone red, with a big X through the picture of people above it. She chewed her lips some more, and all I could do was watch, transfixed by the manipulation of plump flesh, until she got up the guts to speak again. Do you mind covering your eyes? I'm literally 2 seconds away from murder if I don't get these things off." I smiled and immediately covered my lookers with a beefy hand. "I'm looking to live, Cat," I mumbled through my fingers. "Take all the time you need." She laughed, the sound echoing around in my self-imposed darkness, and I tried to fight against my body's desire to soak it all in. What is it about this girl? pulling my hand away from my eyes enough to look down at the floor and let in some light as the train moved from side to side, thinking that might assuage my body's bid for companionship. I caught a glimpse of her feet as she slipped her heels off one at a time. Her toes were long and painted, and I swear to God, she had some of the sexiest little feet I'd ever seen. Feet? Really? What the hell is wrong with me? I willed my eyes to close again, but they disobeyed me. The slide of her pantyhose as they slipped off of her feet and left her skin bare made me shiver. Oh, God. My brain swam inside my skull. Almost done, kitty cat? I'm getting a little motion sick with my eyes covered like this. Oh, shoot, she squeaked. Yeah, of course. All good. I uncovered my eyes as she slipped her heels back on and tucked a hunk of curlier hair behind her ear. The humidity had obviously been to work on it. Sorry about that, she apologized. I shook my head and scrunched my face. It's fine, as long as you feel less like killing me now. Her laugh was melodious. No worries. The murderous rage is all gone. I slapped my hands together playfully in a prayer position and looked to the ceiling. Thank God. We were silent for a moment, the train rocking and clacking on the tracks. Lights from outside flashed through the dark windows like a strobe, lighting Catherine's face so much her eyes glowed, and then plunging it back into darkness in an erratic rhythm. I'm surprised to see you here, I commented softly, when all the flashing light finally blurred into a soft glow. Really? Why? I laughed and shrugged, crossing one ankle over my other knee and sinking farther into the worn fabric of the seat. Well, you are an employee of the airline. I figured if anyone would be able to get on another flight, it would be you. She pulled her feet up into the seat, leaning her knees into the side so she could cuddle up comfortably without flashing me. Sadly, no. I'm relatively new, and Royal Air is relatively small. There were other stranded fish, and they were much bigger than me, and I need to be on a flight out of Birmingham tomorrow morning. She shrugged. So here I am. Here you are, I murmured to myself. She heard me, of course, because I wasn't silent by some form of magic, so it seemed a little creepier than I intended. I kept talking to try to play it off. I'm on my way home to see my brother and my folks. A real quick trip, and the soonest they could get me there on a plane was Tuesday. Ouch, she remarked, scrunching her nose. Sorry about that. If I ever get to talk to upper management, I'll tell them to make a note to change that. I laughed. Ah, Luke. He was a real peach, huh? You'll be thrilled to hear I ran into him again at customer service. Oh, no. She sat up straighter, her face draining of every drop of amusement. Yeah, he was just lovely. Her giggle was delicate as she found her humor again in my playfulness. There's almost always one on every flight. A douchebag? I asked, and she laughed. Hands together in a cute knot, she lifted them up and settled them under her chin. I watched her slender wrists flex as she nodded on top of them. I'm sure. Are you always on the flight to Birmingham? Mostly, she confirmed. Occasionally I have to do another route, but they just transferred me over to JFK from my home base, and I do this run 5 days a week. She blushed a little, looking at her lap and back up again. Truthfully, though, I only started about 6 months ago. Oh, wow. A fledgling flight attendant, I teased with a smile. Is it everything you thought it would be? Not really, she admitted. The train rocked hard as we rounded a curve in the track, and one of her navy pumps teetered in front of her seat and fell over. She reached down to right it, but I was already there. The skin of her fingers was cool against my own. She paused briefly, her eyes jumping to mine as she gathered her train of thought again. But I really like it, and I have some good friends. I smiled and tried to ignore her touch as it lingered like a phantom. Yeah, Casey seems like a hoot. She nodded easily. She might occasionally play the part of annoyed when it came to her friend Mr. Bloomingdale's, but under the surface there was nothing but a whole lot of love and respect. 5 days a week, huh? That was a normal work schedule, but it seemed like an awful lot of days to spend so far away from home. Of course, who was I to talk? During the season, I was almost never at my own fucking place. What do you do in your free time? Play any sports? Her nose wrinkled, and I laughed outright. Not into sports, then? Not particularly. I'm more the type to trip over my own feet. I shrugged. I'm sure you could get enough people together to start a league for that if you really wanted. She laughed, rolling belly laughs, like she thought maybe I was a lunatic. Hopefully, psychopaths are her type. What about you? What do you like to do? She asked, as she gathered herself, sighing hard like the laughter had tired her out before nuzzling deeper into the seat. I rubbed at the back of my neck, suddenly eager to lie down, preferably with her next to me, in a bed big enough to sustain some sexual gymnastics. But if an opportunity presented itself, I'd try not to be picky. A little bit of everything, really. Rock climbing, hiking, skiing. Geez, stop rubbing it in. I chuckled. I'm pretty good at drinking beer and watching TV, too. Her eyes lit up. What shows? Uh-oh. I feel distinctly like this is a test. Her smirk was enthralling, sexy and edgy and confident. Only to see how honest you are. I liked this side of her. Well, let's see. I like NCIS because Abby is a badass, and Live PD because Criminal America is endlessly entertaining, and Teen Mom OG because... Teen Mom OG? She asked, her voice shaking with laughter. Of course. Tell me you could watch Tyler's Vows to Caitlin and not tear up. Tell me, and I'll call you a liar. She laughed and settled deeper into her seat, finally relaxing in a way that said she was comfortable around me. Her arms fell to her sides, and her chest opened up, her shoulders rolling back to allow it. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I'd been holding. And what's your favorite show, kitten? MSNBC? She bit her lip, blushing slightly at the nickname, and admitted, I don't know about favorite, but the one I watch most often is the Kardashians. Ah, now it comes out. They run those dang reruns all the time, she shouted. This is a timing and availability thing. Sure, I taunted. Like you weren't hanging on to Kim's Instagram last Christmas, just waiting to see Kylie's baby bump along with everyone else. Her cheeks turned so red, I laughed harder. Speaking of a gang of attractive siblings, I segued, how about you? Do you have any? She shook her head slightly, a fond smile curling her mouth as she thought about her family. Nope, just me and my mom and dad. But Casey and my other friend, Nikki, might as well be. They're just as annoying anyway. I laughed at that. I knew the feeling. You? She asked. Yep, I have one brother by blood and a whole bevy of asshole friends who act like they are. She nodded with a smile, but her face softened sweetly then. It's nice. It is, I agreed. Nicer than I ever could have expected, I thought, as I looked at a woman I hadn't known 6 hours ago. At a woman that I suddenly couldn't get enough of.
Chapter 6. Cat. Well, Quinn started and looked toward me with a soft, maybe even slightly gloomy smile. I guess this is it, huh? The question hung in the air, heavy and thick with hesitation and melancholy, as our train pulled into the station in Birmingham. Yeah, I felt my lips turn down at the corners of their own accord. I guess so. We both stood when the train came to a stop, and like a gentleman, Quinn motioned me out of the way and proceeded to pull my carry-on down from the overhead rack. Thanks, I said, and his blue eyes shone. I felt compelled to say something witty, something memorable, but my brain wasn't up to the task. I guessed it was still reeling from the fact that I'd just spent 3.5 hours on a train, speeding through the middle of nowhere, Alabama, in the late hours of night, and I'd done the exact opposite of what I'd expected. Instead of napping or finding solace from boredom with Candy Crush and random playlists on iTunes, I'd chatted with a complete stranger until it felt like we weren't strangers anymore. Quinn Bailey, a man who held the power of comfort and ease and apparently knew all of the right things to say to a girl. He was a force to be reckoned with, an enigma among my usual male acquaintances. Where most men would have come across as pushy and too overzealous, his vibe was the opposite. A Southern gentleman to his core, he was playful and flirtatious, but only when he understood those qualities were welcomed. And good God, he was funny. I honestly couldn't remember the last time I'd laughed so much with another human being.
"You know what I think?"
he asked, and my eyes met his. "What do you think?"
"I think you should give me your phone number, just in case of emergency. Or, just so I can call you."
A soft laugh escaped my lips. "Okay." His blue eyes lightened.
"Yeah?"
"Yeah," I responded with one simple word, even though on the inside I was jumping up and down like a giddy lunatic. It took all of my willpower to appear cool and collected. Quinn pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, and as I recited my phone number to him, he saved my info into his contacts. The doors of the train opened with a loud creak, and people started to file out in a surprisingly slow and easy manner. I guessed it was hard to be in a rush after spending the entire night on a train. Preparing for our turn to exit, I started to wrap my hand around my carry-on handle, but I had to redirect it when my phone started ringing inside my purse. I pulled it out of my bag to realize it was an incoming call from a number I had never seen before.
"Just checking,"
Quinn mused, and I turned and looked up to find him gazing down at me with a little smirk. I hadn't really calculated how tall he was until that moment, him standing behind me while we waited to file off the train. At 5'7", I wasn't a short girl by any means, but Quinn was well over 6 foot. He raised the screen of his phone, and when Catharine Wild shone back at me, I quickly realized he was the one calling. What the heck? A second later, he ended the call with a quick tap to the screen and slid his phone back into his pocket. Wait. I paused for a brief moment as my brain put the puzzle together. Were you just checking to make sure I didn't give you a bogus number? Quinn shrugged and sent a sexy little wink in my direction.
"You never know, kitty cat."
I had a hard time imagining that type of situation had ever happened to a man like him. If anything, women probably Sharpie tattooed their numbers all over their bodies, just hoping he'd catch a glimpse of one.
"But good news," he added. "Now you can call me whenever you like."
"Emergency purposes?" I teased, and promptly added him as a contact.
"Any purposes,"
he clarified, and I blushed under his flirtatious gaze.
"All the fucking purposes."
I blushed harder, smiled, and then giggled nervously. Good God, he is dangerously charming. It was our turn to file off the train, and before I managed to walk down the exit steps that led to the platform, Quinn gently squeezed my shoulder from behind, whispering into my ear.
"I'll call you. Have a safe flight back to New York."
"Okay." I smiled at him over my shoulder. "And you too." Our eyes locked as we stepped onto the platform, and for one brief yet very reluctant moment, our feet grew roots that held us in our spots. The crowd from the train moved around us, but neither of us seemed to care. A hesitant goodbye suspended in time. Eventually, in the name of getting to the airport on time, I had to break the trance. With a soft smile and a little wave, I felt his name roll off my tongue. Bye, Quinn.
Bye, Cat.
And that was that. Quinn walked in one direction, and I went in another, both of us heading toward completely different destinations. As my heels smacked across the cement platform, I felt disappointment over the idea of time. It was moments like these when I realized it passed too quickly. I wanted a redo of my train ride to Birmingham with Quinn. But it wouldn't really be a redo, because I wouldn't have changed a thing. I just wanted to experience it again for the first time and tried to find a way to savor how good being in his presence had made me feel. It probably didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out I was insanely attracted to Quinn. I'd felt that attraction the instant I'd seen him in Seat 2A, and it only grew stronger when he'd joined Casey's Journey rendition and made himself comfortable in the seat next to mine. Attraction was a thought inside your head that said, "There's something about this." And believe me, when it came to Quinn, there was definitely something about him. I couldn't stop myself from gravitating toward this man who so easily had captured my attention. And the more time I'd spent with him, and the more I learned about him, the more I wanted to learn about him, the more I wanted to experience all that was him, over and over again. If Quinn Bailey was the metal, I was the fucking magnet. With my purse securely on my shoulder and my carry-on sliding behind me, I followed the signs that directed me toward the main area of the train station, where I would find a taxi to take me to the airport. And thankfully, I had plenty of time to actually get to the airport, check in with my gate agent, and get my plane ready for the flight back to NYC. Although, as Casey had finally pointed out, I could have avoided this altogether. "You wouldn't trade last night for anything," my mind taunted. "Not even less hassle." I couldn't even argue with myself. I knew my mind was right. The platform was busier than I'd expected at nearly 4 a.m, but my tired legs navigated the cement path just fine, moving with ease around motionless bystanders and stationery bags. By the time I reached the door that led toward the inside of the train station, the chatter behind me grew louder until I heard a familiar name being called out several times. I stopped in my tracks and turned to find a small crowd of excited people surrounding Quinn on the other side of the platform. His back was toward me at that point, but it was apparent he was laughing and smiling with the crowd, the screens of their phones catching his every move, some lucky enough to even get a selfie with him. I imagined this was what it would look like if Kim Kardashian had stepped off that platform. Shocked, I watched as he took several of their pens and scribbled what I assumed was his name across newspapers and notebooks and pretty much anything they could find for him to sign. Am I hallucinating? I mean, considering I'd just taken a late-night, nearly 4-hour train ride after working most of the day, it was possible. But the scene that lay before me was too real, too vivid. Each flash of a camera and excited murmur was not fogged over or hazy in a dreamlike way. No, it was most definitely happening. But what I couldn't understand was why. Was Quinn Bailey someone important? Or more than that, someone famous? And if that was the case, how in the heck had I not known that? If one of the Real Housewives or Khloe Kardashian had been sitting beside me on a 4-hour train ride, you could bet your ass I'd have known who they were. I might have been overworked as a flight attendant, but I didn't live under a rock. I was hip to the pop culture game. I kept up with Us Weekly, and pretty much every show on E! Was on regular rotation on my television. I felt like an idiot for not understanding why the person I'd just spent most of my night with was being treated like royalty. Without drawing any attention to myself, I exited the platform and found a quiet, secluded spot inside the train station to pull my cell phone out of my purse. And then I did what anyone in my situation would do. I consulted Google. My fingers tapped out the letters of his name until Quinn Bailey stood proud in the search bar. With one quick tap to the Enter button, Google gave me everything I needed to know. About 1.5 million search results, to be exact. My eyes read the first little snippet of a result, which just so happened to be Quinn Bailey's Wikipedia page. He has a fucking Wikipedia page? Quinn Bailey is an American football quarterback for the New York Mavericks of the National Football League, NFL. Holy moly, he was a professional athlete. I honestly wasn't an expert when it came to anything sports-related, but I knew enough to know that NFL meant he was a huge deal. And I was reasonably certain the quarterback was pretty much the most important guy on the team. Quinn Bailey was an NFL quarterback for the New York freaking Mavericks, and I'd just spent 4 hours talking to him like he was just some regular guy off the street. How had I not asked what he did for a living? Was I that distracted by his good looks and easy lead of the conversation? Not to mention, I'd given him my phone number with the internal hope that there was an actual chance he'd call me and ask me out on a date. The outlook of a phone call from Quinn was feeling less positive by the second. I mean, didn't celebrities and famous people generally stick to each other? I was a flight attendant from Cincinnati, not Selena Gomez. Sure, I had a pretty rocking greeting card shop on Etsy that I'd been doing with my dad for years, but that was about it. My life was probably boring compared to what Quinn saw on a daily basis. Hell, the only red carpet event I'd been to was Black Friday at Target. 10 minutes passed, my head and my phone in the exact same spot in the train station, scrolling through Quinn Bailey's page on the Mavericks roster, followed by 3 pages of his Google image results. I'd thought he was dreaming in his everyday clothes, but Lord Almighty, he looked fucking amazing in a football uniform. Had I really just spent an entire night sitting next to this guy? He hadn't even hinted at the fact that he was someone whose handsome face was known by millions of people across the world. The whole thing was surreal. Hands down, it was the weirdest day I'd ever had in my entire life, and it had literally just gotten started. Okay, Cat, it's time to stop gawking and move your ass again. I had a flight to catch, and that meant I didn't have time for OCD-level fixation and overanalyzing. But as I grabbed my carry-on and headed toward the taxi line, I couldn't stop myself from thinking, yeah, probably don't hold your breath waiting for Mr. Famous Quarterback to call you.
Chapter 7. Quinn. It took nearly 45 minutes to sign all of the autographs I needed to in order to actually make it out of the train station and into a taxi. I never minded it, giving my fans a little piece of myself as they waited patiently with excitement wherever I happened to be. I remembered what it was like to be one of them, to look up to the guys in the league with adoration and goals fluttering through my mind. I saw myself in all of them, and so I gave with the same amount of care and attention I would have wanted from one of my heroes. Unfortunately, this time came with a price, having to live with the look of shock I'd seen on Kat's face as she'd taken me in with them. Her step had stuttered and her eyes had widened, and I swore there'd been a brief glimpse of betrayal in her features. And holy hell, that made me feel rotten. It had been clear from the beginning, hell, from the plane, that she hadn't known who I was. It seemed so cliched, but I'd done the stupid thing, been the girl in the horror movie who hides under the bed, and I'd kept it a secret from her, all for the thrill of feeling her open up to me, laugh openly, and talk to me like a regular human being. It felt good to be teased, something anyone other than my teammates, brother, and Jilly rarely had the guts to do, and linger in the background while I focused on getting to know her. As soon as people knew I was any kind of celebrity, all focus shifted to me. And frankly, I was bored with myself. Focusing on someone else, delving into their likes and wants and dreams, felt soul-enriching, like I was filling a hole inside myself. I shook off my negative thoughts and got over it. Those 4 hours had been some of the best of my life. I was still going to call her, and I'd deal with the fallout when I did. Resolved to my new plan, I took out my phone and texted my traitor brother. Me. I'm in Birmingham. Not that you care, since you decided not to pick me up and made me get a cab asshole. Denver. Busy. Sleeping. Bye. Me. I'm flipping you off. He didn't answer. Just for fun, I sent him one more line of text in one-word increments. Me. I'll. Me. Call. Me. You. Me. When. Me. I. Me. Get. Me. To. Me. Mom. Me. And. The buzz of my phone interrupted me. Denver. I will end you. I laughed out loud, and the cab driver's eyes came to me in the rear view, and then he did a double take. Busted. It took him a minute to work up the courage to ask, but when he did, his voice was strong. Are you Quinn Bailey? I smiled my charming public smile. Guilty. Oh shit, dude! The car swerved, and I grabbed onto the seat in front of me as I laughed. Easy, buddy. Oh shit! He yelled, swerving back into the appropriate lane. Don't worry. I glanced at his GPS with my home address programmed in. It looks like we've got about an hour and 15 minutes to get to know one another. You just take your time. His eyes were manic as they flashed to the road, back to me in the mirror, and back again several times. No shit. You don't mind talking? I shrugged and extended a long arm against the top of the whole back seat. Just as easy as sitting here, I figure. I was tired as all hell, but that wasn't my driver's fault. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I tried not to fucking crush people's dreams when I could help it. Kick ass. My friends are never gonna believe this. When I climbed out of the taxi an hour and a half later, we'd talked about last season, this year's draft, training schedules, teammates, favorite stadiums, and my favorite team picks for the year, other than us, of course. And through all of it, I'd managed to keep thinking about Cat to a scorching low grand total of 47 times. I smiled distractedly for a picture with my driver, as I was still climbing out of the car, and pulled my phone from my pocket. I scrolled to her contact information and hovered over the button to draft a message. I wasn't sure what to say, but I couldn't stop myself from being curious about whether she had made it safely to her flight or not. Thanks so much for the picture and talking and, yeah, the ride's on me, my driver blathered on, pulling me out of my thoughts and making me concentrate. My eyebrows pulled together as I protested. No way, dude. I just brought you well out of your way from normal airport pickups. I reached into my pocket to pull out my wallet, and his smile deepened even further. Man, Quinn Bailey, football legend and nice guy. I smiled. Now that, my publicist would be happy to hear. I pulled a $100 bill off my stack and handed it to him. Keep it, but promise me you've got the Mavericks front and center in your fantasy picks. He nodded excitedly. Of course. I gave a wave and started across the dirt drive toward the front door of my childhood house when the door burst open and an angry 6'4" man came charging out. You're dead to me, my brother Whisper yelled. Thankfully, when I glanced back, Paul the taxi driver was waving and pulling away. Whoa, I called on a smile. What'd I do? It's what you didn't do, he explained. Someone didn't call Mom to tell her that his plane got diverted. So when you didn't show up, I'm the one who got the angry phone calls in the middle of the night. I laughed. Serves you right, traitor. You should have picked me up in Birmingham, and maybe I could have shared some of the heat. As if you're the golden boy. You shit rainbows and pea sunshine, and I'm your gay misfit knockoff. Hey, I chastised. Definitely gay, maybe misfit, but you're no knockoff. 100% Bailey original right here, I teased, knocking my fist against his chest. Yeah, you're hilarious, too. Could God have paired me against a steeper opponent? He called to the sky, as though he were reaching out to God himself. "Dan," I said, seriously, pulling him into me with an arm around his neck. "Stop now. We're a team, not opponents. You know I am always in your corner." "Yeah," he breathed, leaning into my embrace. "I know. It's just Mom and Dad." He shook his hands as though he was wringing an imaginary neck. "You know they make me crazy." I smiled. "I know they do. What are you doing here so early anyway? I figured after you bailed on being my ride, you'd delay your arrival as long as possible." He grimaced. "We're supposed to help out over at high school football tryouts, remember?" "Oh," I moaned. "Yeah, I'd forgotten." "Well, I hadn't," Denver grumbled. "I don't know why Dad insisted on my being there, too. I'm not a professional football player." I rolled my eyes. "You play for the University of Alabama, one of the best college football programs in the country. Only because Dad would drop dead if I didn't." "Aw, see," I teased. "You care about his survival, so that's something." "He's all—" Den deepened his voice to sound more like my dad. "I produced 2 of the best football players in the country from my loins, and damned if I'm not going to exploit it a little. Those high school boys'll piss their jock straps with the 2 of you there during tryouts. Really up the ante." I chuckled as I opened the front door and shoved Denver inside. "Quinn?" my mom called out instantly, her voice the perfect mix of poise and southern sophistication. "Is that you?" "Yes, ma'am," I called back, drumming up my southern manners and settling in for an interaction with my parents. Traditional thinkers, real grassroots southern people, my parents were conservative in a way that was really more like conservatives' older, more conservative friend. They believed in 3 things: family, Jesus, and football, and not in that order. Denver wasn't completely overdramatic with the way he talked about them and the life he'd lived. He was a gay man in rural southern Alabama, but in our house he wasn't. Not because he hadn't told our parents. He actually had, and I'd never been prouder of him than I had been in that moment. But they refused to acknowledge it. They didn't set him out or make a stink. They just pretended his deepest confession had never happened. From time to time, they even tried to set him up with well-bred girls from town. I was heartbroken for Denver, but I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't pretend he wasn't gay around my parents, and I supported him whenever he chose to share with someone else. But beyond that, I felt trapped. I couldn't even imagine how he felt. Denver tried to escape my hold and scoot up the foyer staircase, but I ratcheted my elbow tighter and pulled him to me. "Quinn," he hissed. "Come on, Den. I want to see you. Just hang out. I'll do all the talking with Hitler and his mistress." I shook my head with a smile. Denver was always nicknaming our parents really awful things. I'd like to say I was above it, but secretly, my anticipation was eternally high, waiting to see what he would come up with. "Mom and Dad," I corrected, "and you can keep a running tally in your head of things you'd like to say to them for later. I'll let you rant about them while we binge on Sons of Anarchy." He squinted his unhappiness, but he stopped fighting to get free from my grip. "God damn you. You know Jax Teller is my weakness." I raised my eyebrows as I waited for his full commitment. "Fine. I have to spend the morning with you and Assbag McBallsack anyway. I might as well get a warm-up in." "Den." He swung a dramatic arm and made big eyes at me. "Well, what are you waiting for? Lead the way into the depths of hell." I gave his shoulder a squeeze and released him from my hold, heading down the long hall to the kitchen at the back of the house. It was big and stately, with ceiling-high cabinets and tan and gold-flecked stone counters, and my mom stood in the center of it, twisting a pie that she'd just pulled out of the oven on a cooling rack. The air smelled like apples and cinnamon. Her short blonde bob was perfectly kempt, and a string of pearls fell into the hollow of her neck. She was thin, thinner than necessary, if I was honest, but keeping a trim figure had always been something that was important to her. When Denver was born, I was already 7 years old, and I could still remember the manic desperation with which she'd strive to be skinny again. When I glanced over my shoulder, Denver was halfway through the doorway of the half-bath, already going back on his word. I scowled, and he jumped back out, pretending he hadn't been caught.
"Quinn,"
my mom greeted me with a smile, her voice as soft as a vat of Paula Deen's beloved butter. "Hey, Mom," I responded, rounding the island to pull her tiny body into my arms. She hugged me demurely, formally even, but for her, that was about as warm as her affection got. She didn't scream or shout her excitement, and she didn't bury her head in your chest to get a good smell. Her outfit was too prone to wrinkles, and her skin was the same. It was all to be handled with care. My dad was the opposite, loud and rowdy and tough. He wrestled and shoved his hellos and felt the thing every growing boy needed most was a metaphorical ass-kicking. Hard workouts, hard labor, anything that drenched your clothes in sweat and brought you to the brink of physical exhaustion. Not that I ever liked to picture my parents together, but the logistics had always boggled my mind. Her so delicate and him so not. And yet there were two of us, products of their very love-making that proved it was, in fact, possible. As my mom turned back to the oven to put in another pie, I suddenly realized how weird this was. It was only 6:30 in the morning, and my mom was fully coiffed and baking pies. "What's with the pies?" I asked her, scooting out of the way while she shut the oven door. Denver, silent and stalwart, took a seat on one of the stools at the island and started playing with a cloth napkin off of my mom's stack.
"The town bake sale is tomorrow. I have 28 more to bake."
28 pies? Holy hell. My eyes nearly bugged out of my head. "Wow, that's a lot of pie," I remarked. A quick glance at Denver caught him in the middle of mouthing, "That's what he said." My mom, thankfully, didn't notice.
"I volunteered you to be the MC when they do the bachelor auction," she stated,
and I shrugged. I never minded town activities.
"And make sure to really talk up your brother when he comes up for bid. Bethany Logan has her eye on him, but her mother can barely afford to keep herself in facials. I'd rather Tiffany Lynn."
Den's smile was caustic. My chest squeezed. "Mom, maybe Dan doesn't need to be in the auction," I started, just as my father made his entrance. He had on his Boone Hills coaching gear and a pair of khaki shorts, his whistle already around his neck. He didn't pause as he pulled me into a rough hug and barked, "Horse shit!" at the same time. "This is a town thing, your mother's worked hard, and both of you are going to do your part. If it weren't for your schedule, you'd be up for sale too." I opened my mouth to protest again, but Denver cut me off with a hushed command. "Don't bother, Quinn." My parents acted as if he hadn't even spoken. My father looked me up and down, and my mom stared blankly at her newest pie. "Get changed," my dad ordered. "Both of you. We've got tryouts to get to. If you're not ready in 5 minutes, your ass can walk." If there was one thing that was a certainty in my parents' home, it was that I wasn't anyone to them but their son. Even after I'd gone on to win college football championships at Alabama and had been drafted to the Mavericks in the first round, they treated me like they'd always treated me. I hoped that aspect of our relationship would never change. It was things like that that kept me grounded, sane, and able to handle the constant spotlight I faced as a professional athlete.
"Bo," my mom murmured. "Language, please."
Deja vu from the boy at the airport made my synapses misfire. By the time I shook off the moment, Den was gone from the kitchen, and my dad was hauling ass for the garage door. I moved forward, gave my mom a quick kiss on the cheek, and made a run for my room. Bo Bailey's declarations were legendary. If I wasn't there in 5 minutes, I would, indeed, be walking to the high school. And then when I got there, inevitably late, I'd have to run sprints to pay for it. The instant I stepped into my childhood bedroom, I was hit with the comforting sense of nostalgia. My mother still hadn't changed a single thing. It was like stepping into a time machine, everything just the way I'd left it when I was just an 18-year-old kid ready to find his place in the world and heading off to college. Bag unzipped, I rummaged through it quickly, looking for my athletic shorts and a clean t-shirt. My phone lay on the bed, forlorn. I wonder if I have time to text Catharine really quickly. I paused, just about to do it, when Denver's knock sounded on my door. "Fucking hustle," he yelled. "I'm not walking, and I'm not riding alone with Gary Goodtimes either." His face was pinched in pure misery, and any thought of delaying getting ready flew out of my mind. I couldn't do that to him. Finally finding what I was looking for, I pulled the shirt and shorts out of my bag and pushed my cargo shorts down off my hips. Denver leaned in my doorway, watching, so with practiced ease, I stepped out with one foot and swung my discarded shorts up and into his face with the other. "Quinn!" he yelled as I laughed, pulling on my other shorts and jamming my feet into my tennis shoes. As a Southerner, tennis shoes are what my northern friends call sneakers, whether they're used for tennis or not. Hand between my shoulder blades, I reached back and pulled my shirt over my head, grabbed my deodorant to roll on a few strokes, and replaced it with my fresh t-shirt. Denver straightened from my door when I made it to him. "Boys!" my dad yelled from downstairs. 30 seconds! Neither of us said anything as we took off down the stairs at a run. Denver worked with a couple of the quarterback prospects while I ran the offensive line through some drills with my dad. Keeping them separated eased the tension in Denver's shoulders and gave him the freedom to actually make a difference in some of these young guys' training. Under the watchful eye of my dad, he never played his best. I, however, thrived under Bo's brand of pressure. Who knew why, but when he yelled and cursed and chased after me with a clipboard, it fed the monster inside me that knew it was better than that, better than him, better than any opponent in the game. Originally, he'd wanted me to run full-game drills, but I wasn't really into it. I didn't think it was all that fair to pit me against a high school defense. I was a fucking professional quarterback, and some of these kids were 14 years old. I knew what playing against a pro would have been like for me at 14, and trust me, it would have been nearly spirit-crippling. But working with the offense on timing was a different animal. It was fun and useful, and when I gave the kids pointers, they lit up inside. No matter what, the game was always fast, whether at the high school level, college, or beyond, and as players of the game, we were always trying to keep up. "Hut, hut!" I called, willing the ball into my fingers as a young freshman center did his best to do what I'd asked. He had potential, but he needed repetition. Hundreds and hundreds of practice snaps would have his mind throwing to the exact distance I needed without even thinking about it. Honestly, it was amazing what you could train muscle memory to do with enough practice. The lines scrambled, blocking the pads in front of them with force and persistence. The running back did a sweep behind me where I pretended to hand it off, while both receivers broke off and ran their routes at full speed. I looked up and let it fly, putting the ball where the receiver was supposed to be. Unfortunately, not exactly where he was. As the quarterback, it was my job to put the ball where they were. But I knew my job, and they were still learning theirs. And as receivers, their job was to be where they were supposed to be. It was essential to the viability of plays to run them how they were choreographed and make it easier for the guy with the ball, namely me, to find them. My dad yelled and screamed, forever the bad cop in his coaching style. But today, I got to be the good guy. Easy steps crunched in the semi-dry July field grass as I made my way over to the sophomore receiver and grabbed him right in the crease of his neck and shoulder, where I could get to flesh beyond his pads. Speed was good, route was accurate, but your timing was off. You gotta pay attention to your yard lines, and you have to have sideline awareness. He nodded, his "Yes, sir," gruff with embarrassment. I gave him a shake. "Hey," I challenged, "get over who I am and focus on what I'm saying." His gaze shifted quickly from the ground to my face. "Learn from this, don't live in it. It was a moment, plain and simple. Even in games, you're gonna fuck up. It's how you move on from that, how you fight back against the failure. Understand?" "Yes, sir," he said again, this time with confidence. I nodded. "Let's run it again then, okay? Know your route," I coached. "Follow it, trust it, and when the time is right, I'll put the ball right in your hands. Got it?" His nod was sharp, and his eyes, they were life. Sore and sweaty, Den and I climbed out of my dad's truck and headed for the house in a rush. Den, I suspected, was running from any more time with my father, while I was just running from time. I'd been focused all day on technique and timing and trying not to fucking roast in the southern Alabama summer sun. They'd all taken an expert level of concentration and a fair number of hours, and now that I was home, I just wanted to shower off and sleep for fucking ever. But first, I wanted to find my phone and try to touch base with the woman I'd met on a midnight train. With Den no more than 2 steps ahead of me, I lunged toward him, grabbing at his hips to slam him out of the way as we made it to the door. He fought back, of course, shoving me off of him and pulling the big wooden thing open with ease. I stumbled but recovered easily, laughing as I yelled, "Den, hold up, loser! I'm gonna kill you for that! You have to catch me first!" He yelled back from the top of the stairs, already up them after taking them 4 at a time. "Cut it out!" my dad yelled, as he dropped his bags inside the front door and pushed it closed. God, sometimes it was good to be home. Even with my dad yelling at us like we were still teenagers hopped up on hormones and testosterone, it felt good to be able to rely on that stability. Hell, if anything, it probably only egged me on further to let loose and joke around with my baby brother like I'd done for so many years growing up in this house.
"Bo?" my mother called. "Are you home?"
"Yes, Dixie," he yelled back, his voice a deep boom.
"Wash up, then, and tell the boys. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Shit. I guessed sleeping wasn't going to happen any time soon. When it came to my mother, her dinner table was like my dad's truck. You were at it on time, or there'd be hell to pay. I picked up the pace to my room, hearing Den's shower turn on as I passed his room, and quickly shut my door behind me. My phone lay on my bed, exactly where I'd left it that morning. Desperate despite the crunch of time, I picked it up and lit the screen to try to touch base with Catharine. But the picture of Denver and me on my background may as well have had teeth, red bubbles and notices littering the fucking thing like a booby trap. I had 40 missed calls from my publicist and 10 threatening texts from Jilly, and the stress of both made my chest get tight. Determined to get past it, I clicked the button to draft a fresh message when it started ringing in my hands. Nathan, my publicist, again. Jesus Christ. I dropped it like it was on fire and swept some clean clothes from my bag to head for the shower instead. After dinner, I told myself. Surely I'd have time after dinner.
Chapter 8. Cat. 2 full days and still no call, text, any sort of contact from him. Trust me, I'd checked. With the way my senses were attuned to my phone, it might as well have been a bomb waiting to go off inside my pocket. I kind of hated how consumed my brain was with a guy I'd spent only a few real hours with. I shouldn't have been surprised, though. Quinn Bailey wasn't some normal average guy. He was freaking famous, and from what I'd seen on Google, there were hordes of female and male fans who professed their undying love to him on a daily basis. Some of them even proposed marriage through social media and blog posts. But you're definitely disappointed. Silently, I reminded myself the lack of contact was just confirmation of what I'd already known the instant I saw a crowd of people standing outside the train station, waiting for photo ops and autographs from the man I hadn't realized was a football superhero. He was a certified celebrity, and sports fans looked at him as if he were an actual god. And let's face it, I was a mere mortal. Gods didn't mess around with mortals. Despite my better judgment, I looked down at my phone for what was probably the 1,000,000th time in the past 48 hours, and every time with the sole purpose of checking to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Still nothing. Get a hold of yourself, Cat. This is starting to smell a lot like desperation. All of this preoccupation was starting to make me feel a bit crazy. I mean, he wasn't Joe Schmo off the street. He was Quinn Bailey, a flipping professional athlete, an NFL quarterback. You know, the guy that everyone loved, the one who threw the ball and made the home runs. Or is it baskets? Field goals? Touchdowns? Touchdowns, that's what it was. He was the guy who threw the fucking touchdowns. Obviously, I was completely clueless when it came to sports, but my internet resources told me he was a big fucking deal. And he played for the New York Mavericks. They were a freaking dynasty, the kind of team you couldn't go out in public without seeing people sporting their merchandise. Hats, t-shirts, phone cases. It was an endless list. I slid my phone into my jacket pocket and forced my focus to the tasks at hand. My job. I had another round of New York to Birmingham and Birmingham to New York flights to complete. To the tune of Rihanna singing "Work, work, 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 work" in my head, I stepped into the galley kitchen and prepared coffee. Once I'd filled the machine and set it to brew, my eyes met the main doors of the plane. A line of people, holding their various versions of carry-ons, had already started to file in as Casey greeted them on board with a smile. Before I knew it, first class was filled to the brim, every seat holding an expectant occupant. Seeing as this was one of my usual flights, more than a few of the faces were familiar. Row 3, Seat B. Older gentleman in a fitted navy suit and gray hair, otherwise known as one of our bi-weekly regulars, Mr. Philip Johnson. Word on the street said he was a multimillionaire who ran an investment firm. From what I'd gathered over the last few months, his family was in Birmingham, and his company's headquarters were located in the prestigious financial district of New York. Mary Jane Matthews filled the spot in row 6, seat C. She rode this flight weekly. Apparently, she was an up-and-coming 20-something vlogger on YouTube. Why she needed flights to and from Birmingham was still a mystery I was trying to solve, though. Not to mention how in the hell she kept her eyebrows so perfect. Every flight, Homegirl's eyebrows were never anything less than on fleek. I had found out that her vlogs were directed toward fashion, and one overnight in Birmingham last month, Casey and I had sat in our hotel room and watched no less than 50 videos on her channel. Fingers crossed, Mary Jane Fashion posts a tutorial on eyebrows soon. Quickly, I glanced at my watch and noted the time. 5:55 p.m. Shit. We'd be wheels up and in full takeoff mode in less than 10 minutes. I had to finish my pre-flight prep or else both Casey and Nikki would kick my ass once they realized our onboard service of drinks, cocktails, and snacks was about 30 minutes behind schedule. Time was of the essence when you were a flight attendant, which meant I didn't have the luxury of sitting around and daydreaming about the New York Mavericks quarterback calling me or taking inventory of flight regulars. I had shit to do. 2 flight attendant buddies to keep from strangling me, and a whole plane full of passengers to keep happy. You hadn't seemed pissed off until you were 30,000 feet in the skies, and your passengers realized you forgot to stock the cart with cookies. During my first 30 days on the job, I'd let that happen once, and the overall response had been pretty close to a riot. As I restocked my cart with cans of soda and juice, I glanced toward the back of the plane to see Nikki doing the same with her cart in the coach galley and Casey assisting passengers with their luggage into the overhead bins. Thankfully, tonight's flight would be our regular crew, Captain Billy, Co-Captain Lori, Nikki, Casey, and myself. Over the past few months, we'd found a good flow of getting down to business and always finding time to make the job fun, aka screw around and be a little goofy, and maybe even slightly unprofessional without pissing off the passengers. It was a necessary mix when you were faced with a grueling flight schedule. And this round, we were facing arduous head-on. I preferred my Birmingham flights to bring me straight back to New York the same day. This round, I had no such luck. I'd be stuck with an overnight in Alabama and then faced a 6:30 a.m. flight back to New York the next morning. It was no wonder my first priority of pre-flight prep was coffee. To hell with the passengers, coffee was my sweet nectar for survival. "Ready for final checks, Cat?" Captain Billy asked as he peeked out the cockpit door, and I moved my gaze toward the other end of the plane again. Casey assisted the last 2 rows of coach into their seats, and Nikki appeared all set with her cart in the back galley. "It looks like Nikki and Casey are about 2 minutes away from being ready." "And you?" Captain Billy asked with a knowing, hearty chuckle that appeared to come straight from his toes. "Are you trying to say I'm running behind schedule?" He was always a jokester, and his salt and pepper beard moved as his lips crested into a giant grin. "I'm just ascertaining if you would like me to give you a few extra minutes, which I could manage since we'll have to taxi on the runway for about 3 minutes. "No extra minutes," I said as I shut the bottom drawer of my cart and flashed him a victorious smile. "I'm all set to start final checks." "Perfect." With one hand resting on the cockpit door, he adjusted the navy tie of his pilot's uniform and gave a little nod of approval. "Intercom us when final checks are done," he added before shutting the door closed behind him. I grabbed the beige phone from the holder. "Begin final checks," I announced, and Casey nodded toward me, while Nikki started going aisle by aisle to check for seatbelts and make sure all belongings were stored underneath seats or in overhead bins. I did the same, starting in first class, and by the time we met in the middle, she asked, "We good?" I nodded, and Nikki gave Casey a thumbs up toward the back of the plane. "Aye, aye, Captain. Final checks are good to go," he gladly announced into the beige phone he'd pulled away from the wall. "Copy that," Billy responded through the overhead speakers with a soft, amused chortle leaving his lips and crackling through the speakers. "Good evening, folks. This is your captain speaking. I'd like to be the first to welcome you aboard Royal Air Flight 2107 to Birmingham. We'll only have to taxi down the runway for a few quick minutes and should be wheels up toward Alabama in no time. Flight attendants, stand by for departure." "Girl, I call dibs on safety," Casey whispered to me as he grabbed the needed props from the first-class galley cabinet. I rolled my eyes and laughed at the same time. "I'm convinced one day you'll leave Royal Air for Broadway." He clasped his hands together like he was praying. "Please, God, listen to Cat." Always the drama queen, Casey loved putting on a show. A giggle escaped my lips. "I call dibs on not being your assistant/demonstrator." He grabbed the beige phone again. "Nikki, we need you front and center," he announced, and then tossed a wink in my direction. I could hear her answering sigh from the back of the plane. "I hear you, girl, but I had to deal with Casey's happy comedic ass last flight." Her hazel eyes met mine, and a few faint wrinkles formed between her brows as she stared directly at me. Long wavy hair, sparkling eyes, and a figure that showed she actually went to the gym, Nikki was as pretty as she was likable. Happily married with 2 college-aged sons, Nick was much further into her life than I was, but somehow we'd instantly become friends during Royal Air training in Cincinnati. Her life, her wisdom, were always a much-needed change of pace for me. I liked that she'd been with her husband for 30 years, especially when she often shared funny anecdotes of what it was like to be married to Mr. Marty Miller, notorious karaoke lover and owner of 700 pairs of socks that all managed to have holes in them. I liked that her 2 sons drove her crazy with their antics, and I loved that she was my friend. "Sorry," I mouthed toward her, but she was having no part of my silent apology for forcing her to participate in Casey's safety show. She shook her head in response, her auburn hair brushing across her shoulders as she did. "Liar," she mouthed back with her red-painted lips and a quirk of her brow. All I could do was shrug one shoulder in response, while guilt in the form of amusement crusted my lips at the corners. "Hello!" The overhead speakers crackled as Casey geared up for his big performance. I wondered if he'd eventually find some way to add a tap dance and Barbra Streisand ballad into the routine. "My name is Casey," he announced giddily as Nicky walked up toward the front of the plane and snatched the props from his hands. "I'd like to welcome you to Royal Air Flight 2107. If you're going to Birmingham, you're in the right place. If you're not going to Birmingham, you're about to have a really long evening." It didn't take long for me to tune him out. I'd heard this safety spiel so many times I could probably recite it in my sleep. It also didn't take long for me to grab my phone out of my pocket to check for missed calls or texts. I was pathetic. And yet, still, nothing. My gut clenched in disappointment, and I had the irrational urge to punch myself in my own stomach just to knock that unwanted feeling loose. I didn't want to be disappointed. I wanted to be rational. Yeah, but none of that works when you really, really want him to call you. With a frustrated exhale, I started to slide my phone back into my jacket pocket, but when it began vibrating like crazy in my hand, I practically jumped out of my heels and fumbled to bring it back in front of my face. A soft gasp escaped my lungs, and my eyes popped wide and surprised when I saw the notification flashing on the screen. Incoming FaceTime call, Quinn Bailey. Holy hell, he's calling me? He's really calling me right now? My heart jumped into my throat, but then took a nosedive to my feet when I realized he wasn't just calling me. He was FaceTiming me. As in, he wanted to see my face during the call. Nerves vibrated inside of my belly until they extended their path and reached my fingertips. My hand shook as I gripped the phone in my palm. Quinn wanted to video chat with me? Right now? This has to be a mistake. Who in their right mind chose FaceTime as their first form of contact? Definitely had to be a mistake. As Casey started to talk about oxygen masks, I quickly tapped decline with my index finger. But only 5 seconds passed before another round of vibrating came from my phone. I looked at the screen again, only to see the same notification popping up. Incoming FaceTime call, Quinn Bailey. I tried to solve this complicated puzzle of confusion in my brain, but the only thing I could come up with was Quinn Bailey was accidentally butt-dialing me. I hit decline again and decided to get some balls and send him a text message. Me. I think you keep accidentally FaceTiming me. An answering text vibrated my phone a moment later. Quinn. Take out the word accidentally. And then another one followed before I could respond. Wait, are you declining my calls? Holy moly, he wasn't butt-dialing me? You're calling me on purpose? Isn't that what people do when they meet someone they like? He likes me? Quinn Bailey likes me? Hold the fucking phone. Wait, I was holding the phone, literally. How in the hell was I supposed to respond to that? I'm so happy you called. I like you too. I want to see you naked. Let's be naked together. Obviously, my brain was no use. I stared down at the blinking cursor of my text message screen and decided to take a nearly honest approach, sans the ramble about being naked. Me. Okay, yeah, the call makes sense, but the fact that it's a FaceTime video call is a little weird. Quinn. You calling me weird, kitty cat? And you still didn't answer why you're declining my calls. Kitty cat. Why did that stupid nickname make me smile? I should have been annoyed, but I wasn't. I was giddier than Casey during flight safety instructions announcements. Me. Yeah, I guess I am calling you a little weird, and I'm declining because I'm at work. That's not why you're declining. He had me there. I could have easily taken a quick call, but internally, I was way too nervous to FaceTime with him. A girl needed a moment to check her makeup in the mirror, maybe brush out her hair, or something like that. A phone call was one thing. It still allowed you to hide a little, show only as much to someone as you wanted. But having a camera in front of your face during a call was a whole different animal. The very idea of it made me feel a little too vulnerable. Me. I really am at work. I snapped a quick photo of my jump seat, the words Royal Air embroidered into the cushion, and a thumbs up from yours truly in the center of the photo. I added the question, "See?" and sent it to him. Quinn. "Okay, I guess I'll take that excuse, but I'm going to make sure we talk later." Yes, please. Oh, wait, what did he mean by later? My schedule wasn't exactly conducive to flexibility until tomorrow night when I got back home. Uncertainty vibrated in my stomach. What if he called when I was in the air? I didn't want him to think I was ignoring his calls, when in reality I was in the air and my phone was off. Me. Later sounds good. Just to give you a heads up, I'm on a flight to Birmingham right now, and tomorrow I'll be flying back to NYC on the 8:15 a.m. flight. I read my text after I'd hit send. Had my words made me sound desperate? Fuck, I hoped not. God, why can't I be one of those smooth, cool as a cucumber kind of girls? It really would have made my life a lot easier. Quinn. Don't worry, kitty cat. I'll make sure it happens. A grin formed across my lips after reading his words, but then realization quickly set in. What exactly did he mean by that? So, maybe tomorrow night he'd call me? Obviously, if he tried the FaceTime thing again, I'd answer, but I'd cover my camera and force his version of appropriate first calls to audio. I mean, who in the hell chooses video calls before knowing someone for more than 6 months minimum? Apparently, Quinn Bailey. I smiled at the thought. He was a conundrum of confident and humble, a gentleman to his core, but a first-class flirt at the same time. He was a freaking puzzle. But hell if I didn't want to solve him like my own personal Rubik's Cube.
Chapter 9. Quinn. I thought you weren't leaving until tomorrow night, Denver said, pushing my bedroom door closed behind him and plopping down on my bed so hard the whole thing bounced. Plans changed. After 2 of the longest days of my life with my family, I'd finally found time to make contact with Kat. I'd been backstage at the bachelor auction, and she'd been at work, and despite my best efforts to lay eyes on her face directly, all I'd gotten were a few measly texts. I needed more. So, like any good athlete, I found a way to make it happen. "Earlier practice?" he asked, spooning a mouthful of ice cream out of his deep burgundy bowl and closing his lips around it until they touched again. He'd been sold to Gertie Hawthorne at the auction, and after finding out via their initial meeting that she was handsy as hell, had been drowning himself in cookies and cream ever since. I couldn't say I blamed him. No. Team meeting? No. Weightlifting session with one of the guys? He pushed, cycling through all of the things I filled my days with on a regular basis. No. It was only a matter of time before he figured out, so, a woman then. And there it is. Denver, I warned, feeling anxious about discussing a woman I'd just met. I didn't want to jinx it, didn't know what to say. I didn't even know what I was doing, much less how to explain it to an outsider. Oh, come on, Quinny. You know this is the only traditional guy talk I get to have. It's like everyone else thinks I play for the girls' team because I'm gay. I'm not going to tattle if you tell me the reason you like her has nipples. I can do tit talk. Lay it on me. Den, I hummed through a rough chuckle, shoving a folded clump of shorts into my bag and squishing it down. The reason I like her doesn't have nipples, and I don't ever do tit talk. So you do like someone. Denver, drop it, I ordered, tossing the rest of my shirts into the bag and whirling the zipper around the perimeter. One thing I was certain of, Jilly would be happy as hell my mom had the housekeeper do my laundry. Are you kidding me? Why? This is the best thing you've given me since you've been home. Something to focus on, something to work with, something to peck over. Denver, Quinn. I sighed. I knew that tone, and I knew my brother. When he got in pecking mode, I better goddamn give him a carcass, or he would turn me into one. I sighed, shoved my bag aside, and dropped down onto my bed in the spot I'd created. Her name is Cat. His eyes sparkled. Yes, Cat. Meow. Love it. When I didn't say anything else, the sparkle in his bright green eyes dimmed noticeably, and he sat up to slam his bowl on my nightstand. The spoon clattered loudly with his rough movements. "That's it," he snapped. "What are the plans, Quinn? I need to know where you're taking her, what you're wearing, what other fabulous people will be there." I rolled my eyes. "There aren't plans, per se," I admitted. "She's a flight attendant, and she's working the 8:15 a.m. from Birmingham to JFK. And now I'm also on that plane." "Stalking her at work?" he practically trilled. "Finally, this is getting good." "I'm not stalking her." "Am I?" "I'm just strategically arranging my schedule to coincide with hers." He clasped his hands together, his face going waxy as he got excited. "Tell me she has another lover, and you'll have to fight him for her. It'll be all over the news and social media, and the air marshal will have to get involved. You'll end up in—" "Stop talking," I instructed, shoving him back into the headboard with a splayed hand to his chest. "There's no other guy." Suddenly, I frowned. "I don't think." "You don't think?" Denver whispered elatedly. "You don't know if she's dating someone else?" I rolled my eyes and picked at some imaginary lint on my shorts. Suddenly, I felt self-conscious. We talked for a night. I didn't get around to asking her if she was dating anyone. "How pretty is she?" he asked, and I glared. "Okay, so pretty. Duh, sorry." He pretended to wince. "She's definitely seeing someone, then." "You don't know that," I contradicted, feeling a tiny stab in my chest as I worked to convince myself he was wrong. "I'm not bad-looking, and I'm not seeing anyone." He scoffed. "You're an Adonis, and you're seeing several someones. Next." "Dan." "I said next," he shouted. "You're going to wake up Mom and Dad," I threatened, and he lowered his voice immediately. "Fine, but don't you have to wake them up? You're not sneaking out and leaving the goodbye to me. I already told them I was leaving early." "Wow," he remarked, turning his head and pursing his lips in offense. "I see you've been planning this for a while." "An hour, Den. I've had this plan for an hour." A tiny discomfort from his implication of man-whoring niggled at me. It wasn't that I hadn't partaken in my full quota of sexual activity. I had, but I hadn't run up the number in a while. "And I'm not seeing several someones." He raised an eyebrow dramatically, his disbelief too pure to require a verbal statement. "I haven't seen one single someone since before preseason." He smiled, finally convinced. "Well then, this is exciting. Though the idea that you were coming up with a plan to sweep your lady friend off her feet while I was being sold to a friend with a little too much lady for my tastes is kind of depressing." I frowned, but he pushed onward. "I wish I were coming with you. I want to see her." As much as I'd love to have my brother with me, I wasn't so sure it'd make my plays any easier this early in the wooing game. "Dan, relax, I'm not coming with you." He rolled his eyes. "I have to go back up to the high school for more football. Yay." I shook my head at my little brother and gave him a shove in his. "Maybe some other time." "You're staying in a hotel tonight?" he asked. "At the airport, just to make it easier to make the flight in the morning." He leaned forward and clasped his hands at his chest. "Take me with you." I laughed at his desperation and then shrugged. "You can come to the hotel with me if you want." He smiled at me affectionately and then shook his head with resigned determination. "I can't. I promised Dad I'd go back to the final tryout in the morning. My heart swelled for my brother. He was such a good guy. After all my parents had put him through, he still took things that were important to them seriously. He kept his promises, and he honored his responsibilities. You're a good man, Den. Really. When you're not annoying the shit out of me, I'm really proud to call you my brother. He laughed. So flowery. I put out my fist and waited for him to touch his to mine. Until next time, bro.
We'd like to welcome Zone 1 for Royal Air Flight 2209 to board at this time. Passengers in Zone 1, the gate agent announced.
Of course, most of us were already lined up like a bunch of fucking cattle. I wasn't sure where the urge came from to be on the plane for longer than absolutely necessary, but all but one or two stragglers left in the seating area seemed to have it. However, I myself had something else driving me to get on board. Several somethings with wings and little fucking antennas, and they were flying all over my fucking stomach. I hadn't been this nervous since my first game as the starting quarterback for the Mavericks. I wasn't sure if it was the thought of seeing Kat again or my brother's words about stalking her, but angst was my new pet, and it lived within me. She won't think I'm stalking her, will she? I mean, I have to fly back to New York, right? I live there. I work there. This is normal. I moved with the line and stepped up to the scanner, turning over my phone to scan my boarding pass, and listened for the beep that said I could move down the jetway. The machine did its magic, and the woman behind it gave me a professional smile.
Welcome aboard, sir.
I smiled back and hustled away, stretching my steps out to be long and slow as I marched down the little square tunnel. I tucked my phone into my bag and prepared to duck as I approached the metal doorway, eager to make a better entrance this time. Walking and texting yourself into injury in front of people is really only funny the first time you do it. I had to keep my neck craned to the side as I stepped across the threshold, since I was too tall to stand all the way up, but I smiled anyway. I'd managed to make it in without hitting my head this time. Step 1 accomplished. Almost as if on cue, Casey's head came up from his spot across the galley, and his eyes widened slightly. Recognition ripened the air between us.
Well, well, back for another ride, Quinn?
I almost laughed at his double entendre, a pun I was absolutely certain he'd made on purpose, but I was too busy hoping the reason he remembered my name was because Kat had been talking about me. What goes to Alabama must come back, I teased, and he smirked. Kat came charging up the aisle right then, several bagged blankets in her hand, and my breath caught in my chest. She was even more beautiful than I'd recalled. Thankfully, Casey didn't seem to have the same problem, as he breathed out a taunt with ease.
"Oh, Catherine, look who it is."
I smiled. At least I tried to smile as my cheeks turned into some form of flesh-colored jello, and waited for her to meet my eyes. Panic, pungent and swift, gripped my every muscle and threatened to paralyze me. What if she looked disappointed to see me? Up and up, her eyes climbed my body until they found my own, flaring more with every inch they passed. She knew the ridges of my stomach and the soft swell of my chest. She knew the line of my throat as I swallowed in anticipation, and she knew my eyes when she found them. It was even better than I could have hoped. Wide-eyed and beautiful, she caught her toe on the edge of the aisle runner, and she went tumbling right into me. The bagged blankets in her hands shot out in all directions, falling unceremoniously onto the seats in her close proximity. I caught her against me, chest to chest, and watched up close as her pupils dilated at my touch. Yeah, I'd made the right decision. This flight was going to be fun.
Chapter 10. Cat. 1 second, I'd been focused on my first-class seats, ensuring passengers would have fresh blankets, eye masks, and complimentary earbuds for the flight. And the next, I was tripping over my heels because my brain forgot to instruct my feet how to walk. It wasn't my brain's fault, though. The sight before my unsuspecting eyes had been information overload. My brain had tried to understand, all synapses firing erratically in search of a rational explanation, but it was no use. The shock and view of Quinn Bailey standing in the middle of the aisle had been too much to comprehend. I'd tripped on my own 2 feet, and had he not managed to catch me within the safety of his strong, firm arms, I would have been 1 step closer to becoming some kind of airplane lesbian after eating the aisle carpet. Holy hell, he was on my flight back to JFK? I wasn't sure if he was a mere mirage from too many flights and too little sleep, but I knew one thing for sure. He smelled crazy good. His scent filtered into my nostrils, and instantly, like a kid trick-or-treating for candy on Halloween night, I wanted more. Discreetly, I inched my nose toward his neck because I couldn't stop myself from taking another inhale. A little spicy, a little sweet. The subtle sense of cinnamon and vanilla filled my olfactory senses. He smelled like heaven wrapped up in a giant red bow with a side of strong and alpha and 100% man on the side. There was no denying, even with just 1 good hearty sniff on record, my pheromones were addicted to his pheromones. With strong hands, he helped me back to my feet, which was good. Standing was good. Only standing meant looking, and looking meant saying, and faced with those intoxicating blue eyes of his, I had no idea what to say. Hi? What are you doing here? Sorry for falling into you like I'm Jennifer Lawrence at the Academy Awards. I needed the right words, but obviously my brain wasn't offering up anything of value. I think I was still in shock, but I guessed an unexpected visit from Quinn Bailey would do that to a girl. And I do mean any girl. His fans, his admirers, and then women like me, who had no idea about the public persona but had been lucky enough to be charmed by the actual man. He must have sensed my momentary speechlessness, and he hopped behind the driver's seat and put our conversation back into gear.
Are you okay? You didn't hurt anything, did you?
Hurt anything? From what? The fall, you idiot, my brain shouted, for once thinking rationally again. Oh, shit. Right. I'd literally just fallen into him like a sack of fucking potatoes. Not to mention the confetti of airplane blankets I'd tossed out on the way down. I'm fine, I said, and a self-deprecating smile crested one corner of my mouth. Thanks to your quick hands. He winked.
You know, funnily enough, this isn't the first time I've heard that.
Can I get through? A passenger standing behind Quinn caught my attention. I glanced over his shoulder and realized there was a line of people waiting to file onto the plane. Dear God, it was like I'd completely forgotten where the hell I was.
Oh, man,
Quinn muttered and quickly moved out of the aisle and into row 3, where his seat must have been located.
Sorry about that.
So sorry for the delay. I apologized to the slightly irritated man standing at the front of the passenger line. I had a little bit of a fall in the aisle. The man just shrugged and offered a small grunt of acceptance, and then proceeded to shuffle his white Reebok trainers down the aisle, past the first-class curtains, until he reached his seat in the first few rows of coach. While the rest of our passengers filed onto the plane, I couldn't stop myself from stealing a glance in Quinn's direction. 3A. That was where he'd be for the duration of the flight. For a brief moment, his eyes met mine. They were soft and warm, in that perfect shade of blue that if you painted a room inside your house that very same color, it would only provide feelings of serenity and comfort. And his gaze whispered promises of more to come. I was entranced, and it took all of my willpower to break the hold and get back to work, my first order of business being the mess of blankets I'd thrown across the seats. Holy moly, this flight was about to be very, very interesting. The wheels of the cart shook as we reached the final row of coach. With me driving and Casey pulling the back end, we worked to finish up our complimentary drink and snack service. Yes, I was supposed to be running the show in first class during this flight, but the fact that Quinn was sitting in row 3, seat A, had urged me to keep myself as busy as humanly possible over the past 2 hours. I still couldn't believe he was on my flight. Again. And I definitely didn't trust myself to stay in first class and be so close to him. I feared he was too much of a distraction for me to actually do my job if I had to constantly see his handsome face. Although I'd spent the majority of the flight trying to understand exactly why Quinn was on my flight. I could have sworn, when we'd been talking on the train in the wee hours of the morning, he'd told me his flight home was tomorrow. Didn't he? God, I couldn't remember. But if that were true, that would mean he'd purposefully situated himself on this flight. My flight. Had that been what he'd meant by his "don't worry, we'll talk later" text? No way that was possible. Right? "Would you two like something to drink or eat, sir?" I asked the blonde gentleman, keeping his preschool-age daughter occupied with a movie on an iPad. "I want a cookie, Daddy," the little one shouted. Her blonde curls bounced off her shoulders as she looked up at me expectantly. "What about a chocolate chip cookie?" I asked with a smile. "How does that sound?" She reached out with both hands and wiggled her fingers around. "Ooh, gimme, gimme!" "Don't forget to say please and thank you, Lucy," her father scolded with an apologetic smile in my direction. "Gimme, please and thank you." I couldn't not laugh at her manner faux pas, and I set a plastic-wrapped cookie on her tray. "What about something to drink?" "She'll take some orange juice and I'll have a Coke." "Coming right up." I pulled out 2 cans that matched their orders from my drink drawer, and their glasses were filled halfway a moment later. Carefully, I set their beverages on their trays, just as Casey served his last passenger on the right side of the plane. And thank God for the passengers. I knew as sure as I knew my own name that, had it not been for their presence, Casey would have been 6 miles deep into his Quinn Bailey interrogation by now. As it was, he'd only had time to give me precursory looks, the ones that usually came directly before the questions, before getting interrupted. Once we secured the cart back in the galley, I headed toward the front of the plane to take over first class from Nikki and get away from Casey, as fast as my heels would take me. Casey's arched brow promised future retribution. "Everything okay?" Nikki asked, and I could feel her assessing every inch of my face. Shit, they're coming at me from both sides. "Yep," I responded, and busied myself with cleaning out the coffee machine. "Just figured I'd give your feet a break and keep Casey entertained for a bidding coach." Nikki quirked a brow but didn't say anything. No doubt I'd be receiving some questions via group text later tonight. How in the hell was I supposed to explain that the famous quarterback in first class was someone I knew? After parting ways at the train station the way we had, with a mob of fans landing on Quinn like he was as sticky as glue, I'd decided to withhold from my friends. Normally, talking about new guys, new underwear, and new dreams were all things deserving of an immediate overanalysis among friends. But this felt scarier and less realistic than any other normal meet-cute, and the thought of talking about it made me feel vulnerable. Frankly, it'd be easier to tell my friends I was resigning from my position at Royal Air to take a job with NASA as a space rocket stewardess. I glanced over my shoulder to find Quinn looking straight toward me. Like, direct eye contact. I smiled. Or, at least, I think I smiled. I might have looked constipated. He returned the awkward sentiment, only he did it well. Vivid blue eyes, soft yet firm cheeks, a strong jaw, and a fantastic fucking smile that instantly put you at ease and practically charmed you right out of your panties at the same time. That smile, those full lips, and his perfect white teeth were a dangerous combo. That was for fucking sure. Once the seatbelt sign turned back on, Captain Billy announced our impending landing, notifying the passengers and staff to finish up whatever they were doing and prepare for our final destination, New York City. Nikki, Casey, and I spent the last 20 minutes of the flight cleaning up both galleys, collecting trash, and rechecking our passengers for buckled seatbelts, upright trays and seats, and stowed-away luggage. And with a little resourcefulness, I made sure I was doing it wherever I needed to be to avoid Casey's cross-examination. At 4 minutes past noon, Captain Billy eased us out of the sky, and our wheels touched down on JFK's tarmac. The brakes engaged with their familiar squeal, and our aircraft kissed the ground gracefully. Billy had been flying planes for 20-plus years, and consistently proved the more experience a pilot had under his belt, the more enjoyable the overall flight was for its passengers. In my short stint on this job, I'd quickly learned that he was one of the best. "Welcome to New York," he announced through the overhead speakers as we taxied toward our gate. "Weather at our destination is a warm 80 degrees with some broken clouds, but don't worry, they'll try to have them fixed before we reach the gate." I could literally hear the smile in his voice. Between Billy and Casey, I didn't know who was trying harder to turn our intercom system into their own personal stand-up comedy routine. "We'd like to thank you folks for flying with us today," Casey added into the beige phone on the wall in front of the cockpit. "And the next time you get the insane urge to go blasting through the skies in a pressurized metal tube, we hope you think of us here at Royal Air." "Oh," Captain Billy interrupted, "and remember, the last one on the plane has to clean it." I watched as a few passengers glanced around the cabin at each other, smiles and soft laughter on their amused lips. Casey cackled and banged his hand against the cockpit door with 2 swift movements. "Please ignore him," he corrected into the intercom through a soft chuckle, and Captain Billy's responding laugh permeated all the way through the metal door. "Actually, our pilot will be the one cleaning the plane after we land." Of course, my flight attendant bestie wasn't finished giving his ending spiel. "It is important that everyone remains seated until Captain Comedian turns off the seatbelt light. And once we reach our gate, and as you exit the plane, please make sure to gather all of your belongings. Anything left behind will be distributed evenly among the flight attendants. Please do not leave children or spouses." Immediately, more chuckles filled the cabin as we pulled up to the gate. Nikki and I glanced at each other from opposite ends of the plane. She rolled her eyes with a grin, and my answering facial expression was identical to hers. I often wondered if one day we'd be called into a meeting with our CEO regarding the constant supply of jokes through the overhead speakers. If it ever happened, you bet your ass I'd sing like a canary. Kidding. Well, sort of. It'd probably depend on how much money Billy and Casey paid me to keep my mouth shut. "Let's rock and roll," Casey whispered once he finished up having fun with the intercom. "I'd like to be off this plane in no less than 10 minutes once we hit the gate." "Hot date?" Nikki questioned, and he just waggled his eyebrows in response. "Tell me it's that adorable gate agent from Allied Air." I grinned, and internally, I was thankful his attention was otherwise diverted from asking me about Quinn. Casey's responding grin was carnal. "It's definitely the guy from Allied," Nikki whispered toward me, but loud enough for him to hear, and then purposefully poked Casey in the chest with her index finger. "You better tell us everything, or else." "Or else what?" Casey questioned with a hand to his hip. "Or else you can expect an all-out catfight," I chimed in. If I just kept him talking about the hot guy from Allied Air, he'd completely forget to ask me about Quinn. "And why is Cat allowed to keep secrets about male suitors and I'm not?" His question was like a needle straight to my hope balloon. "What?" I barked out with a shocked laugh. "Male suitors? I don't have any male suitors." "You totally do," Nikki corrected, and Casey's smirk turned wicked, knowing far too much information. "I do not," I denied anyway. "Girl," she started, dragging out the word with an exaggerated tone. "I've been watching you acting weird for the last 2 flights, constantly checking your phone, getting giddy as hell over text messages, switching cabins with me for no reason. Something is up with you," she said and flipped my hair. "But don't worry, We'll give you a little space until you're ready to tell us all about him." "There's nothing to tell." "Are you sure about that?" Casey asked, and I kind of wanted to strangle him. But luckily, Nikki hadn't caught on, still completely out of the Quinn Bailey loop. "I expect to hear all of the details from both of you by our next flight to Birmingham," she demanded with a smirk. "Lord knows, after being married to the same man for 30 years with grown-ass kids who are currently in college, I need to experience some sort of excitement, even if it's through your lives." "Oh, I bet Mr. Millen knows how to bring it, sister," Casey teased, and Nikki laughed in response. Praise Marty Miller and his 30-year power of distraction. "The only time Mr. Miller stays up late and brings it is when the Yankees are playing. Other than that, dinner is at 7, and he's in bed by 8. "Oh, honey," Casey smacked his lips together, "we need to get you out during our next layover in Birmingham." "Count me in," she agreed as the plane came to a stop and the seatbelt light went out. "Now let's get these people off this plane so I can go home and take a nap." "Let's do it," Casey cheered and snapped his fingers in the air 3 times. "You girls say bye to everyone with Billy, and I'll finish cleaning up the galley." "I can clean up the galley," I offered, but he wasn't having it. He gave me a look and then pointedly glanced directly toward first class, seat 3A, to be specific. "Honey, the passengers would much rather see your pretty face standing up at the front than mine." By passengers, he meant Quinn. I knew without a doubt Casey would be watching me like a rabid dog when Mr. Quarterback himself walked toward the exit. The little Mariah Carey-loving traitor. Awkwardly, I stood near the exit doors and waited. There weren't but 8 people seated in front of him, all already up and exiting the plane. But Quinn took his time pulling down his carry-on from the overhead bin and walking toward me. With the people in front of him all cleared out, I had an unobstructed view. My fingers tapped nervously against my hip, and my brain raced with a million thoughts at once. Oh, God. Is he going to say something? Is this going to get weird? Am I going to blurt out something inappropriate? My lungs constricted from the anxiety of it all. "Great flight," he said with a gentlemanly smile. "Thanks for everything." His eyes held mine for an extra second, but to my surprise, he didn't offer anything else before walking off the plane and out of my life. Well, shit, that had gone a lot better than I'd thought. Or worse, my mind taunted. Maybe he isn't interested in me. My stomach might as well have hit the tops of my heels. I didn't like that thought, not one fucking bit, and I wasn't sure what that said about me. Was I already too hopeful about the whole Quinn Bailey situation? I barely knew the guy, and I'd thought I'd kept any flighty musings about kismet and love under control. Clearly, the calibration of my self-awareness was a little off. Too bad resetting it was a little more complicated than the figure 8 motion the compass on my iPhone required. God, I need to get it together. After a long, deep breath, I forced my focus to the tasks at hand, cleaning up the plane and getting the hell home. 10 minutes later, I watched Casey and Nikki walk off the plane, bags in hands and smiles on their faces, and 5 minutes after that, I followed their lead. At the end of the gate ramp, my heels skidded to a stop. Quinn Bailey. He stood, tall and confident and beautiful as ever, just outside of our gate and looking straight in my direction. All the while, he quickly signed some autographs for fans standing around him. I wasn't sure seeing him sign autographs and being fawned over by complete strangers was something I could ever get used to. But did anyone really get used to that? I silently wondered. Even the celebrities themselves? I didn't know the answer to those questions. Growing up in the suburbs of Cincinnati with a middle-class family, I'd never been faced with celebrity or fame. Quinn's gaze moved toward mine, and once our eyes locked, he smiled. As I forced my feet to move toward him, he signed one last autograph, took one last selfie, and politely excused himself from the small crowd, saying goodbye to his fans. It took a minute for his path to clear and people to leave him on his own, but once it did, he met me halfway. "You waited for me?" I blurted out, and immediately I wanted to slap a hand over my mouth. But he didn't falter at my question, his full lips turning up at the corners and his blue eyes brightening by 2 shades. "I did," he answered, and slid his hands into the pockets of his jeans. Rocking back and forth on his feet, he asked, "Want to get lunch?" "I can't," I blurted out, again, but this time it was with a lie. Ever so slightly, the corners of his lips dropped. Instantly, I felt like an asshole. "I have to get home," I added lamely in an attempt to soften the blow I'd just delivered. Good Lord, I sucked at this. I had no idea why I'd lied or why I'd avoided him on the plane like a toddler, but both just felt necessary in the moment, like self-preservation had taken over or something. I wasn't too fond of the hopefulness I'd been feeling about the possibility of some sort of relationship with Quinn. It all felt a little too fast for comfort. And if I was being honest, I was still a little overwhelmed by the fact that he was some uber-famous football player. It was a complete 180 from the type of life I'd imagined he led when I'd first spotted him on that initial flight. I just thought he was a normal, everyday kind of guy. Well, a really amazing-looking, normal, everyday kind of guy, but that was neither here nor there. He is just a guy, Cat, one who appears pretty damn determined to spend more time with you. Quinn assessed my face for a quiet moment, his eyes inquisitively taking in my features until he quirked a brow. "Boyfriend?" "No." I shook my head, an amused smile playing at my lips. The fact that he was inquiring about my relationship status made me want to laugh like a lunatic. I dismissed the reaction with force. "Husband?" "Definitely not." A quiet laugh escaped my lips. Not a whole giggle, just a little squeak of crazy. My work schedule is too insane for that. The closest thing I've got to a husband or boyfriend is my ficus, but he does need regular maintenance. "I am also unattached," he offered with a soft, knowing smile. "I can relate to the crazy work schedule sentiment." Unattached? I found it hard to believe he didn't have someone in his life, or many someones for that matter. "Yeah, but you're probably seeing someone on like Fridays, Saturdays." "I'm a single guy, Cat," he responded with charm oozing from his voice. "Obviously, I find the time to enjoy female companionship, but I can tell you once preseason training starts, I generally only find time for football." "When does preseason start?" "It started in May." It was July. My eyes went wide with surprise. For a man who only found time for football during the season, he sure appeared to have a lot of free time to track me down today. "Walk out with me?" he asked with a little nod toward the exit. "Okay." He grabbed my carry-on out of my hands and led us away from our gate and toward the terminal exit. For a few quiet moments, we walked side by side, sneaking glances at one another, and occasionally, when our eyes would meet, sharing smiles. God, I loved that smile of his. "Since you're refusing to have lunch with me," he said once we reached baggage claim, "and you were noticeably absent during the flight." I blushed at the way he said that, like he knew it wasn't a coincidence. "I'm demanding you share a cab ride home with me." Considering that Royal Air provided all of its NYC metro area flight attendants a free shuttle service home, I never took cab rides from the airport. But I didn't want to tell Quinn that. I'd already reached my lie quota for the day. Hell, I was starting to regret declining his lunch offer so quickly. "So you're demanding that I share a cab with you?" I asked in a teasing tone. "I just want to spend some time with you." He shrugged and ran a hand through his shaggy brown hair. "Pretty, please?" He held out his hand and I took it. The warmth of his palm and the way his big hand engulfed mine only solidified my decision. Being in his presence just made me feel so fucking good. Next thing I knew, we stood in front of the taxi line, still hand in hand, and I was letting our driver know the address to my house. Quinn hadn't offered an address of his own, but he hadn't seemed inconvenienced either. Maybe he lives in Hoboken too? I started to ask, but the feel of Quinn's hand on my hip pulling me gently to the side robbed me of any and all speech capacity. He offered a wink as he swung open the door and helped me inside the cab, while our driver filled the trunk with our luggage. Not even a minute later, we were off, heading in the direction of my place. A million questions fought for supremacy in my mind, but in the end, only one came out victorious. "So," I started and flicked my gaze toward him, "you're the quarterback for the Mavericks?"
"Yeah," he grinned. "I guess I've been caught, huh?"
Incredulous, a small burst of giggles fell from my lips. You didn't think that was something you should have maybe mentioned?" He shrugged.
"You said you weren't interested in sports."
I looked out the taxi window as fondness threatened to make me do something foolish. Wasn't interested in sports. The times, they were about to be changing.
Chapter 11. Quinn. Kat's knuckles wrinkled as she squeezed the worn leather of the taxi seat. She was nervous, I could see that. I'd have to be an idiot not to be able to see it. But it wasn't quite so obvious why. Was she upset with the way she'd found out who I was? It didn't feel that way. When she'd broached the question, she'd seemed amused and entertained by my response. Or was she thinking she'd made a mistake, getting in a cab with a virtual stranger and actually fearing for her safety? God, I hope not. I scooted a little farther away, just in case, and cleared my throat, trying to come up with some small talk that might put her mind at ease. "So," I muttered, "have you always had a green thumb?" Her gaze swung from the window to me, and her eyebrows were drawn together. A little jagged line ran from her hairline to the top of her nose, a tiny, almost imperceptible hint of an old scar. "A green thumb?" I smiled at her confusion. "You know, the ficus. You said he requires regular maintenance. I can't keep bamboo alive, and all you have to do is stick it in water." Surprise over the change in topic of conversation made her answer sound robotic. I keep a watering schedule." "Like an eye calendar?" "Google." "Oh, groovy," I said easily. "Does that mean you're an Android user?" She shook her head, still trying to follow the direction of our conversation, but her fingernails had stopped digging into the leather. "That's it, kitten. Just relax." "No, I have an iPhone. Google Calendar still syncs." "I'm terrible at keeping a schedule," I admitted after a nod. "My assistant, Jillian, she keeps all that shit organized. Otherwise, I'd be missing games and practices and all kinds of shit, and she wouldn't get a paycheck." "Your assistant, Jillian," she murmured, and I had to laugh. I could see the direction she was going, and yeah, the idea of romance with Jillian was hilarious. I see what you're thinking, but Jilly would rather, cut off that appendage than play with it. The cab driver cleared his throat, obviously listening in on our conversation, and Kat blushed. I drive her crazy. She's in charge of things like making sure I don't run out of shampoo, have clean clothes for practice, de-smelling my gym bag. I made a face that said how terrible a job that really was. Hard to believe, but apparently all that sucked all the romance out of good old Quinn Bailey for her, Kat. Just a hint of a smile curved the corner of her mouth, and white-hot victory surged in my chest. "Hard to believe indeed," she murmured. "So I guess you don't have any manservants, pool boys, that kind of thing?" She barked a surprised giggle. "Manservants? No, that'd be a negative." I held my expression serious and thoughtfully pursed my lips. "That's good. I mean, I'm not the excessively jealous type, but thinking about you getting, fanned and bathed by some other guy." Her eyes widened. "Bathed by someone?" "Well, you know, whatever it is manservants do. I'm no expert because I've never had one, but I imagine if I were yours, I'd try to be accommodating." "Accommodating," she muttered. "Starting to sound a little creepy, Quinn," I warned. "Dial it back." I cleared my throat and shifted uneasily in my seat. Somehow, I'd become the one who was uncomfortable. I rambled. Sure. Did you say you had a roommate, or—" "We're here," the cab driver announced, pulling to the curb in front of a brick-faced apartment building. Wow, this maybe wasn't the note I'd wanted to end on. I looked over at Cat to see her digging in her purse for some money to pay for the cab, so I reached over quickly to stop her with one hand and dug into my pocket with the other. "No way, Cat, I got it." She smiled and shook her head, so I just nodded mine. "Go on, get out, and don't even think about grabbing your own bag." "Or what?" she asked through a laugh, her face finally fully relaxed, smiling, and goddamn beautiful. "Or—" I thought quickly, trying to come up with something, but I had nothing. I sighed. "Geez, kitten, you're just supposed to take the threat at face value." "So sorry," she murmured cheekily, sliding out the door gracefully. I looked forward to the driver, my intention to ask him to wait so that I could say goodbye before we headed to my place, but he was already turned all the way around in his seat, watching us and grinning. "Quinn Bailey, huh?" he asked. I tried not to grimace. "Please, wait here while I say goodbye and save any commentary until she goes inside, and I'll give you as many pictures and autographs as you want. I'll even get you a fucking game ball," I pleaded. "Fuck yes! Consider your game uninterrupted, dude," he agreed, turning back to the front and putting both his hands on the wheel obediently. I rolled my eyes, even as I celebrated internally, and climbed out of the car. The trunk popped as if on my command, and I pulled Kat's bag out and left my own. As I set it by her feet, I asked, "Can I carry it upstairs for you?" She smiled but shook her head. "I'm on the first floor." "Yeah, well," I said with a laugh, "I guess that means you're all set, huh?" She tucked her hair behind her ear and then reached out a hand, her eyes frantically looking anywhere but directly into my own. I went with it, moving my head around in chase until I caught them. Her face melted into a cute crinkle, astonished wonder making her deep brown eyes shine. I took her extended hand in mine and gave it a squeeze. "Thanks for sharing a cab with me, Cat." "Thanks for paying for it, Quinn." I wanted to touch her, pull her body to mine, smell her hair, breathe her in. But a woman who extends a hand gets a hand back. The last thing in the world I'd ever want to do was barrel through one of her boundaries without permission. I gave her one last smile and waited to get one in return before turning back to the cab and climbing inside. When I settled into the seat, the door to her apartment building was closing behind her. "Where am I headed, boss?" the cab driver asked. I stared at the closed door, wondering if even a small part of her had wanted to linger, to stay and talk some more, to get to know me. "Mr. Bailey?" the cab driver questioned again, when my thoughts kept me silent. I turned back to him then and settled into the seat, letting the overanalyzing die. I could question myself until my brain bled, but Cat still wouldn't be around to give me any of the answers. "Far Hills." He whistled. "A little out of your way, huh?" A wealthy New Jersey town, in relatively close proximity to the Mavericks Stadium, Far Hills was south and west of Cat's Hoboken neighborhood by just under an hour, and home to several of my teammates. New York was short on space, and since stadiums tended to take up a lot of it, the Mavericks Stadium was actually located in New Jersey. It always confused people that a New York athlete actually spent all of his time in New Jersey, but it was the way of our world. Still, my daily life wasn't just around the block from Cat's. I thought about Cat and her shy smile and the way her hand had felt in mine. "Just a little," I answered, while my mind silently added, but most definitely worth it.
Chapter 12. Cat. The faint sounds of a garbage truck beeping its arrival and my upstairs neighbor, Becky Mays's raised voice led their way into my living room. Too curious for my own good sometimes, I shuffled my bare feet across the hardwood floor of my apartment and stopped in front of my living room window. With 2 fingers, I flipped 2 slats of the blinds out of the way and gave my best impersonation of a voyeur. Becky, without the good hair, stood in the middle of the small fenced yard of our apartment building, her pink fleece robe and Ugg boots showing signs of overuse and discoloration. A true sight to behold, it took a certain kind of strong, confident woman to give 0 fucks about standing outside in her bathrobe or the fact that she was wearing fleece in July. I admired her gall and self-assurance. "Oh, my God, Bob," she huffed. "Just go already. I have to get back inside." Her face grew tired with frustration as her miniature schnauzer, Bob, refused to do anything but sniff the grass. Becky tapped her foot in quick succession. "Bob, you know I'm on a deadline. I don't have time for you to dilly-dally. Piss or get off the pot, dude." Bob was unfazed by her demands. His pepper-gray beard shook at the ends as he continued to sniff his way around the entire yard. Becky and Bob, the dynamic duo of grumpy and obstinate. I never exchanged more than a few sentences with my neighbor, but from what I'd witnessed and overheard, via watching through my blinds, and what she'd shared with me, I knew she was a writer, a contemporary romance author who published several books a year and had a fairly big female following. I'd never read any of her books, though, but that wasn't out of disinterest. I just didn't know her pen name. While the Becky and Bob show continued to entertain, my phone pinged with a text message notification from my coffee table. I shuffled back to the couch and plopped my ass down. Dad. "We need a business meeting soon, Caterpillar." To my dad, I'd always be Caterpillar. I smiled, nostalgia and memories glittering my thoughts, and savored the blanketed warmth of comfort inside of that constant. Me. I know. I feel like things are finally settling down. How about August when I take the training trip to Cincinnati? My dad and I ran a small, more of a hobby, business together. It wasn't anything big, just a cute, personalized greeting card shop that mostly sold its goods through Etsy. Caterpillar & Co., a company established back in my grade school days. It had all started out as Dear Santa letter responses to unanswered letters in my dad's mailroom. Not his own mailroom, mind you, but the mailroom of one of the postal offices in Cincinnati that he managed and oversaw. Somehow, someway, what had started out as a fun little Christmas-time tradition had developed over time into something more as my interest in calligraphy and art grew. If anything was a passion of mine, it was art. Any and all versions, painting, sculpture, sketches, doodles, any form of creative release, and I was 100% in. Honestly, it was exactly why doing the doodles and sketches for our greeting card line had become one of my favorite things to do. I looked forward to our quarterly plans, when I could finally put my pencil to paper and create something. And my dad, thank God for him, had been holding down the fort and doing most of the work for Caterpillar & Co., while I'd experienced several life events. Flight attendant school, starting my career, moving to New York. Almost. Hoboken might be in New Jersey, but it's only across the river from the Big Apple and about $1,000 a month cheaper. It counts. Dad. Sounds good to me. I've got something in the works that I think you'll be really excited about. Me. I can't wait to see what it is. Everything else going okay? Yep, all good in NYC. I'm currently enjoying a much-needed day off. Glad to hear it. Love you, Caterpillar. Notorious for keeping text conversations short and sweet and to the point, I knew this last text was his version of goodbye. Love you too, Dad. Tell Mom I said hi, and that I love you. Will do. I clicked my phone to lock it and tossed it down onto the couch beside me. Normally, I loved that my dad always kept conversation concise, but today I wouldn't have minded the distraction. I'd been home for 4 hours, my apartment was clean, my carry-on was unpacked, my laundry was done, and the clothes that required dry cleaning, my Royal Air uniform, had been dropped off at Park Cleaners, a little family-owned neighborhood business that I'd pretty much fallen in love with the second I stepped into their shop. If you ever want to meet the nicest woman in Hoboken, go there. You won't be disappointed. Maria will greet you like you're already best friends and treat you like your family. Seriously, Hoboken natives, if you're taking your dry cleaning somewhere else, you're missing out. Oh, and I'd watered my ficus. Considering I'd started the day on an early flight from Birmingham, and it was only a little after 6, it had been a productive day. But now I had no idea what to do with myself. My brain, on the other hand, seemed far too content with thinking about him. Quinn Bailey. Mr. Quarterback. Possible flight stalker. I still didn't really know if he'd purposely been on my flight, but the fact that he'd waited for me after said my gut instinct was right. A man that seemed to have attention following him everywhere had wanted my attention via a lunch date, and when I'd abruptly declined, he'd demanded a cab ride together instead. I didn't want to be self-deprecating about his apparent interest in me, but still, it was a bit of a mindfuck. His life was worlds apart from mine, and I wasn't sure how I felt about that. How was a simple flight attendant from Cincinnati supposed to compete with the hordes of enthusiastic fans following him around? I imagined even a simple trip to the grocery store turned into a photo and autograph session for his fans. My mother would chastise me for sounding insecure. I could literally hear her voice in my head. She'd probably say something along the lines of, "Catherine, get it together, girl. I don't want to hear that garbage coming from your mouth. You are a strong, beautiful, and confident woman. Any man, no matter how famous he is, would be lucky to have you on his arm." My mother, Alexa Wild, was a special kind of person, a confident African-American woman who lived her life with strength, beauty, and grace. It was times like these that I missed living under my parents' roof, missed the ability to just walk downstairs and sit at the kitchen table and savor the comfort that only home could provide. Sure, I didn't have regrets about my current life choices. I loved living near the city, and the traveling capabilities my job provided were unreal. Last month, I'd managed to fit in a 4-day trip to Paris just because I'd felt like it. Not many 24-year-olds had that kind of freedom. But every once in a while, even though things were pretty fucking good, it was normal to get a little bit homesick, especially when your family was hundreds of miles away. With a rerun of The Kardashians playing on the television, I grabbed my laptop off the coffee table and set it on my lap as I nestled my back and shoulders against the cream pillows of my sectional. A few taps to the trackpad, and my eyes started browsing the home page of Vogue. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's engagement photos. An article about Rihanna's Fenty makeup. Why is Rihanna's red lipstick line so groundbreaking? The 13 best celebrity hair transformations. Eventually, when I spotted the 15 best fashion Instagrams of the week headline, I clicked the trackpad with my index finger and scrolled through the celebrity pictures. Salma Hayek, Bella Thorne, Alton Mason, and then, to my surprise, when I reached photo number 15, Quinn motherfucking Bailey. Jesus Christ in a peach tree. I felt like he was following me around. I had been mindfully avoiding anything sports-related, and yet somehow, some fucking way, his face pops up on my laptop, in a Vogue article, mind you. Dressed head to toe in a sleek suit designed by Calvin Klein, a throwback Thursday photo of Mr. Quarterback himself filled my screen. He stood outside of a gas station, pumping gas, while a beautiful older woman with sleek hair shaped into a bob smiled from the driver's seat of the SUV. The caption on the Instagram photo, "Mom, my date, got me pumping gas before the show. Hashtag ESPY Awards." I had no idea what an ESPY award was, but that didn't matter. He'd brought his mom to an award show. Thick, sculpted muscles covered by smooth, gray, and expensive-looking material. He was wearing that suit. My eyes had never experienced an easier sight to digest. Mamma mia. No wonder the editors of Vogue knew who Quinn Bailey was. I was starting to feel a little stupid I hadn't known who he was until after I'd taken a 4-hour midnight train ride to Birmingham with him. My eyes stared off into a distant corner of my living room, focused on nothing in particular, while my brain tried to comprehend what the odds of meeting a man like Quinn Bailey in the middle of the night on a train actually were. I'd probably have more luck getting my own Instagram pictures to be spotlighted by Vogue. Kim Kardashian laughing on the television caught my attention, and I watched as she chatted with her sisters about how hard their life was before they had their own chef. Sheesh. Not everyone is fed via a silver spoon, Kimmy. I glanced back at my computer screen to find sleek-suited and handsome-as-hell Quinn still front and center. And then the questions started flowing in like cold water from an open faucet. Did Quinn have his own personal chef? Did he know the freaking Kardashians? Holy hell, what does his place look like? Is it crazy elaborate with gold furniture and a Lamborghini in the garage? How much did an athlete like Quinn Bailey make? I wasn't proud of it, but I found myself pulling up a new tab and typing Quinn Bailey net worth into the search bar. But when the results filled my screen, I didn't have the strength to actually click on anything to find the answer. I didn't want to know his net worth, but I did want to know a little. Okay, a lot more about him. So I tapped the trackpad, followed the hyperlink from the Vogue article to his actual Instagram profile, and browsed like a little secret stalker. The small verified blue check beside his name stood out instantly, and then his follower count. 3.1 million. Holy guacamole, that was a lot of fucking people. I cruised through his pictures, various shots of him in game situations, a ton of candid videos, and other various things that showed Quinn Bailey truly did reach out to his fans. Should I follow him? I hesitated, my index finger hovering over the trackpad. Would he know if I followed him? Would that be weird? The man has 3.1 million followers. Surely he won't notice one little fish in his sea of millions. That was true. I mean, the odds of Quinn even noticing that I, a random girl with all of 14 followers, was following his Instagram profile were minuscule. Pretty sure I'd just blend in with the other 3 fucking million. I shut my eyes and clicked follow. When I opened them again, the world still looked the same. My living room hadn't changed, and my laptop hadn't blown up. See, that wasn't so bad. I smiled to myself at how ridiculous I was being about this whole thing. But before I could relax back into the sofa and browse more of Quinn's Instagram, my laptop chimed with a sound I'd honestly never heard before. A notification popped up on my screen. Quinn Bailey is live now. Oh my God, I muttered, and shoved my laptop halfway down my thighs. With my heart pounding erratically inside my chest, I assessed the screen and quickly realized it was just live video notification, as in, a live video for all 3 million of his followers. Relax, crazy pants. He's not going to pop out of your laptop and yell, "Gotcha!" Holy hell, that had scared the crap out of me. Like a kid being caught with her hand in the cookie jar, I had to place a hand to my chest and wait for my heart rate to slow back down to a normal, less erratic rhythm before I could even think of doing stalking, anything else. Fuck, it's stressful social media stalking someone. Despite my better judgment, and without any concern for my heart's well-being, I clicked on the Live Now notification and found myself face-to-face with Quinn Bailey. Behind him, televisions hung from the walls, and as he turned the camera toward the right and left of him, he appeared to be hanging out with a few of his buddies, possibly fellow football players. I honestly didn't know who they were, but none of that should come as a surprise at this stage in the game. I mean, I didn't even know Quinn Bailey was a fucking NFL quarterback. Hell, I don't think I really realized the Mavericks were a professional football team until I'd Google searched his name. "I just want to say a quick Instagram hello," he greeted into the camera, that handsome smile of his causing my heart to flitter inside of my chest.
And let you guys know that Cam Mitchell and Sean Phillips just finished up the Hot Wing Challenge.
He waggled his brows, and then his full lips creased down at the edges into a disappointed frown. The background noise filled with cursing and shut-ups, but Quinn just laughed a toothy grin and continued talking into the camera.
It was pathetic, guys. Mitchell didn't even make it through 6, and Sean required 5 glasses of water just to reach 10. Let's just hope they're saving their A-game for the Mavericks preseason.
Several pretty girls behind him started jumping up and down, their boobs bouncing dramatically underneath their skin-tight attire, and chanting, "Mavericks, Mavericks, Mavericks," behind him. The comments section of the live feed started blowing up with various versions of "Go Mavericks," but my eyes couldn't stop themselves from finding their way back to the gorgeous and extremely busty women standing near his table. Of course, there's just a bunch of girls hanging around him. Hell, this was probably a daily occurrence for a man like Quinn.
"All right, friends," he announced into the camera. "It's been real, but I gotta get off of here to check in on my kitten."
He grinned, wide and proud, before waving goodbye with his left hand and ending the video. And the comments section of the video switched gears, leaving their Mavericks victory calls behind and going straight for everything kittens. At The Real Diva, Quinn Bailey has a kitten. At Unicorn Maverick, OMG, I want to see Bailey's kitten. At Holly Loves Mavericks, post pictures, Quinn. At Mrs. Quinn Bailey, aw, he has a kitten, that's so cute. Eventually, once I spotted the Instagram handle of at Mrs. Quinn Bailey, I clicked out of the video and shut my laptop screen. It was all a little too much for me to take in. How could I compete with all of that? Instead of fixating on things that were beyond my control, I decided a distraction in the form of a drink and a snack was much needed. As I headed into the kitchen to grab a can of Mountain Dew, my phone pinged and vibrated across the counter. I picked it up and almost choked on my own saliva when I saw the text message. Quinn.
"Hey, kitten. How's the ficus?"
Chapter 13. Quinn. After the cab ride home, a good 30 minutes of pictures and promises from my cab driver, and a quick shower, I jumped in my car to head over to the bar, Doolin's, where at any given moment, when we weren't at work, you could find at least one of the Mavericks hanging out. Noise buzzed around me as the bar got busier by the minute. This always happened after I posted on social media, essentially confirming to droves of local followers that I was somewhere they could come see me. It never stopped me, though, from posting when I felt like it, telling it like it was, or even giving away my location. I lived a public life, and I knew full well that I'd signed on for it. I didn't resent it like some people did, and I certainly didn't think I was above the consequences. Instead, I embraced it. I lived at the center of my bubble and did my best to look out for both my interests and those of the people around me. Unfortunately, sometimes, my cavalier attitude about social media etiquette and personal privacy led to fights with my publicist and agent, and even Jilly from time to time. Apparently, she was tired of opening packages with women's panties inside at my home address. Thankfully, Sean and Cam Mitchell were doing a good job at distracting the droves while I focused on my phone as it buzzed with a response from the woman I wished would stalk me the most. Catherine. He's watered and sleeping like a good boy. Me. Is sleeping the only thing good boys do? 5 minutes passed without a response, and the fans started to infiltrate the invisible barrier around me. I was good at staring at my phone, keeping my focus, and doing my thing until I was good and ready to interact with the public, even when people were staring at me. But having nothing to actually do on said phone while waiting for a response from someone that might never come made it a hell of a lot harder. Finally, by sheer force of will, I suspected, as my eyes were moments away from turning into lasers and my hand was starting to cramp up from randomly scrolling through my apps. A text message popped up on the screen. Catherine. I have no idea. I was just talking about my plant. I'm confused and completely blank as to how I should answer you. I tried to think of something cute, but I've got nothing. I smiled, completely tickled by her unease, especially the fact that she'd shared it with me. Me. Well, I can tell you. According to Cosmopolitan magazine, good boys do the following. They put the toilet seat down, bring home flowers for no reason, listen when you're talking to them, and plan surprise vacations. Her response was immediate and made me laugh embarrassingly loud. Catherine. Frowny face. My ficus doesn't do any of that. Sean was looking at me funny, and a couple of fans were creeping in, but I did something I hardly ever did and turned my back to all of them. I just wanted this moment, a couple more exchanges with Kat, and then I'd get back to them. Me. Looks like I'm going to have to give him some lessons. Catherine. You mean to tell me you do those things? Me. I can do almost anything when truly motivated, kitten. Catherine. Wow, I think I'm impressed. Maybe a little scared. I looked up as someone bumped into my elbow, creeping so far into my personal space that they'd be able to read my screen despite my special privacy cover soon. I tilted my phone away and leaned, hoping the moment would hold long enough to tell her goodnight. Me. Sounds like the perfect combination to me. I've got to get these guys off their bar stools and into cabs, but we'll talk in the morning, okay? Catherine. Okay. Have fun. I felt unbelievably unsatisfied, like I had conversational blue balls, but I knew what had to be done. If I waited any longer, there'd be hell to pay and teammates to bail out of jail. You done? Sean asked, shouldering in between me and the nosy fan without shame. He wasn't rude, but he wasn't overtly accommodating like I was either. I nodded, noting the lipstick smears on his neck and the spot where the missing button at the top of his shirt used to be. He'd disappeared earlier for the better part of an hour, and given the opportunity now, I asked about it, even though I was fairly certain his disheveled appearance said the answer. Where'd you go before? His cheeks dimpled as he smirked before draining the dregs of his bottle of beer. Nowhere. Nowhere was code for somewhere with someone doing a few sexual somethings. He was highly sexually active in a way even I didn't really understand. And trust me, I loved to fuck. I shook my head and smiled, a loud slap to his shoulder, my kickstarter to the end of the evening. It was time to get this show on the road. All right, I shouted as I spun around on my stool. Everyone in the bar's attention came to me. If you belong to me, I started, down your drinks, pay your tabs, tip Amber. I nodded to the bartender, and she bowed at me, and get your ass outside. Murmurs started up immediately, and a couple of the guys rolled their eyes, but everyone moved. They were used to this, and used to me making sure they kept their act together, got home safely, and didn't ruin a good thing for the whole fucking team by being an irresponsible, drunk asshole. I grabbed a few sheets of paper that hit me in the chest on the way out and gave them a quick sign, and then herded the guys together on the sidewalk. When I did a count, we were a couple over. I took another look, and when I really paid attention, it was pretty easy to tell who didn't belong. Their breasts were a dead giveaway. Okay, ladies, time to hit it, I instructed, giving a wink and a smile as I indicated they should exit the group. This always seemed to happen when I did the roundup, a couple of women trying to blend into our flow. Sometimes they had help from the guys, and sometimes they did it all on their own. Either way, it wasn't a good idea. Orrin Wells, the Mavericks' middle linebacker, frowned at me and pulled his companion closer. I looked into his eyes to see they were glassy and dilated. "Sorry, Orrin. Practice starts at 5 sharp. That's 0500 in military speak. You think she's gonna help you get out of bed?" "Negative," Sean muttered, and the rest of the guys laughed. I stepped up and pulled Orrin away, wrapping my arm around his shoulder as I led him to a cab. "Look, I'll give you a free shot tomorrow," I offered, my tone conciliatory. "Seriously, I'll make sure Sam lets you come right through, but tonight I've got to block you." "Cock block?" he accused, and I laughed. A descendant of the devil, I know, but if it's any consolation, every time I do it to another man, I get one in return added to my curse. It's like a seance of male sex bonding or something. "You're twisted, QB," he mumbled, as I dropped him down into the seat of the cab and gave the driver directions. "I will be when you take your free shot," I returned easily and slammed the door. After a double tap to the metal top of the cab, they were off like a shot. I looked back at the group on the sidewalk and sighed. 1 down, 5 to go.
Chapter 14. Cat. The remnants of my dream faded away, and the tinglings of reality started to seep in through my senses. The warmth of my down comforter reminded me that I was far too cozy to get out of my bed. Streaks of morning sunlight penetrated the window and, if I'd allow my eyes to open, would probably blind me. It felt early. Slowly and reluctantly, I uncovered my face. I blinked, closed my eyes, and blinked again. And the sun did exactly what I'd guessed it would, damn near blinding me back into a closed-lid state until I could turn my head and partially cover my face with my cupped hand. What in the hell time is it? Groggily, I snagged my phone off my nightstand and checked the time. 7:05 a.m. Seriously? I questioned into the silence of my bedroom. I groaned. Most days, unless I had an early flight, I didn't wake up until a little after 9. 7 a.m. was a time only tolerated for work purposes, not days where I didn't have to be to the airport until 2. My phone vibrated and shot off an alarm in my hand. I startled and dropped it on top of my mattress and just kind of stared down at it in a sleepy, what the hell is happening kind of state. I had no idea what that alarm meant, but as my mind started to filter memories into my brain, I quickly realized it had been that very alarm, that god-awful sound, that was the culprit behind my early morning wake-up call. I really needed to learn to use the Do Not Disturb option. With my phone in hand, I finally found the strength to sit up in bed, grab my feet off the mattress, and rub the knuckles of my free hand onto my eyes. I stretched my arms above my head and yawned until I found myself just watching my legs dangle above the hardwood floors of my apartment. If the director of The Walking Dead was in my room looking for extras, no doubt I'd be cast in a starring zombie role. Despite my tired as fuck, ready to complain about every fucking thing state, the unknown alarm on my phone didn't seem to give a rat's ass. Its sound reverberated off the cream walls of my bedroom and vibrated in my hand like it was actually meant to alert me to something. For fuck's sake, what do you want? Finally, with sort of focused eyes, I stared down at the notification. It had the little Instagram icon and the words, "Direct message from Quinn Bailey." Huh? My eyes squinted in confusion as I reread the notification, only to find that I'd read it correctly the first time. I tapped the screen, and it took me directly to the social media platform. Apparently, Instagram had an inbox section where you could send and receive messages. It was news to me. Not to mention, my inbox was filled with no less than 10 messages, all from Quinn Bailey. How did he even know I was on Instagram? Holy hell. My eyes popped wide open of their own accord. Was it because I had social media stalked him last night? Had he found out? Oh, my God. He probably knows I followed him. One light tapped to the heart icon, and all of my notifications popped up on the screen. Quinn Bailey liked your photo. 1 new follower, Quinn Bailey. New direct message from Quinn Bailey. Quinn Bailey liked your photo. New direct message from Quinn Bailey. That was just half of them. And here I thought I was the social media stalker out of the two of us. Apparently, that little bastard of an alarm that had woken me up at the butt crack of dawn was actually the Instagram notification chime. Go figure. It also showed just how much I generally paid attention to social media. A big fat 0 for anyone keeping count. As I pushed myself to my feet and stumbled toward the kitchen for coffee, I opened up the first message sent at 5:30 a.m. It was a video, and I clicked play and watched in rapt attention as the screen of my phone came to life with Quinn Bailey. Surrounded by mirrored walls, larger-than-life men moving about behind him, and every variation of weightlifting equipment, it was pretty easy to ascertain, even for an anti-gym rat like myself, that he was in the weight room. Providing me a bird's-eye view of his workout, he proceeded to demonstrate the proper way to do bicep curls. It was like my own personal infomercial, only at the end, I wouldn't be asked to send in 3 payments of $19.99. Although, with the way his sculpted muscles flexed and rippled with each curling lift of his forearm, I imagined I'd be tempted to lick my screen and attach a debit card to arrange for monthly installments.
"Now, kitty cat," he instructed, "it is important that you never take more weight than you can handle. That's how injuries happen."
He held the phone toward his face and grinned into the camera as he finished his current set with the opposite arm. Entranced by all of the muscle, I kept my eyes glued to every flex and curl that was bestowed upon me. Good Lord, this was better than porn. Once he set the weight down, I frowned but continued watching, secretly hoping there would be more muscle show and tell. Show me the muscle, my pervy mind shouted like Jerry Maguire. The video continued, and Quinn walked around the room, pointing the camera toward the large, muscular men that dominated the otherwise large space. Yeah, definitely better than porn.
"Everyone say hello to Cat," he shouted, and immediately received several loud heys and yos and what-ups.
After he took me on a short tour of the weight room, showing me the equipment, the location of the water station, and introducing me to more men that I assumed were actual New York Mavericks football players, he turned the screen back to his face and said, "I'm going to finish up in here, kitty cat. But don't worry, I'll be sending you more messages this morning. See ya in a little bit." He flashed one blue-eyed wink, and a second later, the video ended. My nose scrunched up, but the disappointment was brief until I clicked back to my inbox and remembered that it was still chock full of more Quinn-style greetings. With one tap to the screen, I opened the next. A picture of Quinn in the locker room, the words New York Mavericks prestigiously filling up the wall behind him. The following message was yet another photo. This time, Quinn took a selfie on the field. The sun shone brightly behind him, highlighting the little blonde hairs within his shaggy locks, and the green of the pristine turf framing his face only added to his presence, making him look like football royalty. Another one had a video of him inside the therapist's room, getting his legs stretched out by a smiling man that Quinn introduced as Denny, the best fucking physical therapist in the NFL. And that wasn't the end of it. There were more, at least 5 more messages to be exact. What in the hell was happening? I scrolled to the top of my inbox and opened up his most recent message. A selfie of Quinn drinking out of a Gatorade bottle. Delicious droplets of sweat on his chest shimmered under the sun's early morning rays. I sucked my bottom lip into my mouth. Damn, Gina. He looked good with a capital G. It was pictures like this that made me understand why women professed marriage and took his name via their Instagram handles. Besides the sexy muscles and the urge to virtually lick the sweat off of his chest, I really only had one thing on my mind. And that's exactly what I sent him before setting my phone down and filling my coffee pot with fresh water. At Wild Cat. What is happening? By the time I had Mr. Coffee filled with fresh grounds and hit his brew button, my phone shot off what I now knew was the Instagram chime. At Quinn Bailey.
Good morning, kitty cat. I was wondering when you were going to wake up, and I figured since I've seen you at work, I wanted you to see me at work.
I chuckled at the ridiculousness of it. I'm pretty sure I could see that on ESPN.
Pop Sports Quiz. What does ESPN stand for?
A snort left my nose. He knew I didn't have a fucking clue what ESPN stood for. Hell, I hadn't even known he was the freaking quarterback for the Mavericks until I typed his name into Google. Not a damn clue.
Entertainment and Sports Programming Network.
I poured freshly brewed coffee into my favorite yellow mug and added my ideal amount of cream and sugar. As I stirred it together with a spoon, the coffee and cream mixing together to create a perfect color of creamy beige, I typed out another response with my free hand and hit send. Thank you. That is a valuable piece of information that I will hold on to forever.
See? We're so good together. I can teach you everything about sports, and you can show me the ins and outs of airplanes. I've always wanted to be a pilot.
LOL. I don't actually fly the plane.
Baby steps, kitty cat. We'll both learn together.
Oh, yeah, of course. By this time next year, I'm sure we'll be working on our smooth landings.
When can I see you again?
My heart kicked up speed and pounded excitedly as I read the words. He wanted to see me. Again. Holy moly. My heart screamed, today, right now. But my brain stayed rational and reminded me with, girl, you've got a busy fucking week of flights. Stupid brain. Well, my next few days are pretty booked with work. I'll actually be doing another NYC to Birmingham and back again today.
When do you fly out today?
2 p.m. I have to be to the airport by noon.
And you'll be flying straight back to NYC after that?
Yep, no overnights during this round.
Can you make me a promise?
I guess that depends on what the promise is.
Oh, come on, kitty cat. You know I'm a total gentleman. I'd never make you promise to do something that would make you uncomfortable.
He had a point. Quinn had never been anything but extremely polite to me. Well, and sexy and charming as hell, but that was beside the point. All right, you got me there. What do you need me to promise?
As soon as you know your schedule is letting up and you can carve out a little time for me, let me know, okay?
Sugary, sweet, and thoughtful as hell. I swooned. That I can do.
Atta girl. All right, I've got to head out onto the field, but don't worry, we'll chat later.
Promise me something?
Anything.
Damn, so quick to respond. It was like he was trying to make me fall head over heels for him or something. Have a safe practice.
You got it, kitty cat.
Kitty cat. Apparently that was my official Quinn Bailey appointed nickname. Well, that and kitten. And I'd be a liar if I said I didn't like both.
Chapter 15. Quinn. I slammed my locker shut and swung my bag up on my shoulder, hair still wet and dripping onto my t-shirt-covered shoulders. A wedding DJ would be extraordinarily proud of my version of the hustle as I rushed around trying to get my shit together and head out of the stadium in order to make it to my destination in time. "Yo, Bailey, grab a bite with me," Jorge "Teeny" Martinez, my left tackle, and the guy who often steamrolled the me from the other team, invited, but I was shaking my head before he even finished. "Sorry, buddy, I've got some errands to run. Rain check, though, okay?" As one of the leaders of the team, I made it a point to make time for all of my teammates. Practice time, life time, even time to share a meal or do stupid shit. In my experience, it kept them out of trouble, and it made them even more determined to protect me on game day. Both of those were very high up on my priorities list. Just not today. He jerked up his chin, and I motored again, weaving through the men strolling around in towels and various states of dress, all fresh from the showers after a vigorous morning practice. Thankfully, we'd done most of the outdoor activity during the early morning hours, when the sun wasn't quite yet at its full strength, but it had still been hot as balls. "Q!" Sean yelled from behind me, my stride casually eating up the hall on my way out of the stadium as fast as I could go. "Wait up, dude!" I slowed to a normal pace, even though I didn't really have the luxury of extra time, and gave him a chance to catch me. "What's up?" I asked, as he finally made it to my side. "Where you headed in such a hurry? You were moving around the locker room like your throttle got stuck, and I know you don't have any kids to take to the doctor and shit." I shook my head and chuckled. "I have things to do today. They're time-consuming. I'm in a hurry. What's the big deal?" He didn't look convinced, but he didn't push it. "Fine, if you say so." "I say so," I said, and without waiting, started walking again. He fell into step beside me, the bastard. I shook my head again as we walked and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm coming with you." "Sean, you may have a busy day, my man, but I'm as free as that whale Willie." "Great," I acquiesced. It was useless fighting him. Sean's undying persistence was what made him one of the best receivers in the league. I smiled then, though, as I thought about how funny it was going to be when Sean figured out what the fuck he'd just gotten himself into. Down the hall, through the lobby, and out the doors, Sean and I walked in silence all the way to the parking lot, stopping beside my car. "What about your Jeep?" I asked. He shrugged as he pulled the handle to the passenger door of my F-150 and climbed in. I followed suit after tossing my bag in the back seat. "I'll leave it here for now. You can either drop me by later today when we're done running around, or I'll get it tomorrow," he clarified, when the ringing from both of our doors slamming shut silenced. I smiled. "Yeah, it's probably going to be tomorrow, buddy." "Okay." Something occurred to me, so I asked, point blank, "You have your driver's license on you?" His cheeks climbed closer to his eyes, but he didn't question it. At least, not directly. "Yeah?" I nodded, and with one flick of my wrist, the engine flared to life, and we were off. Next stop, JFK. Sean didn't really start to get inquisitive until we crossed over the Verrazzano Bridge onto the Belt Parkway. Traffic was thick, and the route was long as we weaved our way along the inlet shoreline, around Brooklyn, and past Coney Island. Summer was in the air, and the beach was thick with tan bodies and gelled hair. Rides spun and danced, and lights flickered and flared in bright, colorful patterns as people got in a little adventure at Brooklyn's favorite amusement park. Everyone was partaking in all the recreational time they could before fall came and wrecked it all with colder temperatures and school schedules. "What do you have to do all the way out here?" Sean asked, surveying all the people with languid eyes and propping a sock-covered foot up on my dashboard as I rolled down the windows. I hummed, pursing my lips with a grin. I wasn't sure I could really say anything at this point without lying, and I wasn't keen to have him beg me to turn the truck around either. I settled on the truth, a vague version of it anyway, knowing I'd just struggle to fill in the gaps in any other tale I tried to weave. "Just have to swing by JFK. Is your brother flying in?" he asked, his eyebrows drawn down into a funny little point. I glanced between him and the road, watching as traffic once again slowed to a crawl. "Nah, his schedule's too busy with preseason training for Alabama." He nodded in response to my non-answer, and thankfully got stuck on a subject I was an expert at talking about in minute detail: football. "How's he doing? He's starting this year, right?" "Yep. Groover finally graduated, and they're trying out Den as the starting quarterback." "How's he feeling about it?" I shrugged. He'd probably be better if he didn't hate football. "What the fuck?" Sean asked, surprised. Apparently, we'd never discussed the real details of my brother and all his complications with the game Sean and I both loved. "What do you mean he hates football? Why's he playing, then?" "My dad," I said simply. My brother both hates my father and hangs on his every approval at the same time. Den and I are complete opposites in a lot of respects, and my parents would have him believe that I'm everything he should be, which is complete bullshit. When it comes down to it, my brother's just trying to walk a line with being his own guy and getting a little parental warmth for himself. Wow. I nodded, my fingers flexing on the leather of my steering wheel. I know. The sad thing is, if my dad weren't so invested in football, Den would probably love playing it. Sean sank his head into his hands and pretended to rub at his temples with a little chuckle. I thought you said he's playing because of your dad. Why would he love it if your dad weren't invested? Because then it'd have nothing to do with my dad. This is some twisted shit. I nodded and hummed, trying to put the whole thing into words. Den is doomed to unhappiness until he can let it all go. My dad is the factor that will forever taint everything. Den doesn't allow himself to love football because my dad loves football. But he's fucking good. I raised one shoulder cockily. I am his big brother, after all. Wow, QB. I had no idea your family was so messed up. Lies and blood, Phillips. The best camouflage there is. I pulled off the exit and followed the signs for short-term parking, and finally, Sean remembered why he'd been asking about my brother in the first place. Okay, so it's not your brother. Who else is flying in? I smiled as I pulled up to the machine to take a parking ticket and pulled through the gate as it lifted to let us by. Nobody. All right, dude, you've been the most taciturn during this car ride that you've ever been in your life, and the ambiguity is starting to freak me out. If no one's flying in, what the fuck are we doing at the airport? He'd been patient, way more patient than I'd have ever been in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and as I pulled the truck into a space and cut the engine, I figured he was stuck there with me whether he liked it or not. It was time to tell him the truth. We're flying out. He laughed. Just one quick burst that turned into a scoff when I didn't immediately start laughing with him. "We have practice tomorrow morning," he semi-yelled, reminding me of something I already knew. I rolled my eyes and opened my center console to dig out my wallet. I couldn't tell you how many times Jillian had yelled at me for leaving it in there, preached about how someone was going to rob me stupid one day, but I couldn't be bothered. It was just so much easier to leave it in there for when I needed it. I know. We're flying to Birmingham on the 2:15 and then right back on the 6:45. We'll be home by midnight at the latest. We're flying there and back again, back to back? I nodded. Why in the fuck would we do that? I smiled. Sean, buddy, I murmured, and then paused to squeeze his shoulder. I'd like you to meet someone. Someone who I think might just be someone special. Sean grumbled as we walked down the jetway, giving my beats, wrapped conveniently around my neck, a flick. I can't believe I'm doing over 6 hours worth of flying, and I don't even have my headphones. I'll remind you, I said, the thud of our big feet on the extendable tube making the entirety of it shake. You volunteered to come along, chased me down at the stadium, as it were. I was supposed to be doing this alone. I didn't know I was signing up to fly to fucking Alabama and back, he snapped. I thought I was riding along to the goddamn post office, maybe the grocery store. Oh, Shawnee, growing up with that sister of yours, I know you had to have learned what a bad idea it is to assume. Leave Cassie out of this. She is insane. An impromptu trip to Alabama should be like a walk in the park for you. My most recent personal experience with her had been at the cabin in the Catskills last Christmas, but she was always coming to the games, cheering Sean on, and raising all holy hell. What I said was no exaggeration. Cassie Phillips, now Kelly, was off her fucking rocker. He laughed and tried to touch the back of his head with his eyeballs. It's been several years since we lived together. I guess I'm out of practice. Well, good then, old buddy. Your Captain Quinn is good for practice any day of the week. We were both laughing, wide smiles lightening our sometimes mean faces as we stepped up to the plane, and a pretty flight attendant's eyes went wide at the sight of us.
"Quinn Bailey and Sean Phillips," she muttered, her breath soft and her voice even softer.
Her eyes, though, they danced with light. My smile turned polite as I stuck out my hand, offering it to the woman I'd never seen before, a woman who was obviously a fan. Shit. I sure hope Cat didn't switch fucking flights with someone. I laughed a little to myself. God damn, that'd be one hell of a joke on me. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Sean nodded in kind.
"Carly,"
she said, blushing.
"My name's Carly."
She turned her body and reached out a hand toward the aisle of the plane, but her wide green eyes never left me. She mumbled, trying to snap her fingers at someone down the aisle and failing. Finally, she got it together.
"Cat!"
she nearly yelled, turning to look down the aisle but stopping before actually making it far enough to look and jerking her gaze back to us. I smiled and relaxed, knowing now with absolute certainty that my girl was on the plane. I could allow myself to enjoy the excited fans bumbling.
"What?"
Cat asked, looking down at her hands as she stuffed some garbage in a little bag, her step hurried.
"Why are you snapping at me?"
Carly just pointed. Sean and I smiled, still outside the plane, having been barred by a dumbfounded Carly. In fact, a line of waiting passengers had started to form behind me, just like last time. Cat's gaze followed Carly's hand, and when it landed on me, her whole body jerked.
"Quinn?"
she said, on a surprised whisper. I winked. Hey there, kitten. Sean, the asshole, nudged me from behind. I shook my head slightly, but smiled. This is Sean.
Chapter 16. Cat. "Tell me something," Nikki whispered into my ear as we stood near the entry doors, watching passengers from Birmingham file onto our plane. Luckily, she was on the flight back to New York with me this time, and Carly, a flight attendant for Royal Air I worked with a hell of a lot less, was on her way somewhere else. For 3.5 hours, the enamored woman had chatted my ear off about Quinn and Sean and everything she knew about them, enough information to start a Facebook profile for each of them, and I'd had to smile and listen. Because if I wasn't telling my close friends all of the details yet, I certainly wasn't telling her. Still, every swallowed comment tasted like vinegar. Am I actually jealous of Carly's little fan trip? Christ, I was. Get it together, Cat. The man is into you. He's flight stalking you for Pete's sake. What? Those 2 guys, she responded quietly. The ones that I saw get off the plane before I got on and are now reboarding the plane. They're here because of you, aren't they? What guys? I questioned dumbly, even though I knew full well who she was referring to. How'd I know? Well, because Quinn, followed by Sean, was literally reboarding the plane for their flight back to NYC. It was hard to miss 2 men that stood over 6 feet tall and had biceps the size of tree trunks. Lovely to see you again, Catherine. Quinn winked as he walked by, and Sean smirked knowingly. Good God, what had Quinn been saying about me while I worked during the last flight? Yeah. Nikki rolled her eyes. I think it's safe to say you know exactly who I'm talking about. Shit. I'd managed to avoid the topic of Quinn Bailey and everything I felt for him for a couple of days, but that was done. Nikki wasn't having it anymore. Technically, they're not both here for me, I answered honestly, and an incredulous laugh slipped past her lips. I think now is the time to explain to me why 2 of the Mavericks are on our plane, and one in particular, who just so happens to be the fucking quarterback, appears to be on a pretty fucking friendly basis with you. I turned toward her. How do you know they play for the Mavericks? Oh, come on, she huffed out an exasperated breath. Everyone in America knows Quinn Bailey and Sean Phillips. The men, because they're considered to be the best team in the NFL, and the women because, well, look at them. Well, I'll be honest, Quinn Bailey was on our last Birmingham to JFK flight, and you didn't seem to even notice who he was then. He was? I nodded. Jesus Christ, she muttered. How in the hell did I miss that? I watched as she mentally calculated the days in her head. Oh, yeah, it was period week. I was probably just trying to not strangle passengers and hemorrhage through my uniform. Ew, I scrunched my nose. Gross. She rolled her pretty hazel eyes. Like you don't know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, I grinned knowingly. You got me there. Every woman in the world had experienced her own personal version of period nightmares and the occasional murderous rage that menstrual cycles provided. My gaze flicked toward first class, and I watched as Quinn and Sean filed into their seats, their wide, strong shoulders making the spacious seats in first class look more like a tiny house version of an airplane. Speaking of which, if that tiny fucking house trend ever started to filter into the airline industry, I'd put my resignation in on the spot. Planes were small enough as it was, and anyone who didn't believe that needed to attempt to make coffee in the coach galley while passengers waiting in line for the lavatory surrounded them. Nearly fucking impossible, I tell ya. Nikki grabbed my elbow and led me toward the back galley of the plane, politely pushing us past the passengers who were still working on getting their carry-ons into the overhead bins. The instant she had us behind the curtain, she released her death grip on my elbow, and I grimaced from the abrupt change in nerve pressure. Okay, explain yourself. Why are 2 of the Mavericks stalking you? My eyes went wide. They're not stalking me. Well, technically one wasn't stalking me. The other, well, I wasn't so sure. He appeared to be flying on a lot of my flights lately. Oh, come on, she muttered on a groan, and proceeded to put her hands together in a praying position. Tell me everything, Cat, everything. There's nothing to tell. She pulled her cell phone out of her back pocket. Do not make me get Casey on the phone right now. I knew you 2 were hiding something from me the other day. I'd thought it was my period paranoia, but now I know I wasn't hallucinating that shit. This is why you switched cabins with me. Oh man, she was playing dirty. I stared at Nikki, and she stared back at me. Once she raised her eyebrow and started waving her phone around in the air, I folded like a house of cards. Fine. Nikki's mouth morphed into a grin, her lips cresting and lighting up her eyes to shades of outright giddy. She propped one hip against the counter and settled in, far too excited for what I was about to tell her. So, I met Quinn Bailey on one of my flights a little less than a week ago, I explained. Actually, it was the flight Casey and I were on that got detoured to Atlanta because of Tropical Storm Rita. Oh, yeah, she nodded in remembrance. The flight with the sexy-as-hell guy in 2A. He told you about the guy in 2A? Yep, she responded, popping the P. He couldn't shut up about him. Good Lord, he was such a little gossiper. So I'm guessing he told you about the train ride too, then? Uh-huh, she grinned. And the journey serenade. Does that diva keep any secrets? Nikki laughed. When it comes to gossiping to me and you, no, probably not. But anyone not in his inner circle, he definitely knows when to keep his chatty lips shut. Well, I paused, not really sure how to explain the situation. The strange coincidence of it all sounded a bit crazy inside my head. Well, what? The tip of her toe tapped against the carpet in quick succession. Well, Quinn is actually 2A. What? She asked on a shout, and I held my index finger up to my lips to shush her. I'd prefer to keep this conversation between us, not the entire plane. Quinn is 2A. You mean Quinn Bailey, the flipping quarterback for the Mavericks? I nodded once in confirmation. Shut the fuck up! She shouted again and proceeded to go Elaine Bennis on me. shoving my chest with both hands until my ass bounced into one of the galley cabinets. So much for keeping this conversation between us. Ow, I muttered and rubbed at the cheek of my ass. No need to resort to violence. But she didn't give a shit. She was too amped up over the news I'd just delivered. "So, what is going on with you guys then?" she asked, her eyes wide and inquisitive. "Wait, are you, dating?" Her eyes grew even wider at her own words. "Oh my God, if you tell me you're dating Quinn Bailey, I might have a stroke." "Take a breath, girl, we're not dating," I responded honestly. "We just met." I didn't really know what the fuck we were doing, but I knew we weren't dating. At least, we'd yet to go on an actual date. I was pretty sure him stalking my flights didn't really count. Nikki stayed quiet for a long moment until her face brightened up like a light bulb. "Oh my God, I've got the best idea ever." "What?" "You need to date him." "That's your brilliant idea?" I asked on a laugh. "Pretty sure I can't just decide something like that on my own. It takes 2 willing participants to equal a date." "Believe me, Kat, he wants to date you." "How in the heck would you know that?" I asked. "You literally just found out that I knew him. Not to mention, you're not the most observant. You didn't even recognize him the last time he was on our flight." Again, I was having a period rage moment. I was just trying not to strangle passengers during that flight, but I know what I'm talking about here. Nikki held open the curtain until both of our eyes could see directly down the center aisle of the plane. And I know it because of that. Because of what? The fact that I can literally see the back of Quinn Bailey's head on our plane. She responded and shut the curtain again. A man doesn't fly to Birmingham and back to NYC on the same fucking day because he just felt like flying. There is only one reason a man would purposefully take a woman's flight without any need to go to the intended destination. And what reason is that? Because he totally wants you, Nikki answered and clapped her hands together. Holy hell, Quinn Bailey wants you. This is like one of those Lifetime Cinderella movies. Oh my God, I can't fucking wait to go to your wedding. Mr. Miller is going to lose his fucking shit when he finds out we're going to Quinn Bailey's wedding. Whoa, 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 I muttered and placed a hand over her mouth before the entire plane started listening to our conversation. First of all, stop being so fucking loud. And secondly, slow your roll, Nick. She pulled my hand off her mouth and just grinned. Seriously, I stated firmly. I barely know the guy. I'm definitely not Cinderella and no one is getting married. No one is getting married yet, she answered with a wink and then headed back toward the front of the plane without another word or giving me the chance to refute her ridiculous prediction. My friend had lost her freaking mind. Quinn Bailey wanted me? That sounded a bit crazy, right? It sounds crazy, but the proof is right in front of your eyes, sitting on your flight again, Kat. Instead of driving myself crazy analyzing Quinn Bailey's motives, I busied myself with getting both galleys ready while Nikki did final checks before takeoff. Maybe by the time we landed in NYC, I'd find the confidence to just straight up ask him what the deal was. Oh, hey, Quinn, how are you? This might sound weird, but it kind of feels like you're stalking me, and I'd really like to understand why. Jesus. Yeah, I definitely need to work on my approach. Besides the fact that everyone on the plane realized Quinn Bailey and Sean Phillips were on our flight, and an impromptu autograph and selfie session had taken place in the middle of first class, the ride back to JFK had been otherwise uneventful. Kidding. It had been a bit of a whirlwind assisting Quinn and Sean with keeping passengers and apparent superfans from trying to take over the plane with their Mavericks mania. But Nikki and I had been a good team, and the guys had been nothing but generous and patient toward their fans. It was still pretty weird, though, seeing Quinn signing autographs and being adored by his fans. Again, even when you weren't the actual person, but the outsider watching situations like that unfold, I wasn't sure it was something someone could ever get used to. I mean, how did he deal with it on a daily basis? How did his non-famous friends and family deal with it? How did someone like Quinn Bailey ever have a relationship when his life was surrounded by the constant potential for chaotic situations like the one I'd just witnessed on the plane, and before that, when he'd gotten off the train in Birmingham. I honestly didn't know the answers to those questions. All I knew was that we were nearly to the point in the flight where I'd have to tell everyone to strap in, do final checks, and clean the lingering trash from refreshments as we started our descent into New York. I knew I was working, and he was being watched by just about everyone on the plane, but it felt painfully anticlimactic that he'd gone to all the trouble of flying to Alabama and back, and we hadn't even had a chance to talk. I was pushing the coffee maker back into its cabinet and locking the door into place, my face a pout full of sad thoughts, when big hands grabbed onto my hips from behind and squeezed. "Holy shit!" I whisper-yelled, my hair flying out in an arc as I spun around. Quinn's smile was downright roguish as he leaned forward and put his lips to my cheek. His breath fanned warmth across my skin as he spoke. "So good to see you, kitten." My eyes widened, wondering if someone might be watching us, but Nicky pulled the curtain shut to the galley and gave me a thumbs up over Quinn's shoulder. Minty notes flirted with my nose as Quinn shifted the gum in his mouth to the other side. 5 hours of seeing you I've gotten," he murmured softly. "Still, it's even better to be able to touch you." Yeah, I agreed. My cheek still pulsed where his lips had touched. "You took these flights just to see me," I said. It was fact, pure and simple, but still, I expected an answer to my non-question. He had no problem taking the hint. "Yep." The captain sounded the bell to signal the beginning of our descent, and without prompting, my lips turned down into a small frown. Quinn smiled and lifted a hand, smoothing the unhappy line in my cheek with his thumb. "That sound means I have to leave you alone, huh?" I bit my lip and nodded, and he tucked my loose hair behind my ear, gave my hip a gentle squeeze, and disappeared back behind the curtain. Good God, I'm fucked. By the time Sean and Quinn had been safely escorted off the plane by airport security and the last passenger had exited the main doors, Nicky and I had quickly finished up our final tasks before calling it a day. "Ready to go?" she asked. "Girl, I'm more than ready." Grabbing both of our carry-ons from the flight attendant closet, I handed hers off and wrapped my fingers tightly around the handle of mine. "It's a shame the guys got noticed on our flight and needed the assistance of airport security to leave the plane." "What do you mean?" I looked at her curiously as we walked the long hallway toward the gate doors. She shrugged one bony shoulder. "I was just kind of hoping you two would get to chat for a little bit longer than the half of a freaking minute on the plane. Maybe grab a bite to eat after the flight. Get naked at his place." I laughed and rolled my eyes at the same time. "You're such a romantic." "I know, right?" Nicky grinned. "It should come as no mystery that Mr. Miller and I know how to keep things spicy in our marriage." "And how exactly do you two manage that?" She pushed open the gate doors. "A lot of Chinese takeout and Netflix and chill." Soft giggles left my lips. That sounds surprisingly amazing. To be honest, it did. One day, I hope to find that perfect someone to just spend nights in wearing sweats and eating Chinese without a care in the world. "Well," she paused her words and her feet. "Maybe you should see if he's interested in something like that?" I stopped and looked back at her. "Huh?" Nicky nodded in the opposite direction, and I followed her eyes across the main aisle of the terminal until they landed smack dab on Quinn. There he stood, waiting for me outside my gate. Again. I was starting to see a pattern here. "I'll call you tomorrow." She patted my shoulder and leaned in to whisper into my ear. "And you better tell me every fucking thing." Deal. Although I'm not sure my reality can live up to your fantasies of marriage and lifetime Cinderellas. I grinned, and she just rolled her eyes as she started to walk away. "Oh, and have a nice night with Mr. Miller," I called toward her departing back. "I'm sure you'll be able to find us watching Season 2 of Stranger Things." She waved over her shoulder. "Night, Cat." I watched her walk away for a brief moment before bringing my eyes back to Quinn. He stood still in the same spot, but this time the smile on his face was what I noticed the most. It was infectious and seemed to make its way from his lips across the tiled terminal floor all the way to my lips. Damn, he was good. "You waited for me," I said, once I made my way over to his tall frame. "Again?" "I did." "And you stalked me today." He smirked. "I did that too." "Is there a reason for the stalking?" Quinn's eyes sparkled, and instead of actually answering my question, he asked, "So how about that date, kitty cat?" I was lost for words as I wandered in the blue pools of his eyes, and he waited in silence as I stared at him mutely. Quinn leaned forward, done waiting for the silence to break on my end, pressed a soft kiss to my cheek, the second of the fucking day, and whispered into my ear, "Say yes." Goosebumps rolled up my spine in delicious waves. I couldn't hold back my answer any longer. "Yes." One word, but a definitive one at that. I smiled as it left my lips, and his answering expression mirrored mine. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, grabbed my carry-on, and led us in the direction of the exit. "Tonight work for you?" he asked, and a soft, amused laugh rasped out of my throat. It's like midnight, Quinn." I stated the obvious truth. "I've been on a plane all day. You've been on a plane for half the day. I'd prefer to go on our date not smelling like stale airplane air and peanuts." "Okay, you've got a point," he smirked. "How about tomorrow night?" "Thank everything I'm off tomorrow." "That sounds perfect." "Any special requests?" "Nope," I answered honestly. "Just you." The only thing I needed and wanted out of our date was more time with Quinn. "Don't worry, kitty cat. We're going to have fun tomorrow." When it came to Quinn Bailey, I was pretty certain he could have taken us to an electric chair and it would have been fun, but I chose to keep that little remark to myself. There was nothing wrong with making a man work for it, right?
Chapter 17. Quinn. "Take a water break!" Coach Bennett yelled, just after the sound of the whistle. Sweat ran like a river over 90% of my body, so I didn't fucking argue. Practice in the summertime heat reminded me why we played the regular season in the fall, and it made me a little less resentful at playing in the occasional snowstorm. At a jog, I moved toward the side of the field, the rest of my team a flock behind me. Sean ran up close, slapping me on the back of the helmet before I could get it pulled off, and cut in front of me to grab one of the water bottles support staff had ready on the sidelines to pass out. Cam Mitchell followed his lead and went to cut ahead of me, but Sean elbowed him back. "Hey, whoa," he said to Cam. "I earned this. Sacrifices were made for the greater QB good. You go behind him." I rolled my eyes, but unfortunately Sean's little speech got some of the guys inquisitive. "Oh yeah, Lil Sean?" Jimmy Thompson, the kicker, asked. "What'd you do to earn the privilege?" All of it was talk, a bunch of ball busters flapping their gums about a pecking order that didn't exist. But once again, Sean played right into the game, outing me to everyone. "Bailey is a fucking legend, and I paid witness, that's what." I bit my lip and tried to blend into the crowd, but several of the guys started shoving me from behind, trapping me in a churning semicircle as Sean continued with his grand tale. "2 flights, down and back. We flew to Alabama yesterday. Also QB here could mac on the stewardess." "Oh," Teeny yelled dramatically, stirring the pot. I shook my head, muttering under my breath, "They're called flight attendants now." "Uh-huh," Sean hummed. "Little hot chocolate cutie with soulful brown eyes." "Sean," I warned. He just smirked. "Kitten, as he calls her." The whole team crooned, catcalled, and hollered, and I worked hard not to blush. "Wait," Cam said, pausing just long enough to smirk. "Is this the fucking kitten everyone on Instagram has been asking all of us about?" He raised his voice to mimic a female fan. "Oh my God, Quinn got a kitten? What's its name, Cam? Have you met it? Have you had to cat sit?" "Holy shit," Teeny yelled. "QB's been getting a little something and keeping it to himself." "Cut it out," I ordered, but I allowed my lips to curve into a smile to take some of the harshness out of it. "You're supposed to be hydrating, not gossiping, unless you think gabbing about my love life is going to keep you from collapsing on the field." Sam Sheffield's smirk was ornery. "I don't know, QB. I'm pretty sure a little dirt on you could keep me going for a while." I laughed and gave my mouthy center a shove in the shoulder. "How about 2 hours?" I asked. "That's how long you have left out here. And I know you've been losing water," I noted. "Every time you bend over in front of me to snap the ball, I see the lines of sweat between the cheeks of your ass." "Ooh," Teeny yelled. "QB got jokes today, fellas." In truth, what I had today was desperation. Time ticked like molasses as I tried not to think about my date with Catharine tonight. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't actually want to think about it so much as, if I let myself, it would be the only thing on my mind. I wasn't really looking for that kind of physical pain. Because, trust me, any time spent on the field with the guys mocking me endlessly best be done with a whole fucking boatload of concentration. One misstep, one flicker of mental uncertainty, and I'd be flat on my back, trying to extricate my lungs from the back of my rib cage. Plus, crutches wouldn't really match the outfit I had planned. So I had to change the subject, and I had to do it fast, before I lost myself to thoughts about her and ended up showing up on her doorstep via stretcher. Just in time, Coach Bennett blew 3 sharp bleeps on the whistle, and I didn't have to try to get my team's asses in gear anymore. They all moved on their own, turning their bottles of water upside down and hosing their mouths like animals. Empties littered the ground as players dropped them and took off toward the center of the field again at a jog. Just like during a game, when the whistle blew, time waited for no man. That's why the team had people they paid to collect all the bottles, haul them in for cleaning, and come back promptly with an entirely new set. Precision playing took over soon enough as we set up again, running hard and slamming bodies all in the name of getting a ball from one end of a field to another. Sean was on fire today, picking balls out of the air like he was predestined by God himself to do so. I hoped like fuck he'd keep playing like that as we headed into the season. After last year, a season where we'd found ourselves in the playoffs with the potential to go all the way, but come up painfully short, I was hungry for it all this year. An undefeated season, flawless playoffs, and a win in the ultimate championship, the Super Bowl, at the end of it all. With all that in mind, I pushed myself harder than I had in weeks, using speed I didn't know I had, and putting everything and then some into the strength of my arm. Coach Bennett pulled me aside as the rest of the team filed into the tunnel, heading to the locker room to shower up when we finally finished a couple of hours later. "Fucking outstanding performance today, Bailey." He looked me up and down, from the top of my sweat-drenched head to the shake in my tired thighs. "I see you're spent, so make sure you get good rest tonight, okay?" I swallowed hard before reciting my lie. "Sure, Coach." I hoped to God I wouldn't be spending my date with Cat resting. He gave me a hard smack on my shoulder pad. "Shower up." I nodded and turned up the dark beckoning of the tunnel at a jog. Jello legs or not, I had a date to get ready for. I was trying on my 3rd shirt of the evening when Jilly slammed my front door so hard the house rattled. An interesting way to enter a house, for sure, and an entire hallway and flat of stairs away from me, but I still knew it was her. 1, she was the only one with a key. 2, she had a lot of rage toward me currently. And 3, she'd made this exact entrance several times before. Temporarily satisfied with the shirt on my back, since it covered all my flesh, I hustled out of my room, through the hall, and down the stairs. Jilly was waiting at the bottom, as expected, her toe tapping furiously on the travertine tile. "Hey, Jilly Willy," I greeted playfully, watching as the tops of her ears turned a burning hot red. "Cut the crap, Quinn," she replied. Her tone was remarkably less friendly. "Nathan's been chasing me around like a rabid dog since he can't get a hold of you." I shrugged. Her head looked like it might explode as she shook it violently back and forth, her blonde ringlet curls bouncing as she did. Her hazel eyes looked amber and a whole lot pissed. I semi-feared she was going to transform into a werewolf, they were glowing so hard. "I know you didn't just shrug," she said, eerie calm making me take a step back before responding. "You need to make yourself less available like I do. It solves a whole lot of problems when it comes to Nathan." Publicists, man, hopped up on gossip columns, and like scavengers, they hunted everywhere for issues, opportunities, things to slide under the rug. They were an entirely different breed, and with as much as mine called me, I often wondered when Nathan found the time to sleep or take a shit. "You pay me to be available!" she shouted. I smirked shamelessly. "Oh yeah, that's right. So what is it you're complaining about again?" "One day I'm going to murder you," she threatened, and I laughed. Probably not a good long-term employment plan, but hey, you do what you gotta do. For the first time since arriving, she noticed my appearance. From the button-down shirt to my nicest pair of jeans, to the product in my hair, it was obvious I was making an effort. At least it would be to her. She saw me on a daily basis in my regular gear, and trust me, this wasn't it. "Where are you going?" she asked suspiciously, drawing a figure 8 over my body with a point. "I don't like this." I shook my head and headed for the kitchen, avoiding her eyes as she trailed me. "What's not to like? I'm wearing clothes. No big deal." No," she spewed behind me. "Those aren't just clothes. They are going somewhere clothes, and I'm still dealing with the somewhere you went yesterday." I rolled my eyes, but in the interest of full disclosure, she was behind me. She couldn't actually see the action. I didn't have a death wish. "What were you thinking, getting on a fucking plane to Alabama yesterday? Did you think no one would notice? That there wouldn't be videos of you all over social media? Because there were, trust me. I know, because I've been fielding calls from your publicist all day about it." "Jilly, relax," I coached, pulling 2 bottles of water out of the fridge and sliding one across the island to her. She unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp, all while shooting laser beams out of her eyes at me. "I'll call Nathan." "Tonight," she ordered, but I shook my head. The lasers became death rays. "I have a date tonight," I admitted. "So no, not tonight. Tomorrow." "I knew those were going somewhere clothes." I laughed. "Come on, Jilly. Don't you want your best friend Quinn to meet a nice lady? Someone you can inspect carefully, fall in love with, claim as your new best friend, and then occasionally loan out to me?" She shrugged and popped her eyebrows, grumbling, "Well, that doesn't sound bad." I smiled, biting into my bottom lip as I did. "You're going to love her." She rolled her eyes, disbelieving, so I pulled my phone out of my pocket and quickly clicked through to Kat's Instagram profile. "Here." I shoved my phone across the island, and she caught it on the other side before it hit the ground, thankfully. "Look at her profile." "Oh, great," she groused as she lifted the phone. "Probably some fucking YouTube star with 40 million... Her eyebrows drew together so sharply the gap between them disappeared. "Does that say she has 15 followers?" I grinned hugely, thinking about Kat's profile picture. Hair pulled back off her face, she grinned into the camera with paint streaks all over it and her shirt. She was a mess, but the light in her eyes was fucking brilliant. "Yep," I confirmed, rounding the counter and snagging my phone from Jilly's hands. "Hey," she snapped. I was still looking at that. Time's up. I have to finish getting ready and pick her up in Hoboken. She sighed, but most of the fight had left her. Her scrutiny remained, however, and I shifted under her stare. What? I asked. What exactly do you have to do? You look ready to me. I looked down at myself, self-consciously. I thought I might wear a different shirt. She shook her head immediately. Wear that one. The lavender goes with your eyes. I scoffed playfully. Are you saying you've noticed the color of my eyes? Shut up. I laughed and stepped forward, ruffling her hair and pissing her off enough to last the next 2 months. Don't wait up, Jilly. I'll make sure you meet your new mommy soon enough. She flipped me off behind my back as I strode from the kitchen. I could feel it burning heat through the fabric of my shirt, but nothing could break my stride. I tucked my phone into my pocket, grabbed my keys from the entryway table, and headed out the front door to my truck. I started the engine and then had a thought before I left. I was a couple minutes early thanks to Jilly's arrival and interrogation, and her dismissal of my plan to try on 40 other shirts. I shifted in my seat, digging for my phone and squeezing it out of my pocket by a sheer miracle. A few quick taps, and I was back on Kat's Instagram, where I clicked to open a direct message. Phone up in front of my face, I pointed the camera at myself and tapped the button to record. Hey, kitty cat, I greeted. I hope you're ready, because I'm going to see you real soon.
Chapter 18. Cat. The intercom buzzed, and unless someone had sent a Chinese delivery to the wrong apartment, those sounds signified Quinn's arrival. For our freaking date. Holy moly. It's Quinn, he said through the speaker, and I tapped the intercom to let him inside. I hurried my ass back into my bedroom, my heels click-clacking across the hardwood floor, and took one last look in the floor-length mirror beside the door. Hair shiny and sleek? Check. Makeup intact? Check. Little black dress and heels? Triple check. It had taken 2 hours of fashion analysis to come up with the easiest, most cliched choice. My one and only black cocktail dress, paired with my favorite pair of nude pumps. Honestly, I still wasn't certain it was the right choice, but I knew time had obviously run out when 2 knocks reverberated from my door. I couldn't dilly-dally any fucking longer. My date was here. Just a minute, I called out as I practically skidded across the hardwood floor of the hallway and toward the living room. As I gripped the door handle, I gave myself another 2 seconds to take a big, calming breath and silently pray, please let tonight go well. The instant I turned the knob and opened the door, the nerves in my belly fluttered and flopped around at such an intense pace, I felt like squealing. Son of a nutcracker, I was nervous. I hadn't planned on this much anxiety when I'd initially said yes. It's because you like him so much. Another calming yet very discreet breath, and I schooled my face into a soft smile. Hi, I said lamely, and instantly felt like face-palming. Hi. I was the queen of unsmooth and awkward. And good God, why did he always have to look so fucking good? Perfectly kempt, yet shaggy light brown hair, those intense blue eyes, and a body that looked good underneath pretty much anything, especially his current choice of casual yet sexy attire of a lilac-collared shirt and jeans. Quinn looked good. And not just good, but good, with an extra long O. Hi, he greeted with a sexy little smirk. Wow, kitty cat, you look amazing, he said, each word coming out of his mouth at a smooth and steady pace, mimicking his eyes' perusal. I didn't know what to do underneath the intense, warm gaze of those blue eyes of his, so I did the only thing I could think of. I motioned for him to step inside, the exaggerated movement of my arm more awkward than anything else. A bystander from the hallway probably thought I was inviting him inside for some line dancing and a good old-fashioned hoedown. Please come in, I added. I just need to grab my purse and keys. He stepped inside my home, and I wasn't sure what he could possibly be thinking in that moment. "So, this is where I live," I said, and even I could hear the uncertainty and nervousness in my voice. Surely my quaint little first-floor apartment inside a Hoboken brownstone-style building was nothing in comparison to his place. I didn't have to know his net worth to understand a professional NFL quarterback could afford a whole lot more than my humble abode. Stop being so self-deprecating, Cat. My subconscious was right. Quinn knew I wasn't rich and my life wasn't surrounded by fame. I was a 24-year-old flight attendant. The fact that I'd already achieved as much as I had, all without the help of my parents, and in my early 20s at that, was a huge accomplishment, in my opinion. He looked around my home, taking in the white walls and eclectic yet colorful furniture and accents. A small smile kissed his lips when he noticed my favorite spot in the entire apartment, the picture wall I'd created. Various candid photos, all of my closest family and friends. They took up the entire wall space surrounding my mantel. "I love your place." Realness and authenticity coated his words like caramel. His eyes met mine, and I shrugged. "It's a bit random for some people's tastes." "Really, Cat? It's fantastic, and I've only seen the living room." "Thanks," I said in a small voice, his enthusiasm throwing me off guard a bit. He smiled, and I strove to regain my equilibrium. "I'd offer to give you the tour, but I don't kiss and tell or show my bedroom on the first date," I teased, and Quinn chuckled. "Wait, what? I don't show my bedroom on the first date? Where in the hell had that come from? If this date went well, I'd be an idiot not to show Quinn my bedroom." "I guess I'll start crossing my fingers for a second date now." Giggles left my lips in a wave of melody and amusement. "How about you make yourself comfortable for a minute while I grab a few things?" I suggested, and motioned, casually this time, toward the small white sectional in the living room. "Can I get you anything to drink while you wait?" Stop being weird. I mentally chastised myself for all of a sudden turning stuffy and formal, and silently prayed he hadn't sensed my weirdness. Although I knew that was probably an impossible feat, but who knew? Maybe the big guy upstairs was feeling generous tonight. "I'm good," Quinn answered, and winked at me over his shoulder. "I'll just stock your wall of photos until you're ready to go." I smiled and headed back into the hallway. "You know, you're surprisingly good at the stalking," I called toward him once I reached my now mess of a bedroom. Clothes scattered across the floor, and my bed like rag dolls. It looked like a bomb of H&M had gone off. Quinn's chuckle echoed down the hall. "You say stalking, but I say tenacious." I grinned, but once my eyes took in the disaster of my bedroom again, it quickly faded. What in the hell had happened in here? It was like I'd deconstructed my entire closet and relocated it to my bed and floor. I did my best to straighten up because, I didn't know how the date would end, while Quinn remained safely unaware in my living room. Once I'd tossed everything back into my closet and managed to shut the door, I grabbed my purse, keys, and phone and headed out. "Okay, I'm ready whenever you are," I announced as I walked back into the room. Quinn still stood by my picture wall, his eyes intently examining each photo. "Are these your parents?" he asked, and pointed toward a picture from a beach vacation in Gulf Shores. With the sun in our eyes and the beach at our backs, the three of us stood huddled together, smiling down at the camera in my father's hand. I'd been 20 at the time, still unaware of who or what I'd wanted to be. "Yep," I nodded and stepped beside him, my bare arm brushing softly against the soft fabric of his lilac shirt. "That's Martin and Gail." My mother was a beautiful, dark-skinned African-American woman, and my father was the complete opposite, a creamy, white-skinned Irishman. When you put the two together, you got me, a creamy mocha latte mix of both. "You're a perfect mix of them," he said, and glanced between me and the photo. "You have your mother's lips and your father's eyes." "And a little bit of both when it comes to skin color," I added with a cheeky grin. "That too," Quinn smiled knowingly. "Where did you grow up?" "A little suburban town known as Marymount. It's just outside of Cincinnati."
Do your parents still live there?
Yeah, they'll probably never leave Marymount. I can't really blame them, though. My parents' house is adorable, and it's located in this little 10-mile area where everybody knows everybody. Honestly, sometimes it was like growing up in Stars Hollow on the Gilmore Girls. Confusion slid onto his face, and he quirked a brow.
Gilmore Girls?
It's a TV show. Lorelai, Rory... Wait. I paused and took in his now more puzzled expression. You don't know the Gilmore Girls?
Should I know them?
Are you kidding me? I questioned in damn near outrage. Everyone should know them. I was only speaking facts. Gilmore Girls was one of the best television series ever made. Hell, I still watched reruns and was waiting on bended knee for yet another season to come out. And spoiler alert, I needed to know what in the hell was going on with Rory's pregnancy. Quinn took his cell phone out of his pocket and summoned Siri with 2 quick taps to the home button.
Siri, add a reminder for tomorrow at 4 p.m. Title it Gilmore Girls.
A shocked laugh left my lips. A reminder for Gilmore Girls added to tomorrow at 4 p.m., Siri confirmed, and Quinn waggled his brows toward me.
All right. Now that that's settled, are you ready for our date, kitty cat?
You're ridiculous. I grinned and shook my head at the same time. And to answer your question, yes. I didn't get all dolled up to stand around in my living room and look at old pictures.
On the contrary, I like looking at your old pictures, but in the spirit of keeping my gorgeous girl happy, let's go.
He smiled and reached out his hand, ready to start our date adventure together.
My gorgeous girl. Oh my.
I faltered on my heels a bit, stepping to the side to regain my balance, but luckily managed to pull myself together. Okay, I slid my hand into his, and the instant I felt the warmth of his skin against mine, I couldn't stop myself from feeling just how good this, Quinn and me together, felt. He led us out of my apartment and out the main door and gently helped me into the passenger seat with his hand pressed at the small of my back. And the entire time, I wasn't thinking about the fact that Quinn's version of a vehicle was a decked-out F-150 with black-tinted windows, or the fact that the man sitting in the driver's seat next to me was an actual celebrity to the rest of the known world. Now, it wasn't any of those things. It was the fact that I was going on a date with the handsome stranger from 2A, the one who'd serenaded me on a midnight train to Birmingham, Alabama, the guy who'd inserted himself onto more than one of my flights because he wanted to see me. Hot damn. Tonight I was one lucky bitch, and it had nothing to do with Quinn Bailey's celebrity status. It was just him, and everything that made him the man I was finding out had a heart of gold. Two hours later, we sat inside a little art studio in New York, side by side on wooden stools, drinking wine from the bottle of Merlot Quinn had brought, and following Stella's, our teacher for the evening, step-by-step painting instructions. With purples, blues, oranges, yellows, and reds filling our canvases tonight, our paint-and-sip masterpiece was called Times Square. I had already finished up the billboard portion, but Quinn was a little behind, still focusing intently on the little people filling the sidewalks. Psst, I whispered toward him while Stella moved on to the taxis.
What?
Quinn questioned quietly, but his eyes never left the strokes of his brush. You're like way, way behind.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, I giggled. Look at mine. Considering that Quinn was still concentrating on the pedestrian portion of our painting, the one that had occurred 3 steps ago, he was most certainly behind. His canvas looked nearly bare compared to mine and Stella's. Is everything okay? Our instructor asked and rubbed a hand across her already paint-covered smock. With her brush still in hand, Stella paused to glance back at the only 2 people in her studio. Her hair, shades of fire red with wild ringlets, shone beneath the studio lights as her gaze moved back and forth between Quinn and me. Not only had he planned a date at a painting studio, He'd also rented out the entire place for our session, giving us complete privacy. With the number of Mavericks fans who resided inside the city limits, I had a feeling it was more out of necessity than anything else.
"Yep," he blurted out quickly. "We're all good back here."
I fought the urge to burst into laughter when I glanced at his canvas again. So bare. "Okay," Stella responded. "Just let me know if you need me to slow down." Slow down? Quinn probably needed her to start over. "What made you choose paint and sip for our date?" I asked on a whisper after taking a quick sip of my wine. Hints of chocolate and cinnamon pressed against my taste buds, and I swallowed.
"I got the idea from your Instagram."
"Seriously?" I questioned, surprised by his thoughtfulness. Apparently, Mr. Quarterback had not only been paying attention to my flight schedule, but my social media too. Most of the things I shared on my Instagram revolved around my own personal sketches, paintings, and pictures of the greeting card line my father and I sold through Etsy. Selfies and personal photographs were pretty rare.
"Yeah,"
he answered honestly.
"Which, by the way, what is the whole Caterpillar & Co. thing I keep seeing pictures of on your profile?"
"It's a greeting card line," I said with a shrug. "Just kind of a fun hobby thing my father and I do together."
"How long have you been doing that?"
"For a really long time, actually. I was 12 when we started it," I explained and dragged my brush across the canvas in the small, quick strokes Stella had instructed us to do from the front of the studio. It didn't start out as a greeting card line, though. It just sort of evolved into it.
"Consider me intrigued. How did Caterpillar & Co. start?"
"Well, my father runs the post office where I grew up, and I used to help with all of the Dear Santa letters that came through. When I was 12, I'd pretty much made it my mission to answer every Dear Santa letter the post office received. I don't know, I guess a year or two after that, once I'd started taking art classes at the community center up the street from the house, it had all just kind of turned into greeting cards, and the rest is history."
"And Caterpillar, is that a nickname?"
I nodded. "My dad called me that a lot when I was a kid. Hell, he still calls me that now, and I'm 24.
"I guess there's just something about you,"
he said with an indulgent smile, and his eyes brightened with warmth.
"You're just so damn cute and adorable. It's impossible to not want to give you a nickname."
"Yeah, kitty cat, kitten. Surely there won't be any more, right?" I teased. His smile grew wider.
"Only time will tell, I guess."
"I should come up with a nickname for you?"
"Do your worst," he said through a chuckle, and his eyes locked with mine. "I'll eat anything you dish out with a spoon and a smile."
I had no response to that, only a soft laugh and a shake of my head. "Okay." Stella's voice grabbed my attention, and I looked toward the front. "Before we move on to the skyscrapers, make sure you refill your blues and reds if you're running low." Several minutes of focus passed, and I'd lost myself in the strokes of my brush as I added softened hues of red to create a dramatic shadow. Once I'd managed to lay the foundation for my skyscrapers lining the street, I paused my painting and just watched Quinn for a few moments. He was still crazy behind, but appeared unfazed by that fact. So while he painted, I watched, taking in the focus etched on his face. Lips firm in determination, he furrowed his brow, and a slight wrinkle formed above his nose. Even super focused, he was handsome. Not to mention, he'd taken off his long-sleeved collared shirt and was now just painting in a white cotton t-shirt that revealed enough of his biceps for me to be reminded that his body was fucking amazing. All those hours on the field and in the gym have obviously paid off. The muscles of his arm rippled and flexed as he moved his brush across the canvas. I licked my lips and silently wished I could take a taste. Hell, if we weren't in the middle of a paint and sip, I might have actually attempted it.
"Stop watching me,"
he whispered mid-stroke, and I just grinned, half dazed and drunk off my prolonged ogle time. "I can't help myself. You're so hot, sexy, lickable. Focused. Yeah, focused. That's exactly what you were just musing about."
"Because I'm painting a masterpiece here, kitty cat," he said, and his brow furrowed deeper. I wondered if his sports fans were familiar with that determined face. "Is that what your O-game face looks like?" Instantly, he stopped painting and turned to face me. "My what face?" "You know, your O-game face," I repeated, "the face that your sports fans probably know all too well." "I'd be surprised if my fans know what my O face looks like. But my game face? Yeah, they probably know that one." "That's what I said." "No," he said through a chuckle. "You said O game face." I snorted in shock. "No, I didn't." Holy hell, I just said "oh, game face"? Was that some kind of Freudian slip? It's probably because all of the sex and licking thoughts you've been having since this date started. Quinn gazed at me with a smirk, kissing his lips. "Shut up," I muttered, but he only smiled wider. "Oh my God, stop smiling at me like that." "Is everything okay?" Stella questioned. "Are you guys good to move on to the next step?" "Yep," Quinn answered for both of us, even though I hadn't even added my taxicabs yet, and he was still stuck on the pedestrians. While Stella started instructing us on how to properly paint the evening lavender sky, my painting partner just kept smiling at me, his eyes glimmering like diamonds beneath the studio lights. "What?" I asked, once I started to feel awkward underneath his intense gaze. For lack of anything better to do, I lifted my wine glass from the table and distracted myself with a sip of wine. He brushed his finger down my cheek. "Thanks for coming on this date with me, kitty cat." My heart pitter-pattered inside of my chest. "Thank you for inviting me on this date." "Can I ask you something?" I set my brush down on my easel. "Of course." "Tonight, after I've finished this masterpiece that you can hang on your mantel, and I'm walking you to your door." He paused, and I waited with bated breath for him to finish. "Yeah?" "Can I kiss you, kitty cat?" he asked on a whisper, and a sharp gasp escaped my lungs. He leaned forward, and with his gaze holding mine, he quietly added, "I need to feel how soft those perfect lips of yours are. They've been driving me crazy all night." My skin flushed from the heat permeating his words. I blinked, but it wasn't a quick blink. It was a long, slow, trying to digest his words kind of blink. Holy hell. And yes, please. "Okay." One corner of his mouth reached up toward his cheeks. "Okay?" "Yes." Apparently one-word answers were all my brain could handle in that moment. "You'll save a kiss for me then?" "Uh-huh." He just smiled in response and ran one lone finger slowly up the skin of my bare thigh. In rapt attention, I watched its ascent up, up, up my thigh until it reached the hem of my dress. But instead of going farther, he pulled it away, picked up his paintbrush, and resumed his painting. Holy water in a petri dish. I fought the urge to moan out loud. Thank God Stella was only one more step away from finishing up Times Square. Just as Quinn pulled in front of my building, the clock on the dashboard clicked over, the neon green numbers glowing midnight. I'd been focused on the fucking time ever since he'd brought up the whole kissing thing, and believe me, it had felt like a snail inching by at a sluggish pace. It had taken Stella a whole 30 minutes to finish up the final step for our Times Square painting, and then another 30 minutes for Quinn to catch up on all the steps he'd missed. Although, I had to give it to him, his final product was pretty fucking adorable. The people in his painting were us, and the billboards were all variations of cat, kitty cat, and actual pictures of cats and kittens. He joked about me hanging it up on my mantel, but I so totally was. The fact that it was the first thing I grabbed for when he put the car in park was proof of that. With his hand on the small of my back, Quinn gently helped me out of his truck and up to my front porch. He nodded toward the painting, his painting, that I carefully set down by my door. "Are you really keeping that?"
Of course I am, I answered instantly, nearly offended that he even had to ask that, and he grinned. I probably should have said something witty and cute and adorable in that moment, but my mind was far too busy going through my mental, "Are you ready to have sex with Quinn?" checklist. Sexy underwear? Check. Legs shaved? Check. Horny? Triple check. Surely the odds were really, really fucking likely that tonight we'd end up inside my house, on top of my bed, and completely naked. Normally, I would be a little hesitant over that fact, moving so quickly on the first date, but when it came to Quinn, I was ready to throw caution to the wind. And most importantly, I was ready to experience that kiss he'd asked me for. "I had an amazing night with you, kitty cat." He reached out and slid his fingers into my hair, tucking a few loose locks behind my ear. I did too. We should totally kiss over how amazing it was. "No regrets?" he asked with a smirk, and I shook my head. "No regrets." "You should always live your life to avoid regrets, kitty cat," he mused. "You know, when I was 12, my dad gave me the best advice I've ever been given, and it's prevented me from a lot of regrets." "And what advice was that?" "It only takes 1 minute of bravery. 1 minute of insane, embarrassingly crazy courage to change your life. Sometimes it only takes 1 minute for something great to happen." I scrunched my nose in confusion at his sudden, serious change of pace, but he continued on. "I've used that advice 3 times in my life. The first time when I was in high school, and it was that advice that helped me play the game of my life in front of a college scout for the University of Alabama. The second time I was in college, and it ended in a national championship," he stated and then paused. "Wait, that's only 2. "And the third?" "I was on a midnight train to Birmingham, and I ended up serenading the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." He stole breath from my lungs, and I had to avert my eyes from his intense gaze for a brief moment because those words made me feel too vulnerable. But carefully, tenderly, he slipped his index finger under my chin and lifted my eyes to his. Hesitantly, I looked up at him from underneath my lashes, and the swirls of emotion I saw there urged a soft gasp from my lips. Lust, desire, need. No doubt they mirrored mine. "And do you know what right now is?" he asked, his voice quiet, but his words vibrating with intensity. "What?" "The 4th time." He didn't give me time to ponder it further. Between one breath and the next, Quinn wrapped his arms around my body and pulled me toward him. Warm, oh so soft lips pressed against mine. I was completely unprepared. You would have thought that after spending an entire evening with Quinn, watching him talk and laugh and smile, that I would have known all there was to know about his lips. But I hadn't imagined how perfect they would feel pressed up against my own. My eyes widened, and it only took me about 1 second to fully realize that Quinn was kissing me, and another 0.8 of a second to understand that I was most definitely kissing him back. Fluttering my eyes shut, I savored the feel of him. His mouth was so warm, and the caress of his lips softer than I could have imagined. I opened my mouth with a low moan, and instantly our kiss turned hungry. Liquid warmth spread through my body as his fingers moved into my hair, gently holding me closer to him while his mouth danced with mine. I slid my hands up his stomach, his chest, until my fingertips caressed the smooth ripples of muscle covering his shoulders. The kiss was long, and his mouth was hot, and my heart was pounding. It obliterated every thought. For the first time in forever, my mind was locked into the present. The usual worries of the day evaporated like a summer shower on a hot car. I had no other wish but for the kiss to never end. A kiss like this should never have an ending, only a beginning, and a promise of much more to come. I was drunk on endorphins, my only desire to touch him, to move his hands under my dress and feel him touch me. I moaned when his hands moved down my shoulders, my back, until they caressed the curves of my ass. Instantly, my breath quickened, and my thighs grew damp with arousal. Yes, please, touch me. I wanted his fingers under my dress, beneath my panties, inside of me. I was ready to drag him inside my house, give him the official, and naked, tour of my bedroom, and spend hours upon hours worshipping his insanely muscular and fit body. But he surprised me, knocking my equilibrium straight out of whack. Instead of urging us further, Quinn softly ended the kiss. He pulled away, resting his forehead against mine. Our breaths mingled and danced as we both fought to slow our heartbeats and erratic pants.
"That was perfect,"
he whispered. "Yes, let's keep doing that."
"It was. Tonight was perfect."
It was. It really was. But God, I didn't want it to be over yet. I wanted more. He pressed his lips to mine again, but before I could start getting excited over the prospect of more, he pulled away. What is happening?
"Sweet dreams, kitten,"
he said, and before I could process the fact that we weren't going inside, Quinn pressed a soft kiss to my forehead and added,
"I'll call you tomorrow after practice, okay?"
"Okay," I muttered, and had the insane urge to shout, "Wait! Come back and have sex with me!" from my front porch. But I reeled in the crazy and the horny long enough to force myself back inside the house once I saw he'd made it safely to his truck. That kiss. What in the fuck was that? And more than that, how in the hell had Quinn Bailey gone home after a kiss like that? With my back resting against the door, I stared into the empty, dimly lit hallway of my apartment, confused, and if I was being honest with myself, really fucking disappointed. I had been all kinds of ready to do a whole lot more than just kissing with Quinn Bailey.
Chapter 19. Quinn. "Okay," I murmured to myself, my voice ringing out in the silent cab of my truck like a gunshot. "Okay," I said again, trying to slow my breathing and sort out the absolute cluster in my head. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I shouted suddenly, my voice box taken over by my dick. He was hard and hurting and a whole lot angry that I'd ended the night where I had. And when he had this much control of my blood, I had a really hard time forming thoughts to explain the situation to him. I punched my steering wheel, a loud thud echoing throughout the empty space, and immediately regretted it, shaking my hand to ease the sting. "Relax," I coached myself as I drove, trying really hard to focus on the road in addition to my one-man show. "You did the right thing. Fast fucking is short-term. Groundwork is the long-term." I shook my head in the dim glow of the streetlights and laughed maniacally. "I'm talking to myself out loud. I'm going crazy. It's official. I've fucking lost it." Two hands gripped the wheel and tightened, making the leather wrap creak under the stress as I tried to sort myself out, and I looked over my shoulder to double-check the lane I was moving into. No, it's okay. You're not crazy. You're just crazy about someone. This is normal, right?" I laughed to myself. "Well, I don't know, Quinn," I carried on, turning my rants into an actual conversation. "Seeing as we've never been in a serious relationship before, I don't really have a lot of experience with the feeling. Good God, how far away do I live again?" I had the sense I wouldn't be able to stop the madness until I got home and could talk down my cock in another, more physical way. "Just drive," I told myself. "Just focus on the road and the assholes on it and the radio." I slammed a hand against the console. Yes, the radio! I just need music to drown out all the thoughts. I reached forward immediately and pushed the volume knob to turn it on. AC/DC filled the air, and some of the tightness in my chest released. "Thunder!" I yelled, singing, more like shouting, along to the song, and bopping my head so hard I almost got dizzy. Thunder! Okay, wow, not a good idea to headbang. I scaled back the personal violence, but I sang even louder. It helped a little, for about 5 songs, until Sweet Caroline started to play. Immediately, my mind changed the name to Catharine. I coached myself to consider personal safety. No, you idiot. Do not text and drive. Catharine will wait 15 minutes to hear from you. Convinced, I focused back on singing almost aggressively. Sweet Catharine, bum, bum, bum. God help me if someone snuck a surveillance camera into my truck. The minutes ticked by one, just as slow as the miles, but finally I made it home. The hot exhaust snapped lightly as I pulled into my circular drive and shut off the engine, all of the energy in my body draining like I'd opened up a faucet. I hadn't realized how exhausted I was, how much I'd really taken out of myself until then. Practice, worrying about the date, having the time of my life with Kat, and then the fucking crazy drive home. I was officially spent. The temptation to sink farther into the leather and sleep right there in my truck was real, but I knew I'd regret it in the morning. Heaving the door open with a kick of my foot, I hauled myself out of the truck and trudged up the steps to my front door. I normally parked in the garage, but I'd just had the cement floor in there painted. All of 21 Savage's rapping about his garage had influenced me to do a little sprucing of my own. The key slid easily into the lock, and the alarm beeped my arrival until I pulled up the app on my phone and shut it off. Jilly had obviously set it behind me when she'd left. I reset it for the stay setting and then backed out of the app, and the little red bubble on my messages caught my attention. Eyebrows drawn together, I clicked my inbox to open them and went to the top of the list to see what was new. 2 new messages from Catharine sat waiting. Instantly, my energy renewed, exploding like a tossed water balloon in my chest. Catharine. What? Catharine, did you fall and hit your head? What the fuck? What is she talking about? Quickly, I scrolled up, hoping to understand. Unfortunately, it all made sense immediately. I'd sent her multiple texts, all in a row, and the content, well, yeah. Me. Sweat catheter, buns, buns, buns. Sweet Jesus. My fucking truck must have voice texted her. I didn't even know the thing had that fucking capability. Me. Reaching ouch, touching me, touching you. So good, so good, so good. Me. Sweet Catharine. I scrolled back to the bottom hastily and started typing. Me. Sorry about that. Neil Diamond, you know. Apparently, my truck took over and texted you while I was doing some of my best vocal work. Her response was immediate and made my cock jerk. Catharine. Oh, I thought maybe you were thinking about touching me. Okay. All right. Sweet Jesus. It was safe to say I was thinking about touching her now. And to be fair, I'd most definitely been thinking about touching her then, too. Me. I am. Good God, Cat, believe me, I am. Are you thinking about me touching you? Catharine. It's all I can think about. Fuck. Taking them 2 at a time, I bounded up my stairs, ran down the hall, flicked on the light switch in my bedroom, and dove head first into my bed. With a roll and a flop, I made it to my back, but my breath was still as thick as if I were face down. Me. Where am I touching you, kitten? I looked down to my jeans to see if they were going to withstand the challenge my full-mast cock now presented. I thought better of it and undid the button, pushing them off my hips and tossing them on the side of the bed. Pretty soon, I was going to need them to be gone anyway. I palmed my dick over my boxer briefs and squeezed. My phone lay still in my palm, so I moved my fingers over the keyboard again. Me. Don't be bashful, baby. Swear to God you're safe with me. Tell me what you're picturing. Catherine.
I want to, but I don't know how to do this.
I'd been trying to give her the lead, just to make sure I didn't make her uncomfortable, but she'd handed me the reins. I could do that, and handle her with care. Me. Okay, kitty cat. Are you on your bed? What are you wearing?
Catherine. Yes, and pajamas.
I smiled and shook my head before working my fingers over the keyboard furiously as I bit into my bottom lip. Me. Good. Take them off. In fact, take everything off. I need to see your perfect pussy. Catherine.
Oh, God.
Nearly a minute passed by, and I started to wonder if she'd lost the nerve. But then another text rang through. Catherine.
Okay, I'm naked.
Sweet fucking hell. I groaned and pinched the head of my cock through the fabric. He was a little too willing and a little too ready, but if this was going to be good for her, he needed to slow the fuck down. Me. Are you wet for me? Aching? Catherine.
Yes.
Me. Touch yourself. Take those perfect pink-tipped fingers and rub a sweet circle around your clit, baby. Can you feel yourself on your fingers? Slick and hot for my cock. Catherine.
God, Quinn.
Me. Yeah, kitten. I'm right here. Stick a finger inside. Let your perfect pussy suck it in deep. Tell me how it feels. Catherine.
Soft. Warm.
My eyes tried to roll back in my head as I pictured it perfectly. Me. I bet it is. I bet it tastes like the sweetest fucking honey, too. Tell me. Take your finger out and suck it. Tell me if you taste good. Catherine.
Oh, my God.
Me. Tell me, cat. Tell me how good you taste. I'm dying. I want to eat you so bad it's painful. I waited, not at all fucking patiently, as I imagined her finishing herself off. The seconds turned into a minute, and I thought I would die from the anticipation. Catherine.
Finished. I can't believe how good that felt. You know, without you even here.
I totally fucking understood the sentiment. Now I had to catch up. I shoved my underwear off and grabbed myself, hot skin, against the palm of my hand. Hard and sweet, I stroked my cock as I pictured her hand taking the place of my own, on her knees between mine, which I held cocked high, hunched back on her heels while her breasts swayed in my line of sight. Fuck, she's perfect. Harder I stroked as my imaginary cat licked her lips and moaned, thinking about swallowing my whole cock deep in her throat. The silence in my bedroom came in broken sections, the sound of my groaning pants filling the gaps as I worked my hand over myself, paying special attention to the top. I wondered if sweet cat would be shy as she took me in her grip, or if she'd find a confidence she kept special for the bedroom. Would she be wild like her name, or would she purr softly? God, I had to know. My balls ached and swelled, pulsing in my other hand as I gripped them hard and squeezed, rolling them between my fingers and giving them a hard tug. Fuck yeah, I told imaginary Catherine, reaching forward in my mind to tweak one of her perfect brown nipples. Put me inside that perfect pussy. Wet, bare, and glistening, she'd climbed up higher, straddling my thighs with her own, so her juice would run all over my balls while she stroked my cock. God damn, I could punch myself in the nutsack for leaving her apartment tonight. Faster and faster, up and down I stroked, pulling at the head like the mouth of her pussy would, until I couldn't take it any more. "Fuck, Cat!" I shouted into the empty space, shooting a hot stream of cum all over my hand and onto the ridges and planes of my straining abdomen. I couldn't even bring myself to clean up before reaching for my phone with the only part of me not slick with cum. Still breathing heavily, I typed, "Me. I know. I need to see you again. Tell me when I can see you again, and make it soon." Her reply came quickly, and I hoped that was a sign she was just as desperate as I was, now that she'd had the teeniest of tastes. Catherine. "Yes, soon, please." Another text came a moment later. "Catherine, call me tomorrow and I'll tell you my flight schedule. My brain is all 2 + 2 = potato right now, thanks to that delicious orgasm." A soft chuckle left my lips. God, she is something. Me. You got it. Sweet dreams, kitten. Soon, I promised in my head. I'll see you soon, and we'll both be naked in person.
Chapter 20. Cat. As I fluttered my eyelids open and caught sight of the morning rays filtering in through the sheer white curtains of my bedroom, I felt the instant sensation that only zero sleep could provide. I had a feeling mothers with newborn babies feeding every 2 hours had slept better than I did. After tossing and turning for most of the night, my body was still reeling from my date with Quinn. Not only had he only kissed me at my door, but he'd left me with the kind of kiss people spent their entire lives trying to experience just once. Literally, the unicorn of kisses. And after that kiss, when I'd been heated with arousal and left unsatisfied, he'd engaged in a text conversation that had left me gasping, sated, and flushed with satisfaction. His professional status wasn't just reserved for the field. Quinn knew and executed the art of dirty talk like it was his day job. Imagine what those words sound like in person when he's sliding inside of you. My skin heated and ached at the thought, but I refused to let my mind go there. It was the sole reason I'd slept like shit last night in the first place. As I had lain awake, staring up at my ceiling, my mind had raced with the play-by-play of our conversation and the way his words had made me feel. By the time the clock had struck 3 a.m., I had wound myself up again to the point of frustration. Thinking of time, I glanced at the clock on my nightstand and saw it was only 8:30. Jesus, it was my day off. I should not have been awake. With a sigh and a half-assed attempt at throwing my hair up into a messy bun, I dragged myself out of bed and shuffled into the kitchen to make some coffee. Right now, my coffee maker was the only man that could offer any inkling of satisfaction. Mr. Coffee had been a good friend, oftentimes the only man in my life for the past 5 or so years. Once I'd filled him with enough grounds to brew 6 cups, I tapped his lid closed and pushed his start button, and then pushed again when he failed to respond. The first initial trickles of hot water brewing filled my ears, and I smiled. He might have been slow and sluggish at times, and his buttons had seen better days, but I still loved him all the same. While my coffee brewed, I plopped down onto my sofa and started scrolling through social media on my phone. Mentally, I told myself it was just because there was nothing better to do, and I also reminded myself that I should definitely not look at the text conversation we'd had last night. But apparently my brain wasn't very good at remembering anything at 8 o'clock in the morning, because I somehow found myself exactly where I shouldn't be. Our text conversation was front and center on my screen, and I couldn't stop myself from rereading his messages. Quinn.
touch yourself. Take those perfect, pink-tipped fingers and rub a sweet circle around your clit, baby. Can you feel yourself on your fingers? Slick and hot for my cock.
Oh, sweet baby kittens in a pink basket. His version of dirty talk was better than my own personal porno. When the apex of my thighs started to ache and protest lack of stimulation, I closed out of my inbox and decided that if I wanted a virtual dose of Quinn, I needed to find it in less arousing ways. One click tap to the Instagram icon, and I quickly navigated my way to Quinn's page. I opened his most recent post, uploaded a little over an hour ago. It was a picture of him standing in the Mavericks weight room with a big old smile on his face, dumbbells in his hands, and droplets of sweat dripping down his bare chest. Heaven almighty, no one should look that good sweaty. Memories of the videos he'd sent from that very same weight room filled my head like visions of sugar plum fairies dreamily dancing for children on Christmas Eve night. Eventually, my eyes found the strength to move away from his abs and read the caption. At Quinn Bailey. I be up in the gym working on my fitness. Hashtag practice day. Hashtag weight room. Hashtag Mavericks. Hashtag good morning, kitty cat. I blinked once, twice, and reread the last hashtag. Hashtag good morning, kitty cat. I couldn't have stopped the smile that crept onto my lips and consumed my whole face if I'd tried. Good morning, kitty cat. I probably shouldn't have been so damn smitten over it, but it was the sweet, thoughtful little things like that that put Quinn in a league all his own. There was a Times Square painting highlighting various kittens and cats sitting on top of my mantle that proved that very truth. I had the urge to send him a message, but quickly remembered he'd be at practice for the next few hours. He probably wouldn't even be able to respond. I glanced toward the kitchen to see that Mr. Coffee had finally finished up, and I shuffled in there to get a much-needed dose of caffeine, and possibly a little distraction from my brain's horny-as-fuck thoughts. But while I fixed up my coffee, my brain couldn't stop thinking about Quinn. God, I wanted to see him again. As soon as possible, to be exact. Like a corn kernel turning into popcorn, a thought popped into my head. What if I turn the tables on him and stop in for a quick hello visit while he's at practice? He'd definitely shown up at my place of employment. Hell, he'd purposefully flown on more than one of my flights to see me. But was it a good idea? Oh, geez, stop worrying about the logistics, Cat. Be spontaneous.